Apocalypse, I can obtain infinite upgrades by drawing cards. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 476. I'd like to see who wants to kill me. We still have another evolved being. That's Chu. My god, she's actually advanced to an evolved being. When Chu Yaowei rose from the battlefield, instantly pulling two top-tier Ice Energy Clan experts into her alternate dimension, the humans were equally astonished. Even the people on the survey-class strategic cruiser were extremely surprised. Chu Yaowei had been fighting alongside this warship since heading to the 8-2 frozen planet. They had all seen her to varying degrees and knew who she was. They knew Chu Yaowei was also a human powerhouse, but they never imagined she was already an evolved being. Only a few remained calm. Like Captain Suji, who was at the forefront. She remained composed, unfazed by the scene. In this battle, Chu Yaowei was their trump card, humanity's greatest hidden asset. Mr. Lin is gone, but who says the human forward base has no powerful individuals? Here, there is a true evolved being. Suji ordered, our evolved beings have made their move. Full fleet, advance at full speed. Deflector shields at maximum power. Our objective, eliminate at least one enemy fleet today. At that moment, the human fleet's survey-class strategic cruisers moved swiftly, their cannons roaring as they proactively engaged the Ice Energy Clan's second fleet. The Ice Energy Clan's second fleet had just advanced to coordinate with the outer two fleets and their two top-tier warriors, attempting to take down the human air combat group in one fell swoop. But who could have imagined that a completely unexpected evolved being would suddenly appear? Their approach had ironically made their own situation precarious. Damn it, these humans are too insane. They're too patient. They even hide an evolved being. Retreat immediately. Our two top-tier warriors are no match for an evolved being. If our top-tier combatants are defeated, and their evolved being emerges, we're doomed. The second fleet commander anxiously issued the order. Almost simultaneously, Yin's order arrived, instructing them to quickly regain their distance. In combat against evolved beings, sufficient distance is essential when one's own side lacks high-level powerhouses of equal strength. Yin said, don't panic too much. This evolved being just made its move, its aura isn't too strong. It should have only recently advanced to evolved being. Our two evolved beings are currently besieging another human evolved being. We just need to hold our ground, minimize losses, and wait for them to return. This human evolved being is just a minor obstacle, it won't be able to cause trouble for long. If it were a civilization in a level 3 civilization battlefield, facing an evolved being without any evolved beings of their own, they would have no choice but to retreat. However, the Ice Energy Clan is a true level 2 civilization battlefield participant, their warships and weapons are all at the star level. If they were to truly engage with the evolved being, they could certainly manage a grueling battle. The battles on both the sky and the ground were raging fiercely. Meanwhile, in the alternate dimension, Chu Yaowei was looking up. In fact, she had successfully refined the blood condensation 5 elements pill less than 20 minutes ago. Several days had passed since she took the pill and began refining it. According to the timeline, she should have succeeded by now. Failure meant defeat. Fortunately, she succeeded, and very smoothly, almost exactly as Lin Qun had predicted. Her original strength, combined with a boost from the blood condensation 5 elements pill, directly elevated her to the level of an evolver. Her stats on the panel skyrocketed to an astonishing 999, completely surpassing the previous level. This surprised and delighted even the usually composed Chu Yaowei. However, Chu Yaowei was a woman of principle. After achieving her fiend pill, she didn't even have time to familiarize herself with it or convert the restrained dark energy before immediately contacting Chen Huiyan. This led to the scene just now. This alternate dimension was something Chu Yaowei had only just figured out. Using it now, she herself was momentarily stunned before realizing that she was currently in her own alternate dimension. This was a relatively small world. In the chaos of the heavens and earth, only a massive ice platform stood at its center. The instant the alternate dimension unfolded, this enormous ice platform rose domineeringly from the ground, as if pulled from the material world into the sky by some force. The surrounding world was rapidly filled with chaos, instantly forming a place resembling a gigantic arena. The platform was not small, but compared to the alternate dimensions displayed by other evolved beings, it seemed somewhat small. Chu Yaowei initially thought it was because she hadn't mastered this ability yet, as her alternate dimension was much smaller than those of other evolved beings she had witnessed, and those Lin Qun and she had spoken of. But standing there, closing her eyes, and remaining silent for a moment, she understood. The alternate dimension was a power that accompanied her as an evolved being. It could indeed change as an evolved being's strength increased, but her alternate dimension was relatively small. This was because each evolved being's alternate dimension was different. Its specifics depended only on the evolved being themselves. And this alternate dimension was derived from Chu Yaowei's innate ability. This was her battlefield. This was her arena. Chu Yaowei took a step forward. She clearly felt that the entire world was connected to her by blood. In her world, she could receive unprecedented enhancements, and all opponents entering her alternate dimension, unless their power far exceeded hers and reached a level she could not influence, would be forced to be weakened. The weak would become even weaker. The strong would be directly reduced to below Chu Yaowei's level. This would be her arena. At this moment, Chu Yaowei raised her head. Ahead, the two top-tier Ice Energy Clan evolvers were no longer as arrogant as before. Now they were trembling with fear. They had thought that this attack would be a harvest and slaughter, but they never expected that what awaited them was a human evolver. Moreover, now that they had been pulled into this alternate dimension, they were horrified to find that their stats were rapidly decreasing, all dropping to just over 700 points. They were no match for evolvers to begin with. Under such circumstances, weren't they doomed? Chu Yaowei was still stunned by her first attack, while the monsters were already terrified. Pulled in, they turned and ran, trying to hide in the surrounding chaos. But strangely, this arena seemed to possess the ability to create their own prisons. The chaos appeared unfathomable, seemingly a good hiding place, but the moment they entered, they were forcibly teleported back to the ice platform. There was no escape. They were forced to face Chu Yaowei directly. They were all filled with terror. This situation was something they had never dreamed of before they made their move. Nearby, Chu Yaowei, wielding Thor's hammer, rose proudly, her eyes filled with electric light, a deep blue. She leaped high, and terrifying power erupted from her center. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning, like raging serpents, swept across the entire ice platform, completely engulfing the two top-tier ice energy race experts. They would face the wrath of the human evolved beings. Half a minute earlier. On the battlefield, 300 kilometers away from the human advance base. The explosion of the thermobaric bomb flickered and then extinguished. At that moment, Lin Qun struck decisively. Activating his divine travel technique, the Excalibur in Lin Qun's hand instantly transformed into the remnant sword of immortal execution. Its sword energy stretched 200 meters, forcing the arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolver to fly backward. Sensing the astonishing aura so close at hand, the arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolver retreated frantically in a second, its speed accelerating to Mach 12 with the terrifying speed of an evolver. But Lin Qun's sword was equally fast. Lin Qun's speed was already incomparable to his previous speed, especially since he used the Azure Origin sword technique to control the sword energy of the remnant sword of immortal execution, making his speed unbelievable. Lin Qun had been waiting for this moment, and his attack was a decisive blow, leaving no chance for the human. This sudden turn of events exceeded the expectations of the two Ice Energy Clan evolvers. Based on the situation just now, they were certain that this human had been affected by the molecular freezing weapon, because that couldn't be faked. But no one expected that at this moment, Lin Qun would switch from defense to offense with incredible speed, his sword energy surging as if he were completely unaffected. The cautious Ice Energy Clan life form, which had been guarding against Lin Qun's escape, quickly switched to offense as well, immediately attempting to block him. But it soon discovered to its horror that its interception was futile. The sword energy of Lin Qun's immortal execution remnant sword was incredibly domineering and filled with murderous intent. Its hasty interception was useless. It was directly pierced through, striking the arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolver directly. The power of the immortal execution remnant sword was annihilating for evolvers. This time, the arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolver could no longer be arrogant. It forcibly gathered its power, trying to resist the sword energy, but it quickly discovered with horror that its full power was utterly insignificant and useless against the immortal execution remnant sword energy. In the blink of an eye, it had already retreated to the sky above the ice layer, its speed undeniably fast. But as fast as it was, Lin Qun was also fast, and Lin Qun's sword energy was even faster, unstoppable, shattering its defenses in one fell swoop and directly attacking it. At this moment, this arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolver was almost scared out of its wits. It didn't even have time to deploy its alternate dimension. Its intuition as a top-tier expert clearly told it that if it were struck by this sword, it would surely die. At this moment, less than a second had passed since Lin Qun unleashed his sword. In the blink of an eye, the battle situation had reversed completely. The Ice Energy Clan evolver, who had just wanted to kill Lin Qun, was now forced into a corner by Lin Qun. It forcibly shattered its body, disintegrating in mid-air into countless water mists and droplets, scattering in all directions as it fled. The sword energy, like a death knell, frantically stirred, determined to slaughter it here. However, there were two evolvers after all. The cautious Ice Energy Clan evolver saw Lin Qun's sword soar into the sky, its interception pierced through. Its reaction was swift. In a mere second, while Lin Qun was still pursuing the deadly attack, it had already turned its weapon, abandoning its companions, gathering its power to directly attack Lin Qun's main body below, including his 4 clones. This move, a decisive blow, was truly effective against Lin Qun. In his divine state of external control, there was an unavoidable flaw: his main body couldn't move. If someone attacked his main body, he was finished. Lin Qun's 4 clones all rose, no longer dodging, actively colliding with the attack to buy time. In mid-air, Lin Qun had already shattered the scattered structures of the icy fluids, his primordial spirit rapidly returning to its original position. His central main body suddenly opened its eyes. At this moment, the cautious Ice Energy Clan evolver had already torn apart Lin Qun's 4 clones, its terrifying power already upon Lin Qun. A split second later, both figures vanished from their original spots. That was the cycle of despair. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to fall silent. Only the already crumbling armory remained, its foundations damaged, crumbling further. The arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolver who had just fled had also vanished. Whether he was annihilated by sword energy or disintegrated into tiny structures and escaped was unknown. Everything happened too fast. In a corner, Li Ji, his face covered in blood, leaned against the edge of the ruins, only now reacting. Ho Yan was in a similar state. A casual strike from the evolver could have taken half his life. Yet, at this moment, his face showed no fear or pain. Instead, it was filled with excitement and surging emotions. The battle that had lasted less than 2 seconds involved too many details, making his blood boil. Mr. Lin's attack, shifting from defense to offense, swept across the sky, overwhelming the Ice Energy Clan evolver, leaving him terrified and overwhelmed. Such a battle was extremely exciting, and Ho Yan admired it immensely. However, this tranquility did not last long. Only 4 seconds later, Lin Qun reappeared. This time, however, his sword was gone, replaced by a sheep he was leading. The sheep looked strange, its fur displaying a watery sheen. On the old blue star, such a sheep would have been considered a rare mutated breed. Its eyes were filled with terror as it struggled desperately. But Lin Qun easily grabbed it with one hand, lifting it above the ice. Standing on the ravaged, collapsed ice, he surveyed his surroundings and coldly said, "Let's see who tries to kill me." His voice wasn't loud, yet it resonated far and wide. Lin Qun knew that the arrogant evolver wasn't dead. The attack launched by the cautious evolver against his true form had saved its life, preventing Lin Qun's sword energy from completely eliminating the arrogant evolver. The liquid form it had transformed into still remained. However, its methods were very subtle. Having failed to kill it earlier, it was now nowhere to be found. The only way to confirm its survival was through the rankings. It was still alive and in this region. Therefore, Lin Qun's words were directed at it. He grabbed one of the evolved humans he had turned into a sheep, standing atop the collapsing Ice Clan dungeon, domineering and forceful, even more arrogant than the arrogant evolved human from before. "Didn't you want to kill me? Where are you? Come on, I'm right here. Why don't you dare show your face? Didn't you say I was overestimating myself? Why don't you dare come out? If you don't come out, I'll slaughter your companion right in front of you." Chapter 477. Now, it's our turn to make a move. The once smooth and even surface of the glacier was no longer smooth. Due to the collapse of the underground structure, most of it had sunk, and below, The entire Ice Energy Clan underground city was almost completely collapsed and about to be buried. Not far above the ice, Li Zhuzhu and Tang Leota had just brought the others up when they saw Lin Qun flying above, standing on the glacier and challenging them. They were all shocked. Lin Qun's counterattack had come too quickly, they had no idea what had happened. But judging from the current situation, there was no doubt that Mr. Lin had won. Tang Leota couldn't help but say, Mr. Lin is indeed Mr. Lin. This was a trap set specifically for him. Even with two evolved beings attacking, he was able to turn the tide and win. Li Zhuzhu's eyes also widened. She had been very uneasy when Lin Qun was being overwhelmed in the battle against the two evolved beings, but now, seeing Lin Qun standing here shouting insults, she felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. However, her expression quickly changed. Mr. Lin is up here, where are Ho Yan and Li Ji? As she spoke, she quickly stood up, preparing to go down and search. However, the effects of the molecular freezing weapon were still lingering, and her movements were somewhat sluggish. Tang Leota glanced around, confirmed everyone was safe, and pulled her back, saying, slow down, I'll go with you. Meanwhile, not far away, Lin Qun was slowly moving across the massive, sloping ice sheet. His gaze was icy as he scanned the ground inch by inch, saying, I know you haven't left. Come out. This is one of your evolved beings. If you don't come out now, I'll kill it. If this evolved being dies, your Ice Energy Clan's evolved beings will soon be wiped out. What proud interstellar civilization, high-energy civilization, will probably face a top-tier combat power gap. Unfortunately, the surroundings were deathly quiet, as if no living thing remained. Only a few inconspicuous water droplets on the ice surface, about 1.5 kilometers away from Lin Qun, trembled slightly. This was the arrogant evolved being. However, it could no longer be arrogant. It was terrified by Lin Qun and dared not show its face. Moreover, Lin Qun had just struck it with his sword, and it was completely incapable of saving anyone. Going out now would be suicide. It didn't even dare to continue its escape, fearing discovery, and could only watch helplessly. Everything had reversed too quickly for it. The sheer variety and terror of this human's methods were unheard of and unseen. It still didn't know how this human had managed it, still able to act so efficiently despite being affected by the molecular freezing weapon. Seeing this, Lin Qun stopped challenging them. His communication devices were all damaged by the opponent's molecular freezing weapon, and he couldn't contact the forward base. He was somewhat worried. This challenge was only meant to force them out. If he could kill two Ice Energy Clan evolvers here, it would be absolutely worthwhile. Lin Qun estimated that after these two evolvers, the Ice Energy Clan probably had no other evolvers. Even for a high-energy civilization with source energy level and so many evolvers, it was already quite remarkable. With such strength, even without their space fleet and source energy level forces, 4 evolvers were enough to sweep through the level 3 civilization battlefield. Of course, a civilization like the Ice Energy Clan wasn't qualified to participate in the level 2 civilization battlefield. While fairness in the battlefield of the Divine Kingdom civilization is relative, it undeniably exists. Because of this judgment, Lin Qun was even more determined to take both evolved beings away. However, since they wouldn't come out, Lin Qun was helpless. The Ice Energy Clan's life form was unique and difficult to kill, and this one was a genuine evolved being. If they wanted to hide, Lin Qun wouldn't be able to find them. Seeing this, Lin Qun wasted no more time and prepared to quickly return to the other battlefield. Since there was no reaction to his provocation, he flipped his hand, drew the sword of Excalibur, and directly chopped down on the struggling sheep's head in his hand. The opponent was indeed an evolved being. Its strength was immense. Lin Qun could even feel it struggling against his beast-creating technique, even trying to break free from the spell's influence. If it were during the Ankaraji battle, it might have succeeded. Lin Qun wasn't a true evolved being, and his ability to suppress evolved beings created from beasts was limited. This was why, on the Ankaraji battlefield, Lin Qun had to immediately cut off the head of the Black Sheep civilization evolved being. But Lin Qun was different now. His strength had greatly increased, and he was able to suppress it for a short while. At this moment, its struggles were meaningless. Its survival advantages as a unique life form of the Ice Energy Clan were now stripped away by the animal creation technique. Suppressing its struggles, Lin Qun directly drew his sword. The resistance was considerable, but this time Lin Qun could easily kill it. The sword pressed down, and amidst the creature's terrifying howl, he beheaded it with a single strike, slaying the Ice Energy Clan Evolver. This dignified Ice Energy Clan Evolver was thus humiliatingly killed by Lin Qun's sword. A row of notifications immediately appeared before Lin Qun's eyes, reminding him that he had killed an Evolver, gaining 1 contribution point and 4 million experience points. Lin Qun immediately added the points to level up, leveling up again. All attributes increased by 20 points. Without any additional buffs, Lin Qun's stats were already level 65, 33335000, 600000, strength 737, agility 658.3, constitution 666, stamina 103.6, 530.6, dark energy 2,871, 5. At level 65, Lin Qun's stats were getting higher and higher. His constitution was even a whopping 666. However, now was not the time to think about these things. His dark energy and stamina were almost depleted, and even the dark energy stored in the 100 healing seal had been almost completely used up in this battle. He was currently taking potions while flying towards the ruins behind him. The effects of the molecular freezing weapon were still present. This thing was extremely powerful and had a long duration of effect. Lin Qun's movements were somewhat stiff and slow compared to usual. He landed in the underground city ruins below. By this time, the underground city ruins had completely collapsed, with debris falling like rain. The overall structure shattered, and the appearance was quite tragic. Lin Qun flew down and first found the broken Huxin sword, which had been temporarily left behind due to the rapid return of his primordial spirit. He put it back into his Kyankan bag, then his gaze shifted to a corner. Li Zhuzhu and Tang Liuda were struggling to move Li Ji and Ho Yan. Their injuries were quite severe, and they were almost unable to move. Although Li Zhuzhu and Tang Liuda were not injured, their strength was not very high. Under the influence of the molecular freezing weapon, their movements were slow, and they could not exert half of their strength. At this time, in this underground city where the world was collapsing, moving Li Ji and Ho Yan out was an extremely difficult task for them. Li Zhuzhu watched helplessly as a huge fragment fell from above, about to bury them. Tears welled up in her eyes, but her body refused to obey her commands, and she could only watch helplessly. However, the huge fragment did not fall. In mid-air, it emitted light from its center, and then, under the action of boundless and terrifying power, it exploded into dust in mid-air. Multiple groups of forest creatures split up, each leading one person, and escorted all 4 to safety above the ice. Looking at the 4 forest creatures beside her, Li Zhuzhu's initial shock turned to joy. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. You arrived just in time. If it weren't for you, we would definitely have been crushed to death. But, which one is the real you? The 4 forest creatures raised their heads together, pointing into the distance. It turned out that none of the 4 forest creatures here were the real Lin creatures. The real Lin creatures were above the ice, activating a teleportation portal. Seeing this, Li Zhuzhu and Tang exchanged a glance, once again awestruck by the Lin creatures' methods. Behind them, the Ice Energy Clan's underground city collapsed completely with a deafening roar. The beautiful Ice Energy Clan underground armory was completely buried in ruins, forming a terrifying crater. Li Zhuzhu turned back, her eyes still filled with lingering fear. Tang Liuda glanced at everyone, holding the communication device damaged by the molecular freezing bomb, and looked at Lin Qun with worry, saying, Mr. Lin, we can't contact anyone else. Our wounded here probably need urgent rescue. At that moment, Lin Qun had already opened a portal. On the other side of the portal was the human advance base, more than 300 kilometers away. Seeing this, Tang Liuda and the others were overjoyed. Nothing could be faster. Crossing the portal, the 300-kilometer distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Lin Qun went through first, and his clones helped bring the others in. The portal Lin Qun opened was in a pre-memorized location within the human advance base. This was the agreed-upon location if Lin Qun wanted to return. Therefore, as soon as the portal opened, the waiting support personnel quickly sprang into action, rescuing the wounded and handing new communication devices to Lin Qun. Only then did Lin Qun contact Chen Wang. I'm back. What's going on? As Lin Qun stepped forward, his Mark 50 nanodetch suit automatically donned, receiving footage from the military. Chen Wang, hearing Lin Qun's voice, breathed a slight sigh of relief and said, Mr. Lin, it's wonderful that you've returned safely. We've been waiting for you. The war has begun. Chu Yaowei has successfully reached the evolver level and is leading our air combat group. The footage was now connected. On the battlefield of the human fleet ahead, Chu Yaowei's figure was heroic and valiant, leading the human air combat group in a series of maneuvers, forcing the three Ice Energy Clan fleets to retreat repeatedly. But they refused to give up, relying on the superior performance and firepower of their fleet's warships to engage Chu Yaowei and the human fleet in a fierce battle. Although Chu Yaowei was an evolver, she had only just reached this level and was completely unfamiliar with her own abilities, which created an opportunity for the Ice Energy Clan. Chen Weiying said, "I suspect they're still maneuvering against us because they believe there's still a chance of victory. And if I'm not mistaken, that chance is the trap they set for you in the armory. They're blindly optimistic that their two evolved humans can kill you, and once they succeed and return to this battlefield, Chu Yaowei and our fleet will crumble. But they didn't expect that it would be their evolved humans who die." Lin Qun sneered at this. The Ice Energy Clan started this war with complete confidence in their victory, so naturally they didn't want to give up easily. They had their own reasons for their confidence. But unfortunately, their confidence was wrong. Lin Qun didn't die in the trap of that underground armory. It was their evolved humans who suffered a crushing defeat. Notify Suji to hold them off. I'll be there soon. Now, it's our turn to make our move. Lin Qun clenched his fist. He noticed that as he returned, the effects of the molecular freezing bombs on him were steadily decreasing, and the dark energy within his body, which had been continuously resisting the molecular freezing weapons, was rapidly turning the tide and gaining the upper hand in the battle. Lin Qun's combat strength had recovered to about 70–80% by this point. He realized that although the molecular freezing bomb appeared to have detonated immediately, its effect was a sustained impact on a specific area, a microscopic effect. Moving far away from that area would quickly resolve its effects. This might be why the Ice Energy Clan evolver hadn't used the alternate dimension on him. That way, it wouldn't be a limitation for Lin Qun, but rather an aid. However, this weapon was still very strange, and it was directly effective against evolvers. In the universe, the incredible individual combat power of high-energy individuals might be incredibly strong, but the crystallization of technology is equally dazzling and powerful. This thought flashed through his mind. Lin Qun strode forward. The portal's ability activated. A circular portal, only wide enough for one person to pass through, appeared before him. He had no awareness of the rapidly changing air ahead, but he was familiar with the Survey-class strategic cruiser. Therefore, he could open this portal within the Survey-class strategic cruiser. He stepped through. The portal vanished behind him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qun appeared on the bridge of the human Survey-class strategic cruiser, more than 50 kilometers away. At that moment, its captain, Suji, had only just received Chen Weiying's order that Mr. Lin was arriving. She jumped up from the captain's seat, looked at Lin Qun who had suddenly appeared behind her, and said, "Mr. Lin, you've arrived." "I've arrived." Survey-class strategic cruiser, full speed ahead, notify Chu Yaowei to cooperate with me and wipe out their second fleet first. A cold light flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. They would never have imagined that I would arrive so quickly. This is our advantage. At this moment, 300 kilometers away from the human forward base, at the edge of the collapsed underground city crater, Lin Qun had been gone for almost a minute. On the ground, several water droplets had just gathered together, forming a very miniature ice fluid life form. This was the arrogant evolved being. At that moment, like a frightened bird, it coalesced and, without even glancing back, sped away, seemingly afraid that Lin Qun's departure was a fate and that he might return at any moment. It tucked its tail between its legs and fled for its life. Chapter 478 Suppressing all directions. On the frozen planet, dark clouds churned in the sky. It was as if a giant hand was stirring the heavens, causing this world to tremble and tremble with unease. A massive fleet of ships traversed the clouds, like colossal leviathans roaming the heavens. This was the Ice Race's second space fleet. But unlike their aggressive arrival, they were now desperately fleeing. They were speeding towards space. Once they entered space, they could shake off most of the human air combat group behind them. However, at this moment, what they were desperately trying to shake off was not the human air combat group. Behind them, only one warship was relentlessly pursuing them. It was the Survey-class strategic cruiser. It was incredibly fast and accelerating, relentlessly pursuing the Ice Race fleet, showing no signs of slowing down. As they approached, nearing a straggling warship at the rear of the second fleet, Two astonishing figures emerged from the fleet at high speed. They crisscrossed each other, and under the cover of fire from the survey-class strategic cruiser, easily tore the straggling warship to pieces. It exploded in the sky. The clouds trembled, and the two human figures turned back one after the other. The high-speed survey-class strategic cruiser, like a black beast, continued its pursuit, eliminating them one by one. In the second fleet, the Ice Clan commander had already received a notification from Yin and the arrogant evolved being. The trap set by the Ice Clan for Lin Qun had been broken, and one of their evolved beings had been killed in action. Damn it, even if we failed, they arrived way too fast. How did these humans manage that? How could they appear here and there in such a short time? The second fleet flagship commander paced back and forth like an ant on a hot plate, gritting his teeth. Quick! Speed up! Speed up and shake them off. We can't let them get close to us. As long as we can create distance, even two evolved beings can't do anything to us. The Ice Energy Clan's space fleet possessed an absolute advantage, capable of inflicting devastating blows on human air combat groups and ground forces. Even against evolved beings, they could fight them with fleets on the interstellar battlefield. The prerequisite was maintaining sufficient distance. With enough distance and depth, even if you were an evolved being, they could kill you. But unfortunately, they just couldn't create distance. The survey-class strategic cruiser was extremely fast. It was no weaker than the Ice Energy Clan's warships. Its speed was equivalent to Lin Qun's speed. Once the forest gets close, the Ice Clan's warships, no matter how advantageous, will be meaningless. Without sufficient distance to sustain them, their warships, even with the Ice Clan's technology, are far too vulnerable to the evolved humans and will be destroyed instantly. Humanity's expedition to the frozen planet, leveraging their strengths and compensating for their weaknesses, may seem risky, but it is actually the wisest choice. Within the planet, the Ice Clan fleet's advantages are completely negligible, while the advantages of the forest and humanity can be amplified infinitely. This advantage, unclear during the landing operation, is now fully revealed in this battle. What good is their technological advantage? The forest is right on their planetary homeland. They cannot bypass it or create distance. What good is their ability to overwhelm human ground forces? Without dealing with the forest, they have no chance to make contact with and suppress human ground forces. Just like now, they can only watch helplessly as the enemy approaches, like terrifying hunters in the forest, rapidly closing in from behind and picking them off one by one. The situation is collapsing in a one-sided fashion. The excitement, arrogance, and exhilaration in the eyes of the Ice Energy Clan beings had vanished, replaced by utter despair and terror. They had nowhere to run. Ship after ship of their own was being destroyed. They couldn't create any distance, and even if they could, what difference would it make? Their homeland was right here. Lin Qun didn't even need to chase them. They would return sooner or later. Amidst the dazzling flames and countless scattered wrecks, the human warships surged forward, violently tearing everything in their path. Bathed in flames, Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei fought their way through the fray, their combined firepower from the survey-class strategic cruiser overwhelming the Ice Energy Clan's ships. None of them could withstand the onslaught. They all exploded rapidly under the attack, shattering into pieces in the sky. The last ship was their second fleet flagship. It had escaped the atmosphere and attempted to warp away, but unfortunately, it was relentlessly pursued by the survey-class strategic cruiser. Lin Qun shot through it like a rainbow, directly entering their bridge. The Ice Energy Clan commander at the front collapsed to the ground in terror, his icy body almost completely disintegrating. Fearless Ice Energy Clan powerhouses swiftly attacked Lin Qun. But they didn't even have the chance to get close. Lin Qun killed with his eyes. One glance, and the entire bridge exploded. As if swept by laser guns, the Ice Energy Clan's bodies were blasted apart. They didn't possess the survival abilities of evolved beings. Even with their unique life form, a single Ice Energy Clan life form, after Lin Qun's single glance from top to bottom in 7 or 8 explosions, was doomed. In the blink of an eye, the bridge was engulfed in flames. Chu Yaowei also charged in from another direction, cutting her way through from the rear. This time, however, the two of them didn't destroy the Ice Energy Clan flagship. Instead, they entered the warship and emptied it. Lin Qun wanted to capture the warship. Of course, not now. The battle on the frozen planet wasn't over yet. After quickly reducing the warship to empty, Lin Qun swiftly returned to the survey-class strategic cruiser. Suji rapidly issued orders. The massive warships sank rapidly, disappearing into the clouds below in the blink of an eye. At high speed, the chaotic battlefield unfolded before them. The reconnaissance-class strategic cruiser passed through the wreckage of the Ice Clan's second fleet, like a general surveying ruins. Its cold, gleaming armor flashed as it forcefully smashed through massive fragments, heading towards the next battlefield. Humanity's air combat groups had already dispersed in all directions, an order from the human forward base command to completely shift from defense to offense, to delay the retreat of the other 5th and 3rd Ice Clan space fleets. Upon receiving the definitive message from the arrogant evolved beings, the Ice Clan fleet commander, Yin, had already judged that with their top-tier combat force lost on the battlefield, fighting in space was tantamount to crippling their own space fleet. They had no chance. He immediately ordered a retreat. But Lin Qun and the humans were still too fast. Yin decisively chose a drastic measure. They abandoned the Ice Clan's second fleet. Faced with the encirclement of the human air combat group, the 5th and 3rd Ice Clan space fleets each chose to leave 2 warships behind to engage the human air combat group. The Ice Clan fleet was ultimately stronger. If they really wanted to escape, the human air force would have a hard time intercepting them. Even the few Ice Clan warships left behind to cover the retreat wanted to escape, but they were held back by the relentless attacks of the human air force. The human fighter squadrons launched a frantic suicidal charge. Shells were launched, all exploding on the enemy's shields, while a single salvo of enemy energy weapons could sweep away a large number of fighters. But the human air force soldiers were not afraid. They roared and howled. Block their retreat route. Don't be afraid of sacrifice. Don't be afraid of sacrifice. Our reinforcements are behind us. Our evolved beings are behind us. As long as we can hold them off, they will surely die. In the sky, the flames of the exploding human fighters were like bursts of fireworks, grand and tragic, erupting around the Ice Clan's rearguard warships. On the Ice Clan's rearguard warship, the bridge crew watched in horror at the scene unfolding before them. These humans are insane. They're willing to die just to stop us. No, perhaps this is the right choice. Their deaths and sacrifices are still worthwhile compared to one of our warships. We've suffered a greater loss. At that moment, they looked up. Above them, directly above the swirling battlefield, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, tearing the clouds apart with terrifying force. An unparalleled figure swooped down from the heavens, his swirling lightning covering several kilometers, striking the Ice Clan warship below with a deafening roar. It was like a divine punishment. The terrifying electric serpent instantly pierced everything. Human fighter jets pulled away, every human warrior staring wide-eyed, their eyes bloodshot as they witnessed this scene. Watching the lightning tore through the shields of the Ice Clan warship, forcefully and powerfully piercing the seemingly invincible advanced vessel, destroying it in the sky. Then, a figure rose slowly from the raging inferno. The Air Force soldiers were ecstatic. It's Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is here. It's Mr. Lin. Clear the way for Mr. Lin. Guide Mr. Lin. A magnificent scene unfolded on the battlefield. Countless fighter jets accompanied Lin Qun, and on the main battlefield, all friendly fighter jets and drones parted to make way for Lin Qun's advance, clearing a path to the enemy warship surrounded by the human air force. That scene was incredibly awe-inspiring. Under the gloomy sky, on the battlefield where fire raged, the direction Lin Qun was advancing was the path guided and cleared by the human air force. A path forged in blood and fire. The last 3 Ice Clan warships were destroyed by Lin Qun, turning into countless flying fragments of fire that fell to the earth. Meanwhile, the human aerial combat formations swiftly took off, rising in unison from around and behind Lin Qun, forming an aerial iron curtain like a torrent of steel, or a flock of birds exploding overhead and surging back towards the battlefield outside the human forward base. The ground forces battle was far from over. Just moments before, humanity lacked air support, now, they did. Lin Qun took a step forward. The original spatial portal suddenly appeared before him, he stepped through it, and in an instant, he was back in the human forward base. This time, he said nothing, directly attacking, flying out of the human forward base and crashing into the very center of the Ice Energy Clan army, watched by Wang Qizheng, Xia Qing, and a large number of human ground troops. Countless Ice Energy Clan creatures swarmed towards him in terror. But unfortunately, it was all in vain. The dazzling flash of the sword of Excalibur erupted from the very center of the Ice Energy Clan army. The collapse of the Ice Energy Clan army began from this moment. Their fate in this battle was sealed. Their space fleet, with its superior performance, could still afford to make a drastic retreat, but they couldn't. The number of Ice Energy Clan ground troops participating this time was greater than the number in the previous Human Expeditionary Force's first landing operation, and they had already been forced into close combat with a human army in the recent melee. They had come confident of victory, carrying the hope and fantasy of slaughtering the human forward base, but now, everything had changed. They had failed once again. Many Ice Energy Clan beings couldn't believe the outcome, howling madly and launching desperate, suicidal charges. Some Ice Energy Clan beings looked up at the sky in despair. Because after Lin Qun's arrival, another astonishing figure arrived aboard a survey-class strategic cruiser. It was Chu Yaowei. She flew into the sky, her aura sweeping across the battlefield. On the ground, Wang Qizheng and Xiaoqing looked up. Xiaoqing was happy for Chu Yaowei, saying, "She actually succeeded." Wang Qizheng narrowed his eyes, his expression like that of a senior watching a junior grow stronger, saying, "It seems that sending her was the right choice." Behind Chu Yaowei, aboard the survey-class strategic cruiser, Suji looked down at the densely packed battlefield below, took a deep breath, and said, "Avenge the attackers' warships, avenge our warriors who died because of the Ice Clan, fire, kill them all." On the survey-class strategic cruiser, the dark muzzles of cannons began to rotate, all aimed at the ground below, and opened fire. Firing at low altitude, its shadow covered the land below, and with each round of bombardment, the ground under its shadow was engulfed in the flames of the explosions. Countless Ice Clan lives had nowhere to escape, nowhere to hide, and could only watch helplessly as they were bombarded by the warships. Amidst the deafening roar, the survey-class strategic cruiser swept across the battlefield. On the outer perimeter, large numbers of Ice Energy Clan beings had begun to flee in disarray, abandoning their armor and weapons. Using ice-based mobility devices and low-flying aircraft, they attempted to escape while the central battlefield drew the majority of the enemy's attention. However, their escape was futile. Multiple forest swarms emerged from the battlefield, each pursuing a fleeing force, leaving no one unscathed. Some unleashed powerful attacks, forming hand seals that swept across the 2-kilometer radius, suppressing all fleeing Ice Energy Clan beings in that area. Meanwhile, another forest swarm flew in light cannonballs, crashing down on the escape route. A large number of Ice Energy Clan mobility devices were overturned. The swarm then attacked directly, its fists flashing with intense light, delivering 200 punches per second. One punch, one Ice Energy Clan life. In less than a minute, thousands of Ice Energy Clan warriors were all killed by its relentless blows. The same scene unfolded across the battlefield. The forest swarms did not use earth roar. On the chaotic battlefield, the rumbling might cause massive losses and casualties to his own troops, but his figure remained omnipresent. With the enhancement of his multiple shadow clone technique, Lin Qun could appear in every location on the battlefield. It was as if he was everywhere. Even the survey-class strategic cruiser bombarding the Earth and Chu Yaowei, who had become a true evolved being, couldn't match Lin Qun's killing efficiency. He swept across the battlefield like harvesting wheat. Wherever he was, the Ice Energy Clan's lives were swiftly wiped out. The battlefield presented a completely one-sided trend. The Ice Energy Clan suffered a crushing defeat, with countless casualties. Lin Qun's contribution points skyrocketed. Of course, this was also due to the large supply of dark energy recovery potions from the Federation, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to sustain such a massive dark energy consumption. But now, he was a killing god on the battlefield. Wherever he went, the Ice Energy Clan crumbled, none able to stand against him. A true sweep of the battlefield, suppressing all directions. This battle ended at an unimaginable speed. Smoke billowed straight into the sky. On the ground, countless corpses of the ice elemental life forms lay strewn across the battlefield, their abandoned war installations scattered everywhere. The battlefield, stretching for kilometers, was a scene of chaos and devastation. The frigid surface had warmed due to the battle, melting parts of the ice into streams that meandered through the battlefield in smoke. The clouds in the sky swirled like vortexes, and in some areas, small hailstones fell. This was a strange spectacle unique to this alien planet. But now, the mountains and fields were covered with human banners. The mountains and fields resounded with human cheers. In this battle, they had dealt a heavy blow to the ice elemental race's main force. Countless people raised their heads, and amidst the cheers, Lin Qun rose from the center of the battlefield, soaring beneath the swirling sky. The purifying heaven was activated, and in an instant, The vast blue sky was illuminated. The distant, faint stars seemed to guide a glorious future. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479 Card Draw. The Heavenly King Guangmu. Smoke billowed. Looking across the entire battlefield, not a single Ice Energy Clan life remained alive. Humans had also captured a group of Ice Energy Clan members suspected to be high-ranking officers of the ground forces, and were rapidly transporting them back to the forward base. Chen Weiyang addressed the entire channel. Gentlemen, this is a great victory. This is the first truly significant victory for our human civilization's expedition. We've traveled thousands of miles to get here, and finally, we've established a firm foothold. Chen Weiyang's words were mostly polite platitudes meant to boost morale and inspire the troops, which Lin Qun didn't pay much attention to. However, the soldiers below were all thrilled, cheering wildly for this victory. For these humans, this victory truly held immense meaning. Meanwhile, Lin Qun had already landed at the outermost edge of the battlefield. His main body had been there the whole time. Those who had gone out and wreaked havoc were actually his clones. After his main body's initial attack, he hadn't moved, focusing on recovering. Now, he opened his eyes, his spirits quite high. He had completely removed the effects of the molecular freezing bomb from his body. After this round, he gained a deeper understanding of the Ice Clan's molecular freezing bomb. This weapon of the Ice Clan was very strange. After its explosion, it seemed to release some kind of microscopic particles into space. These particles then spread widely throughout the space, causing a molecular freezing effect in the surrounding area. This is why the effect continued to decrease after leaving the area, although some was still absorbed and needed to be expelled. Now, the great battle was over, and in the distance, a spacecraft waddled towards them. It was Papadu, piloting a human spaceship, who had come running over, his face full of obsequiousness, and said with a smile, "Ah, my great and holy son of human civilization, you have successfully thwarted the enemy's plot against you and crushed the Ice Clan's attack on your human army. As your attendant, I am extremely honored and have come to escort you back to the forward base." Not only Papadu had come, but the 3 Cloud Cypress civilization beings who had come to the frozen planet had also come. Not all 3 Yunbei civilization beings were like Papadu. The latter two, while also offering flattery, lacked the naturalness of Papadu's sycophancy. This reveals why Papadu became the leader of this group of Yunbei civilization beings. Lin Qun exhaled, glanced in Chu Yaowei's direction, and remained silent for a moment. Finally, Lin Qun nodded, giving Papadu the opportunity to board the aircraft he had brought and return to the human forward base. The troops here wouldn't leave immediately. They would be responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. The bodies of human soldiers needed to be brought back, the wounded needed to be treated, and the large amount of spoils needed to be recovered as soon as possible. At the same time, Chen Weiyang issued orders to dispatch multiple teams to launch attacks from multiple directions, continuing to track and search for the Ice Energy Clan's activities. In this battle, the Ice Energy Clan suffered heavy losses, and with a human army now present, the humans could act even more arrogantly. Chu Yaowei watched Lin Qun's aircraft fly into the distance, not following, but slowly descending to rejoin Xiaoqing and the others. Xiaoqing stood at one end of the battlefield. As a powerful human talent, she had been working alongside Wang Qizhang and others, specifically fighting against the experts of the Ice Energy Clan. Although she had sustained some bruises, she wasn't seriously injured. Seeing Chu Yaowei land, she smiled and gave Chu Yaowei a hug. The 2 valiant beauties from the battlefield embracing each other were truly a pleasing sight. Xiaoqing said, "That's great. You really succeeded. Tell me, what does it feel like to become an evolved being?" At this moment, Chu Yaowei was the focus of envy and attention from many talents. A true human evolved being, second only to Mr. Lin. Chu Yaowei didn't know how to answer Xiaoqing's question, because she had only been an evolved being for a short time, and she hadn't broken through the conventional channels, but rather through the enhancement of the blood condensation 5 elements pill, combined with her original strength. As for what it felt like, Chu Yaowei closed her eyes. She could feel a strange inner core operating deep within her body, absorbing, purifying, and refining dark energy like an astonishing perpetual motion machine. However, It also emitted a faint aura of malevolence, somewhat disturbing her usually calm mind and thoughts. Soon, Chu Yaoi opened her eyes and smiled. Not bad. I just haven't figured it out yet. I'll invite you to my alternate dimension later. I really like it. Chu Yaoi felt good about the cold and murderous dueling space. Xiaoqing was slightly taken aback, then chuckled and shook her head, patting Chu Yaoi's shoulder. Chu Yaoi then looked up into the distance. Wang Qizheng was drinking heavily on the battlefield. Tongzhen, standing to the side, was exasperated. The battle just ended. Can you drink less? Mind your image. Chu Yaoi withdrew her gaze, looked at the chaotic battlefield, and threw herself into helping everyone get back to work. Meanwhile, Lin Qun had already returned to the human advance base. He first confirmed that Li Ji, Ho Yan, and the others were out of danger before finding Chen Weiying and telling him about what had happened in the Ice Energy Clan's underground city, 300 kilometers away. Chen Weiying's expression turned serious upon hearing this. He said, "They have this kind of weapon? It seems you and Chu Yaoi need to be careful. This civilization participating in the level 2 civilization battlefield has a wealth of methods, far more powerful than the civilizations we encountered on the Blue Star battlefield before. However, Mr. Lin, you are still a cut above the rest. 2 evolved beings, an entire trap, and you still managed to turn the tables." Lin Qun smiled. Although the trap set by the Ice Energy Clan was astonishing, it didn't actually affect him much. He had far more methods than the Ice Energy Clan had combined with the 2 evolved beings. Under these circumstances, what danger could he possibly face? At worst, he could ask the Heavenly King of the nation for help. With a source energy level expert in his avatar, any trap would crumble. Lin Qun asked, "What's the next plan?" "I see the portal is still open." "That's right. The portal is still open, and our army is still accelerating its entry into this planet," Chen Weiying said. "This victory has severely damaged the Ice Energy Clan's legion and caused their morale to plummet. Our strength, however, is growing stronger, and the time for the shift in power is approaching. Judging from this performance, below the Ice Lord of the Ice Energy Clan, there is no one who can directly confront you. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to set a trap. And now, we not only have you, but also Chu Yaoi. Actually, their fleet is still stronger than ours. If their entire fleet were to come out, no matter how many ground troops we send, it would be useless. But unfortunately, their top combat power is no match for Mr. Lin and your forces. We have also invaded their homeland, and their fleet is blocked at our doorstep, unable to exert its advantages and unable to fight against you, Mr. Lin. They can only retreat and watch helplessly as we devour and crush them. I have already relayed the message back to the Blue Star Command. Next, Blue Star will continue to supply us with troops. We are preparing to divide our forces into 18 groups to sweep across the entire frozen planet and bring all 6 million contribution points of the Ice Energy Clan back to our civilization." As he spoke, Chen Weiying's gaze was fixed on the images transmitted from the battlefield, human warriors and banners covering the mountains and plains, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity. Chen Weiying was right. The Ice Energy Clan's fleet far surpassed human strength, even possessing the ability to kill evolved beings. However, this advantage only held true in large-scale interstellar battles. Now that humans had invaded their homeland, these advantages vanished. Furthermore, the Ice Energy Clan's top-tier combat forces had been repeatedly routed and slaughtered by the Lin Qun. Their fleet was no match for the Lin Qun in the universe, forcing them to retreat. They could easily defeat humanity's relatively primitive ground forces, yet they were forced to cower. If their top-tier combat forces couldn't defeat them, then defeating human conventional forces was meaningless. Under these circumstances, Chen Weiying's planned large-scale offensive would undoubtedly advance comprehensively. As they gradually eroded the enemy, the Ice Energy Clan would even be unable to defeat human conventional forces. That would be the true end for the Ice Energy Clan. This was also Chen Weiying's and humanity's plan, a step-by-step approach, using their strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses, suppressing them while dividing and attacking, leaving the Ice Energy Clan breathless, defeating them, and reaping contribution points. While others were still cheering for the war before them, as the commander, Chen Weiying had already seen a greater possibility. The significance of this battle was extremely profound. It was a turning point for humanity's expedition to the frozen planet. Lin Qun also had expectations for this. 6 million contribution points. However, these plans were all for later. After the Great War, humans were not invincible. The human army needed time to continue its operations, searching for and annihilating the Ice Energy Clan's underground cities, while Lin Qun returned to his resting place. Here, he would draw cards and upgrade. In this battle, Lin Qun fought on 2 battlefields, destroying an Ice Energy Clan underground city, killing countless Ice Energy Clan ground troops, and destroying at least 9 Ice Energy Clan warships. Although the later battles were against the human army, the contribution points Lin Qun harvested were only a portion of the Ice Energy Clan's army. However, adding the number of Ice Energy Clan lives killed in the destroyed underground city and the contribution points Lin Qun had left at the beginning, the total was still considerable. His total contribution points have once again surpassed the 70,000 mark. He still has 4 million experience points. Enough to level up again. Lin Qun immediately leveled up, reaching level 66. All his attributes increased by another 20 points. Level 66, 1026800/66000000. Strength 757, Agility 678.3, Constitution 686, Energy 430.6 550.6, Dark Energy 871.5. Glancing at his stats, Lin Qun was quite satisfied. Then, he turned his gaze, set up an array, activated a concentration technique, and began drawing cards. He got a lucky 4-draw streak. With so many contribution points, he felt incredibly generous. Lin Qun planned to draw a batch of cards, then collect even more contribution points before attempting to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. With contribution points, he wouldn't have to spend countless years and time trying to advance. Leveling up through contribution points would be much faster. Although Lin Qun hasn't had a chance to have an in-depth exchange with Chu Yaowei yet, Chu Yaowei's successful formation of a pseudo-core confirms Lin Qun's previous guess. With her existing combat power plus her core formation cultivation, she should be able to reach the level of an evolved being. Therefore, Lin Qun is now very much looking forward to reaching the core formation stage. This is difficult outside the civilization battlefield, but relatively easy within it. He has a cheat code. As long as he has contribution points, his cultivation level will improve rapidly. Of course, the contribution points needed to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage will probably be quite a lot, and Lin Qun plans to accumulate those points later. He's not worried about the contribution points. Because the situation for humanity is currently very good, obtaining more contribution points is only a matter of time. Therefore, let's draw cards now. While others are busy cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Qun is leisurely drawing cards here. This is a privilege of top-tier experts. Lin Qun rubbed his hands together, and golden cards immediately appeared before him. The first card was incredibly lucky. Another Heavenly King Assistance card. Name, Guangmu Heavenly King Assistance Card 3, Type, Summoning card rank, a description, using this card will gain the attention of one of the 4 Heavenly Kings, Virupaksha, and, depending on Virupaksha's likes and dislikes, his incarnation will descend to assist you. Duration 3 minutes. Special Note 1, this card is one of the South Heavenly Gate Assist cards. Collect the Eastern Dhritarashtra Assist card, the Southern Virupaksha Assist card, the Western Virupaksha Assist card, and the Northern Vaishravana Assist card to synthesize the card South Heavenly Gate. Special note, when synthesizing the card, the remaining uses of the assist cards cannot be 0. Special note 2, hey, brother, let me give you a handy blow first, don't rush, the South Heavenly Gate is just behind, hiss. The image on this golden card is none other than the classic Virupaksha. At this point, Lin Qun already has 2 South Heavenly Gate series cards. He only needs Virupaksha and Vaishravana to complete the South Heavenly Gate card. Looking at the special note 2, Lin Qun thought to himself, 2 more strikes and the Southern Heavenly Gate will truly arrive. However, even though he was still short 2 cards, this Guangmu Heavenly King Assist card was still an incredibly powerful card. It was a genuine source energy level card. Even though it was just an avatar, it was still source energy level. Combined with the previous Dhritarashtra Heavenly King Assist card, this meant that Lin Qun could now summon a maximum of 2 source energy level cards to help him. Who said humans had no source energy? Not only did they have it, but they had to. However, the Dhritarashtra Heavenly King Assist card only had 2 uses left. If he wanted to synthesize the Southern Heavenly Gate in the future, the remaining uses of the Assist card could not be 0. In other words, Lin Qun could only ask Dhritarashtra Heavenly King to help him one more time. But that should be enough. Lin Qun carefully put away this golden Western Guangmu Heavenly King assist card, placing it together with the Eastern Dhritarashtra Heavenly King assist card. At this moment, the second glittering golden card also appeared. Compared to the previous card that was bursting with luck, this card, while useful, was still quite a bit inferior. This was a name, TIE Fighter Technology, type, item card grade, A, description. This is a hard drive containing blueprints and related technologies for 3 types of TIE fighters, the TIE Fighter, the TIE Bomber, and the TIE Interceptor. It records all relevant technologies and blueprints, allowing you to build these 3 types of TIE fighters exactly as they were. Conditionalization. This card is a rarely drawn, purely technology-based item card. The TIE Fighter is a classic space fighter of the Empire in the Star Wars universe, officially named the Twin Ion Engine Fighter. Its unique design is one of the classic images of small-sized Imperial air combat aircraft. Except for some special TIE fighters with hyperspace engines, most basic TIE fighters are designed for near-space combat, powered by ion engines and equipped with classic blaster turrets. Judging from this description, this TIE Fighter technology likely refers to the basic TIE Fighter model, that is, the model without a hyperspace engine. While not particularly powerful, it is still valuable technology and meaningful for the Federation at present. Because humanity currently lacks the technology to mass-produce space fighters, even short-range ones, this TIE Fighter technology will undoubtedly compensate for this deficiency, providing some support for humanity's current lack of space warships. The ion engine technology and TIE Fighter technology are also urgently needed technologies for humanity at present, and their significance is quite considerable when considered separately. Humanity can apply these technologies to many other areas. For humanity, the TIE Fighter itself on the card isn't the key, the related technologies, and even space fighter technology, are the focus. Cards that directly draw warships like the Survey-class strategic cruiser are like giving someone a fish. This card, however, is like teaching someone how to fish. Its profound significance far exceeds the items the card itself can create for the Federation. Of course, this kind of technology card isn't very meaningful to Lin Qun. He put the card away, intending to materialize it later and give it to the Supreme Commander, an elderly man. He believed that the Federation's technical departments and experts would be very interested in it. At that moment, the third golden card appeared before Lin Qun. Chapter 480, Ascend to the Level of God? Name, 7-leaf yin blood mushroom. Type, item card grade, A. Description, using this card will grant you 1 7-leaf yin blood mushroom. This elixir requires the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage to consume. After consumption, it will assist in breaking through to the core formation stage. Special note, consuming this elixir and refining it for the breakthrough requires a long period of seclusion without interruption. Condense. The description of this card was quite concise, but the content was exactly what Lin Qun needed. This was a key elixir for breaking through to the core formation stage. As for its special note, Lin Qun felt it was more like a reminder. Cultivation, especially breaking through to a higher realm, is inherently like this. It cannot be interrupted. If it is interrupted, it will cause trouble, and Lin Qun understood this. This elixir was indeed useful to Lin Qun at the moment. He put it away. Immediately, the fourth card appeared. This time, it was a skill card. Name, Blessing of the Angel of Justice. Type, consumable skill card. Description, by using this skill card, you will receive the blessing of Kale, the Angel of Justice, and be empowered by the power of her divine judgment. You will gain 2.5 seconds of damage immunity, and after this effect ends, you will unleash a divine judgment purification attack on an indiscriminate area within a 3-kilometer radius. This blessing can be summoned up to 3 times, with a minimum interval of 10 minutes between each use. Regardless of whether the blessing is used in its entirety, the effect will be consumed within 12 hours. Special note 1. Divine Judgment Purification is a selective purification, only effective against enemy targets, that is, creatures of races other than those using this blessing. Special note 2. If the user uses Blessing of the Angel of Justice 3 times while in dire straits and escapes danger through this skill, Supreme Flame will be successfully triggered, and you will gain a consumable effect card, Ascension to Godhood. Special note 3. With a sharp blade in hand, punish all. This card appears, depicting Kale, the Angel of Justice, a classic character from League of Legends, wielding a sword. The card's effect is exactly the same as the skill of this hero in League of Legends, granting an invincibility buff for 2.5 seconds and dealing damage to surrounding enemies. However, in the game, the damage from this skill is related to the attributes of the hero, and this seems to be implicitly acknowledged here as well. The only difference is that this guardian angel is no longer a player-controlled character, but rather a true embodiment of the guardian angel from another fantasy world. The entire skill requires no power, energy, or dark energy from Lin Qun. It's entirely powered by the guardian angel. Thinking about it this way, this so-called Holy Judgment Purification Strike will likely possess considerable power. What interests Lin Qun even more is the card's special note 2, Ascension to Godhood. In the game, this is the passive effect of the hero guardian angel, and it's also the soul and source of the hero's strength. In the game, the passive effect Ascension to Godhood, as its name suggests, experiences significant boosts at 3 key points as the character levels up. The character Angel of Justice transforms from a melee attacker to a ranged attacker, and their wings grow from 2 to 6, becoming a 6-winged angel. This greatly enhances their attack power and combat strength. The special note 2 effect's trigger condition perfectly aligns with the meaning of Ascension to Godhood. Rising from humble beginnings, step by step, ascending to godhood in dire straits. However, from a realistic perspective, the trigger condition requires 3 suicide attempts to obtain. Nevertheless, this card, as a skill card, is quite powerful. Even disregarding the Ascension to Godhood effect, which is yet to be obtained, the 3 2.5-second invincibility opportunities alone represent a considerable boost. With this, all 4 cards have been drawn. Lin Qun has 30,000 contribution points remaining, which he plans to wait for the next round of good luck to draw more cards. Immediately, he materialized the hard drive and loaded the Blessing of the Angel of Justice into it. Although the Blessing of the Angel of Justice only offered 3 uses, it was a skill card. Unlike the previous use cards, it could be loaded as a skill. Upon success, a burning angel seemed to appear before Lin Qun, flapping its wings and rising from in front of him, reaching the sky. Then, Lin Qun felt a strange connection, as if he had established a link with the angel from that otherworldly realm. When he chose to communicate, the angel would bestow a blessing upon him. This feeling was wondrous, with an implicit, divine enhancement that made Lin Qun's mind clearer. Immediately, Lin Qun stood up and returned to the command center of the human advance base, handing the hard drive containing the TIE fighter technology to Chen Weiying and explaining it to him. Hearing Lin Qun's introduction, Chen Weiying also showed a solemn expression, saying, "This is a valuable item. It will accelerate the progress of our human space fighters and related weapons." Although Chen Weiying wasn't a science and technology expert, he was a qualified military commander. He immediately saw that the value of this item lay not in its so-called titanium fighter design blueprints, but in the various related technologies involved. Materials technology, weapons technology, and so on, would propel the advancement of the entire human field. Chen Weiying said, "I will deliver it to Blue Star as soon as possible." Good. This was also why Lin Qun was so eager to hand it over to Chen Weiying. The sooner it was delivered, the sooner the Federation could begin research, and consequently, the sooner a production line could be established, strengthening humanity's military power. Lin Qun also needed this military power. Today, in pursuit of the Ice Energy Clan's Second Fleet, without the high speed of the Survey-class strategic cruiser, even if Lin Qun arrived at the battlefield immediately, he wouldn't have been able to stop the entire enemy fleet. Because as a space fleet, their speed could easily exceed Lin Qun's own maximum speed, even the Mark 50 nanometer suit's speed was far behind. What's considered high speed in the universe is practically indistinguishable from low speed in the cosmos. On the macroscopic battlefield, no matter how powerful Lin Qun is, the biggest obstacle to defeating his opponent is speed and distance, something he can't overcome, even for evolved beings and source energy level beings. Therefore, advanced warships and powerful fleets are crucial platforms. This is true for civilizations, and even more so for powerful individuals within them. The growth and technological advancement of the human fleet is a huge advantage for Lin Qun. Chen Weiying glanced at Lin Qun and said, "Also, the Supreme Commander has something to tell you." Lin Qun snapped out of his thoughts and looked at him. Although there are now teleportation portals, currently, signal transmission seems difficult. Therefore, communication between Blue Star and this place is relatively slow, consisting of only 2 methods: conventional interplanetary wireless communication, and the use of messengers to transmit information back and forth between the two ends of the portal. Neither of these methods achieves the efficiency of communication within the same planet. Direct and rapid communication has become difficult. Chen Weiyang said. The Supreme Commander said he has collected another round of contribution points, but the amount is still not enough. The Federation will prioritize providing you with support in terms of dark energy and stamina recovery potions. If you need other exchange items, you can also ask for them. Lin Qun was slightly taken aback, not expecting that the Supreme Commander's message from afar meant this. In this expedition, they had killed over 10,000 Ice Energy Clan members. Half of them were killed on the spot by Lin Qun, and the other half were divided among other humans. This was actually quite a lot for an individual, but on the scale of civilization, it was a drop in the ocean, let alone sharing some with Lin Qun. The amount would probably be very small, making it very inefficient. As far as Lin Qun knew, the Supreme Commander hadn't yet collected contribution points. The contribution points Chen Weiyang mentioned were likely collected proportionally from the remaining points in the accounts of human soldiers who died on the frozen planet, making the amount even smaller. In this situation, redistributing them to Lin Qun was inappropriate. The allocated points wouldn't be enough for him to do anything, and it would only waste processing fees. Therefore, exchanging for what he needed was the best option. Thinking this, Lin Qun said, I don't need anything else, just energy and dark energy recovery potions. Lin Qun was now very open about supporting the Federation. Because of the Federation's support, he could give back even more. The warships and technology he provided were things that contribution points simply couldn't buy. Chen Weiyang glanced at Lin Qun and said, the Supreme Commander said he's not in a hurry to gather contribution points. There's a cooldown period for gathering contribution points. Currently, we haven't harvested enough contribution points on the Ice Energy Clan's planet. Blindly gathering them would be a waste. We should wait until we have more contribution points before gathering them, so we can get it done in one go. That's for the best. Lin Qun understood that the Supreme Commander didn't need to tell Chen Weiyang this, nor did he need Chen Weiyang to tell him. But by saying this, he meant that Lin Qun didn't need to rush. He would definitely get his share when the contribution points were gathered in the future. Lin Qun wasn't in a hurry either. There were contribution points everywhere here. Compared to the civilization harvesting and redistributing them, Lin Qun preferred to harvest them himself. It was simple, convenient, and saved him the fees. There's one more thing. I think you should check on the progress. Chen Weiyang paused slightly and said, the Yunbei civilization's inhabitants are very well behaved on Blue Star. The planet-destroying weapons they're making for us are almost finished, but we've discovered that our material consumption is a bit off. Are they tampering with it? Lin Qun frowned. Recently, the Yunbei civilization's weasel-like beings have indeed become much more docile than before, showing great obedience and assistance to humans. Now it seems, they might be being misled. Chen Weiyang said seriously, I don't know. Our people on Blue Star are investigating in secret. It's just speculation for now. I'm just reminding you, be careful with that, unclear, possibly a reference to a specific type of weapon or action. I understand, don't worry. As long as they can build us a real planet-destroying weapon, some minor actions are fine. Lin Qun nodded. Planet-destroying weapons are the key. Chen Weiyang nodded in agreement. Although humans only have the authority to launch planet-destroying weapons once in the level 2 civilization battlefield, having such a weapon and not having it are two different things. As long as the Yunbei civilization helps humans build planet-destroying weapons, whatever they are doing in secret, it will be a great help. At least for now, they are quite useful. After leaving Chen Weiyang, a light drizzle began to fall, and the temperature dropped several degrees. Lin Qun met Chu Yaowei at the edge of the forward base. She was standing in the shadow of the survey-class strategic cruiser. Noticing Lin Qun approaching, she said, thank you for the blood coagulation pill, I succeeded. How do you feel? Lin Qun looked at her. Upon closer inspection, Chu Yaowei looked almost the same as before, except her eyes were brighter, and her skin seemed more crystalline and lustrous than before. Overall, she exuded a unique aura, but it was hard to say whether this was a change brought about by an evolved being or by the core formation stage. It's a bit strange. It's like transcendence. I can clearly feel the difference in myself. It feels like I am still me, I look like me, my thoughts are me, but my body and strength have all been upgraded to a non-human level. I can even knock you away with one punch. Chu Yaowei joked, waving her small fist, revealing an eager expression. Perhaps many people want to do this. Can you see your specific attributes? The feeling Chu Yaowei described was very similar to Lin Qun's previous guesses about evolved beings. Evolved beings, as the name suggests, are those who evolve and leap from a higher level of life. And now that she had succeeded, it confirmed Lin Qun's thoughts. Lin Qun didn't say it aloud, because he felt it was more suitable and a better choice for Chu Yaowei to explore and adapt to her abilities. All 999. It seems that it really stops displaying after 999. Chu Yaowei shook her head and said, "This pseudo-core is very interesting. It can purify and store dark energy, something other evolved beings don't have." As time passed, Chu Yaowei increasingly felt the uniqueness of the pseudo-core within her. This would give her a greater advantage compared to other evolved beings. Moreover, with a path of advancement through divine kingdoms and innate abilities, Chu Yaowei didn't see the pseudo-core as a limitation. On the contrary, for someone like her, who is almost impossible to improve through normal cultivation, it was another means and ability. Looking at Chu Yaowei, Lin Qun also felt a sense of longing and anticipation for becoming an evolved being himself. He wondered what kind of alternate dimension he would experience as an evolved being. What changes would occur? He believed it would be extraordinary. Lin Qun had long anticipated becoming an evolver, and the most basic requirement was having all attributes exceeding 1,000. Previously, Lin Qun was far from achieving this, but now, he was getting closer and closer to meeting the basic requirements. Lin Qun guessed that he might become an evolver before even reaching the core formation stage, perhaps even the late foundation establishment stage. Anyway, thank you, Lin Qun. Chu Yaowei looked at Lin Qun seriously and said, "I hope to fight alongside you on the road ahead." In the shadow of the survey-class strategic cruiser, through the misty rain, Chu Yaowei's eyes shone brightly like stars. Lin Qun stared at this beautiful face and those beautiful eyes, momentarily stunned. Until a sly look appeared in the woman's eyes. "So, Mr. Lin, how about we spar in my alternate dimension?" Huh? Chapter 481 Card Draw. Mount Lu Rising Dragon Fist. Captain Su, Mr. Lin and Miss Chu, who were just below us, seemed to have suddenly disappeared. We detected energy fluctuations from Miss Chu. A technician on the survey-class strategic cruiser immediately reported. Suji glanced down at her feet and said, "Mr. Lin must have entered Miss Chu's alternate dimension. There's nothing to worry about. Let's continue our work." She didn't need to concern herself with the affairs of the big shots. Suji's judgment was correct. Chu Yaowei didn't give Lin Qun a chance to refuse at all. While Lin Qun was still stunned by her words, she had already cunningly opened her alternate dimension and swallowed Lin Qun whole. There are several ways for evolved beings to open their alternate dimensions. One is to directly open an opening, showing a clear boundary with the real world. They can choose to envelop people and objects outside, or simply maintain this state, using it as a medium to enhance the evolved being in the real world. Another way is to blend into the environment, silently bringing people into it. Chu Yaowei was using this method at the moment, but her alternate dimension was an exaggerated one, unlike the kind of world environment copied by the evolved beings of the divine and mystic civilization. Even if they didn't notice when they were pulled in, they would immediately sense it upon entering. A rumbling sound came from beneath Lin Qun's feet. The rocks and ice on the ground suddenly rose up. The surrounding world disappeared at this moment, replaced by a hazy gray chaos. Soon, a high platform formed, pulling Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei up hundreds of meters into the air, forming a square dual arena. However, this time, the scene here was different from before. The four sides of the dual arena had walls and buildings, making it look more like a dual arena, adding a cold and murderous atmosphere to the place. In front of Lin Qun, Chu Yaowei took half a step back, bowed slightly, and said, "Welcome to my world, Mr. Lin. This looks like an advanced version of your innate ability." Lin Qun looked around. This wasn't his first time entering an alternate dimension, but it was the first time he had stood so calmly in someone else's alternate dimension, observing his surroundings. "So, how did this place form?" Lin Qun asked. "Is this an ability acquired upon becoming an evolved being?" Lin Qun had always been puzzled by the signature abilities of evolved beings. He also wanted to know how such a unique and existing alternate dimension was obtained. However, all the evolved beings he had encountered with this ability to open alternate dimensions were his opponents, so he had no way of knowing the answer. Chu Yaowei said, "It does seem like an innate ability. When I became an evolved being, I was able to sense the existence of this place and then communicate with it. For me, this place is both a space that can enhance my abilities and a reservoir of my power. I think it's like I reached the level of an evolved being and then gained abilities belonging to evolved beings. Just as we humans are born with eyes to observe and noses to smell, but not all creatures have this ability. I'm sorry, I'm not actually very clear about it yet. Chu Yaowei frowned. She had only been an evolved being for less than a blue star day, and her understanding of evolved beings was actually quite limited. That analogy is actually quite accurate. Although I don't have the ability of the alternate dimension, nor have I grown into a true evolved being, I've come into contact with many evolved beings and have some thoughts and ideas. Lin Qun pondered. Evolved beings are like evolving from one species to another. This alternate dimension is like the corresponding eyes and nose, only it's more abstract than eyes and nose. That should be it. Chu Yaowei also showed a thoughtful expression. Their current discussion was about studying evolved beings and deepening their understanding of them, which was also the direction Lin Qun was pursuing. His attributes and level were getting higher and higher, and now he had obtained the 7-leaf yin blood mushroom. Breaking through to become an evolved being might only be a matter of time. It wouldn't hurt to learn a little in advance. The two discussed it for a while, and during the discussion, Lin Qun confirmed with Chu Yaowei that becoming an evolved being with all attributes at 999 was indeed a prerequisite. Lin Qun couldn't help but feel anticipation. Chu Yaowei's alternate dimension was clearly closely related to her innate ability, being the source of its derivation and enhancement. In this light, if he became an evolved being, his alternate dimension might also be related to his ability. Lin Qun's ability, that's unlimited card drawing, and the alternate dimension associated with that ability, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Isn't this a cheat code plus a cheat code plus a cheat code? Thinking of this, Lin Qun felt a surge of anticipation. He was getting closer and closer to that goal. For ordinary beings, even if all attributes exceeded 999, becoming an evolved being seemed to be a hurdle, an insurmountable barrier. But for Lin Qun, he had a cultivation method. Following Chu Yaowei's example, this hurdle shouldn't be an obstacle for him. As long as his sword control technique steadily improved, he would smoothly reach the evolved being realm, just like Chu Yaowei, who, after consuming a pseudo-elixir, broke through to the core formation stage and naturally became an evolved being. On the other hand, Qingqi, Tianchu, and others had been top-tier experts for a long time, yet they hadn't broken through, clearly stuck. This was definitely an insurmountable barrier, otherwise, there wouldn't be so few evolved beings. Unfortunately, Lin Qun had a cheat code. The so-called insurmountable barrier was useless to him. Then, Lin Qun stepped forward and placed his hand on Chu Yaowei's wrist, releasing a trace of dark energy to sense the pseudo-core within her body. The core formation stage, Lin Qun had only ever seen such a realm in novels before. He would one day reach this stage himself, so he was extremely curious and wanted to experience it beforehand. "Let me see your pseudo-core." With Lin Qun's wrist in hers, Chu Yaowei blinked, glanced at him, and immediately felt his aura flow into her body. Her face inexplicably flushed, but she didn't resist. She simply looked at him, allowing Lin Qun to guide her, circulating her pseudo-core in response, making it easier for him to examine it. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but in the end, she only gave a soft hum and remained silent. Lin Qun, however, was completely focused on the pseudo-core. Having consumed the blood coagulation 5 elements pill and achieved a pseudo-core, Chu Yaowei's dark energy had nearly caught up with Lin Qun's, as both were considered cultivation powers. However, Lin Qun also sensed some malevolent energy within Chu Yaowei's pseudo-core, though compared to the power of the immortal execution sword, it was negligible and had little impact on her. Lin Qun briefly explained these circumstances. He then began guiding Chu Yaowei to familiarize herself with the application of cultivation powers, such as perception. Here, he attempted to teach her the mountain opening seal. The mountain opening seal was well suited to Chu Yaowei's current state. Although she possessed a pseudo-core and hadn't followed the normal path of cultivation, she could still utilize many of Lin Qun's skills and abilities. However, since Lin Qun had directly extracted and imprinted the mountain opening seal into his mind, teaching it to someone else would be somewhat troublesome and would require a considerable amount of time. Lin Qun was very patient with Chu Yaowei. The mountain opening seal is a decent technique. The more dark energy one possesses and the higher one's cultivation level, the greater its power. Those with a weak strength can't even use it, while those with strong strength can achieve astonishing results. Opening a mountain with a single seal is even an understatement. Chu Yaowei is now an evolved being. If she could learn it, it could become one of her signature skills. Unfortunately, while Lin Qun is patient, he's not a good teacher. His abilities rely entirely on cheat codes. He himself is a cheat code user, lacking sufficient theoretical knowledge to support his teaching. His instruction is quite chaotic, and after teaching for a long time, Chu Yaowei's alternate dimension is almost unable to sustain itself due to the extended duration. However, although Lin Qun is a somewhat incompetent teacher, Chu Yaowei's comprehension and ability are undeniable. She has already roughly grasped the overall process and only lacks the ability to apply it. Chu Yaowei's face paled slightly. She hadn't had the heart to interrupt the enthusiastic Lin Qun, and finally said, "Lin Qun, I think I'm a little short of being able to hold on. Perhaps we should go outside." Lin Qun was slightly taken aback, realizing that he had been so focused on getting Chu Yaowei to learn the skill as soon as possible, adding a crucial element to her attack. After all, they were still on the frozen planet, surrounded by danger. Now that Chu Yaowei had become an evolved being, she would undoubtedly be a prime target in the next confrontation. If she could maximize her strength, her chances of survival would be much greater. And before they knew it, several hours had passed. "Sorry," Lin Qun scratched his head, "I was just thinking about teaching you this as quickly as possible. Let's go outside now." Chu Yaowei smiled and nodded. Looking at Lin Qun's earnest face, she understood what he was thinking. In fact, she really enjoyed that state of mind just now. If she hadn't truly been unable to hold on, she wouldn't have bothered to remind him, nor would she have wanted to. Alright. However, after reaching the level of an evolver, my dark energy seems to be more than just the numbers on the panel. Chu Yaowei waved her hand, and the surrounding alternate dimension disappeared like bubbles, returning them to their original spot. The survey-class strategic cruiser that had been above them was nowhere to be seen. My numerical value is one thing, but my alternate dimension itself is like a reservoir. It can store dark energy. Perhaps my numerical value is around 1100 or 1200 dark energy attribute, but with my own alternate dimension, it could potentially double. Chu Yaowei's explanation more clearly clarified the source of the seemingly inexhaustible power of evolvers. Alternate dimensions are their massive reservoir of power. Of course, Lin Qun, as a powerful human, could receive a continuous supply of restorative potions from his civilization, and naturally, the evolvers of those civilizations could too. Generally, those who reach such a level and surpass their own civilization will receive comprehensive support from their civilization. However, listening to Chu Yaowei's description and watching Chu Yaowei's alternate dimension slowly dissipate, Lin Qun instinctively touched his forehead. He suddenly realized that his 100 healing seal could achieve the same effect, right? It's just that the 100 healing seal can only store 800 units of dark energy, less than an evolved being's, but the function is almost the same. Plus, the reincarnation abyss. He wasn't an evolved being, but Lin Qun could use all the methods an evolved being should have. Thinking of this, Lin Qun couldn't help but sigh. He had so many methods. Chu Yaowei had no idea about Lin Qun's smug thoughts. She glanced at Lin Qun, then at the busy scene in the forward base, exhaled, and smiled. "Mr. Lin, it seems our sparring will have to wait until next time. Shall we go to the cafeteria for a meal together?" Faced with Chu Yaowei's invitation, Lin Qun's first reaction was, "I have the art of fasting, so I don't need to eat. And do you want to learn?" But perhaps because he was outside the alternate dimension, Lin Qun's emotional intelligence kicked in. Looking at Chu Yaowei's bright eyes, he swallowed back the words he was about to say and smiled. "Okay, let's go together." Lin Qun was still thinking about the alternate dimension he had just been in, filled with anticipation. In the future, when he becomes an evolved being, how powerful will the alternate dimension be? What incredible abilities will it possess? Perhaps, it will be able to communicate with Earth? Thinking of this, Lin Qun was deeply moved. They walked side by side into the distance. Unbeknownst to them, amidst the busy crowd behind them, Wang Qizheng, hiding in a corner drinking, squinted at the scene and said, "That's really something. What did Lin Qun do for so many hours in Xiao Chu's alternate dimension? It couldn't have been to spar, could it? Come on, Lao Duan, have a drink, let's chat." Duan Xianqi, who was carrying a valuable giant water energy conversion device for the Ice Energy Clan, nearly vomited blood upon hearing this. "If you have time, come help me, you bastard." The cleanup of the battlefield was nearing completion. Chen Weiying's earlier plan was not just empty talk. After a short rest, a large army departed from the human forward base, marching towards the surrounding areas. The latest intelligence and the situation of the Ice Energy Clan's underground city, previously destroyed by Lin Qun, both indicate that the Ice Energy Clan's activity area occupies almost 80% of this frozen planet, but they operate underground, perfectly avoiding contact with humans. This time, Chen Weiying no longer dispatched a large number of scouts, but instead directly deployed officers to sweep through the glaciers and the alien civilizations hiding beneath them. The large amount of resources and manpower rapidly transported via the teleportation portal was key to supporting this battle. Behind this, of course, was also an instruction from the Blue Star Federation. The enemy on A3 dwarf planet was stirring, and they had to accelerate their pace and expand their gains. However, the frozen planet was vast, and launching an attack would take time. The next round of battle would not break out for at least several days. Lin Qun then stayed at the human advance base, accelerating his cultivation of various abilities. The next day, he directly drew cards. He went all in with the remaining 30,000 contribution points. After receiving the fairy's favor, this fairy card set had almost completely become a lucky card, guaranteeing good luck every time. Huddled in his room, Lin Qun rubbed his hands together, drawing cards directly. Soon, the first gleaming golden card appeared before him, a card whose name alone was enough to make him want to recite its name. Good heavens! Rising Dragon Fist of Mount Lu. Name: Rising Dragon Fist of Mount Lu. Type: Skill card. Description: using this card grants the ultimate technique, Rising Dragon Fist of Mount Lu. Using this skill will cause the blood within the body to boil and flow backward, burning all remaining dark energy to unleash a powerful attack with a dragon shadow following it. The power of this attack, the burden on the user's body, and the amount of dark energy burned are directly related. Special Note 1. Using this skill while injured or fatigued may further aggravate the injury. Special Note 2. This skill has no theoretical upper limit to its power. The more dark energy burned, the greater the power. Once activated, all remaining dark energy will be converted into fuel and cannot be interrupted. Load. This card was none other than the ultimate technique of Shiryu, the Saint-Seiya disciple of Dako. The card depicts his classic image, him in his battle armor, throwing a powerful punch upwards, against a backdrop of a ferocious blue dragon roaring upwards, a truly awe-inspiring and powerful sight. It's as if his cosmos is about to ignite. Lin Qun was intimately familiar with this ability. It's a well-known skill from the Saint-Seiya series, and its power is considerable. While the effect has been slightly modified here, burning his cosmos instead of all remaining dark energy, the special notes make it even more exaggerated. According to the description, the more dark energy burned, the greater the power. In other words, with enough dark energy, a single punch can be unstoppable. Lin Qun immediately realized that with his multiple abilities combined, plus the 100 healing seal, his dark energy could reach over 2,000. He wondered how powerful those 2,000 points of dark energy would be when burning. Thinking of this, Lin Qun was eager to try it out, itching to find a source energy level hammer and punch it to see its power. The first card was lucky, its skill was incredibly powerful. As for the possibility of aggravating injuries when using this skill while injured, that's practically irrelevant. If things really got to that point, who would use this skill? This skill is clearly not a last-ditch effort. It's best used in the early to mid-game, and it has the potential to deliver a decisive blow. At that moment, the second gleaming golden card also appeared. Chapter 482 We will always fight side by side. The second card appeared before Lin Qun. It was an item card. Name: Strucker's Challenge Gauntlets. 1 pair. Type: Item card grade, A. Description: using this card grants the item card, Strucker's Challenge Gauntlets. Wearing this item grants a 100-point constitution bonus, a 50-point strength bonus, and an additional 20% strength attribute bonus. When the wearer receives a strength attack far exceeding their constitution limit, it will activate a Savior's Blade effect, forming a dark energy shield to block the attack. This shield does not require additional dark energy expenditure. The shield's energy value is the wearer's constitution attribute plus their maximum dark energy attribute, and will increase the wearer's size by 10% for 10 seconds. Special Note 1. When the weapon's Savior Blade effect is triggered, if the shield is not destroyed within the duration, Strucker's Challenge Gauntlets will enter a 12-hour self-recharge cooldown period. After the cooldown ends, the passive effect can be triggered again if the trigger conditions are met. If the shield is completely destroyed by a powerful force within the duration, Strucker's challenge gauntlets will be destroyed, losing all bonuses and effects. Special note 2. So, who exactly is Strucker? Why is his challenge gauntlets here? Is it materialized? The golden card fell into Lin Qun's hand. It depicted a blood-red, ferocious iron gauntlet. Lin Qun recognized this item. It was a finished piece of equipment in the Federation game, commonly known as the Blood Gauntlet due to its long and tedious name. Lin Qun was somewhat surprised to draw such an item card this time. The description in this special note was also a question that Lin Qun couldn't understand. Many items in the Alliance were named after someone, but these names weren't heroes from the Federation. So, who were these people? However, the effect of this card was undeniably powerful. Wearing it increased Constitution by 100 points and provided a significant strength bonus. The Bloodthirster's classic passive Savior's Blade, an important defensive item for warriors in the Alliance, was also retained. However, as a materialized item, it was also made real. The shield's duration was increased, and its effect was enhanced. But similarly, if the shield was broken, the Sterak's challenge gauntlets would naturally be useless. In the game, even if the shield was broken, it could still be used after the cooldown, but this was reality. If the shield was broken, the gauntlets wouldn't be unscathed. But holding this card, Lin Qun hesitated. This card looked powerful, but it wouldn't significantly improve his own abilities. Perhaps it could be given to a more suitable person. At this moment, the third golden card also appeared. Name, Rodent type, monster summoning card rank, a description. Using this card, you can summon the Titan Rodan. It stands 46.9 meters tall with a wingspan of 265.5 meters. This monster can achieve supersonic flight, and the sonic waves it generates have the destructive power to destroy cities. Once successfully summoned, this monster will be absolutely obedient to the card holder. Its attributes are Strength, 450, Agility, 650, Constitution, 500. Special note, perhaps, it has the chance to evolve into Flame Rodan. The golden card depicts the astonishing image of Rodan from the legendary MonsterVerse series. Its stylish and ferocious design is incredibly powerful. With its rock-like skin, astonishing wingspan, and pterosaur-like body, Rodan exudes a stunning monstrous aesthetics. In the legendary movie version, Rodan's entrance was incredibly cool. Awakening from a volcano, it destroyed a city with flames and sonic waves, and even fought against Godzilla and King Ghidorah, making it one of the top tiers of combat power below these two kings. Its stats are also quite decent, but its main appeal is its coolness. In the movie, Rodan wasn't exactly a docile character, but now, as a card, it absolutely obeys Lin Qun. Holding this card, Lin Qun immediately imagined himself riding Rodan into the sky. It couldn't be more perfect. And with that, Lin Qun's card draw was complete, and his contribution points were depleted. 30,000 contribution points, 3 card draws, and it was over. Lin Qun first put the Rodan summoning card into his pocket. It was too big to summon now, so he directly loaded the Rising Dragon Fist. A boom echoed in his mind. Countless pieces of information were imprinted into Lin Qun's mind, completely etched into the entire skill set of the Rising Dragon Fist of Mount Lu. He could use it now if he wanted to. This was the benefit of having a cheat code. The ultimate technique that Shiryu and Saint Seiya had painstakingly learned and perfected was something Lin Qun had mastered in a matter of minutes. Of course, to use it proficiently, he still needed to use it in actual combat. Lin Qun was also eager to test the power of the Rising Dragon Fist of Mount Lu, unleashing its cosmos, in real combat. Because he also thought that if he could pull the source energy level into the cycle of death, with his own 2,000 dark energy points plus the attributes stolen from the source energy level, wouldn't he be able to burn 3,000 or 4,000 dark energy in one strike? This power. Lin Qun's eyes lit up just thinking about it. Then, Lin Qun picked up Strucker's challenge gauntlets and materialized them as well. This pair of Strucker's challenge gauntlets materialized directly. It was almost identical to the image on the card, exquisitely crafted, forged from steel, gleaming with a chilling blood-red light. It felt heavy in the hand, exuding an aura of war and slaughter, and seemingly concealing a hidden power, the very passive power of the Savior's Blade. Lin Qun tried it on, and instantly, his physique surged by 100 points, and his strength jumped from nearly 800 to 999. Clenching his fists, his armor gleamed fiercely, making him look incredibly ruthless. After a moment's thought, Lin Qun felt that this Strucker challenge gauntlets would be very suitable for Wang Qizhen. He relied on his flesh and blood and his fists to fight enemies, depending on his strength and physique, which perfectly matched the effects and bonuses of the blood gauntlets. The effects and bonuses of the Strucker Challenge gauntlets are useful to Lin Qun, but not extremely so. Given his current situation, he needs boosts to stamina and dark energy. The strength and constitution bonuses are of little value. He already has sufficient strength and constitution to kill opponents, so these bonuses are unnecessary. For example, with his current base constitution, the doubled effect of the headshot girl skill, even without any other bonuses, makes him virtually invincible against anyone below the evolver level. Against stronger opponents or enemies with special life forms, the strength and constitution bonuses are even less significant. Most importantly, the opponents Lin Qun faces are far too strong. The effects of his rescue blade certainly won't withstand a full-force attack from a source energy level enemy. This means that if Lin Qun takes it into battle, the chances of it being destroyed are extremely high. He already has defensive capabilities like the 12 trials, so he doesn't really need the rescue blade. If it's destroyed like this, it would be a complete waste of the equipment. The effect of this Savior's Spirit Blade might be life-saving for someone else. Lin Qun's current methods are mostly ranged and energy-based, not heavily reliant on strength. Moreover, the boosts from Giant Transformation and Mario's strength are substantial and more than sufficient. Therefore, the Strucker Challenge gauntlets are at most icing on the cake for Lin Qun, but if given to Wang Qizheng, they could significantly boost his combat power. Wang Qizheng is a true melee fighter. Both his abilities and fighting style heavily rely on strength and physique. Lin Qun knows that Wang Qizheng has improved considerably recently, his strength already a level above what it was at the end of the Blue Star Level 3 Civilization battlefield. With the Strucker Challenge gauntlets, his combat power would undoubtedly approach the top-tier level of 999. This could directly create a mid-level strongman for humanity, compensating for the deficiencies in humanity's mid to high-level combat power. This might be the greatest way to realize the true value of these challenge gauntlets. Wang Qizheng was also an old friend of Lin Qun's. The current battles were becoming increasingly dangerous, and Wang Qizheng had been injured in both previous engagements. The Ice Energy Clan's experts were extremely powerful, and although Wang Qizheng usually seemed carefree, on the battlefield he was always at the forefront, doing everything in his power to protect others. Lin Qun remembered Wang Qizheng's selfless, long-distance rescue mission during the Battle of Santang City, and the events that followed. Lin Qun didn't want him to die on the alien battlefield. After a moment of silence, Lin Qun stood up and first found Wang Qizheng, handing him the Strucker Challenge gauntlets. Wang Qizheng was greatly surprised. Holding his wine bottle, he listened to Lin Qun explain the effects of the Strucker Challenge gauntlets. The usually talkative Wang Qizheng was unusually silent. After a long pause, he took a swig of the rice wine in his hand, looked at Lin Qun, and said, "This is too valuable. Something like this would cost at least 300,000 contribution points in the contribution point shop. I can't afford it. Lin Qun, you keep it. It's for you." Lin Qun didn't say anything more, just patted Wang Qizheng's shoulder and smiled. "You used all your contribution points to buy wine, of course you can't afford it." Lin Qun had too many of these cheat-like items. Any one of them would be an extremely rare top-tier treasure, or even a cheat code, that could bring a huge boost to someone else. Of course, Lin Qun's things were just cheat codes from fantasy worlds. Wang Qizheng looked at Lin Qun for a while, his eyes flashing with a rare emotion. He knew the value of this thing better than anyone else. But he didn't refuse again, instead laughing heartily. "Back on Earth, I never thought I'd live this long. Now I'm starting to accumulate contribution points, but it seems too late. Tisk, since that's the case, I won't be polite with this good stuff." The Strucker Challenge gauntlets were perfect for him, it was impossible not to want them. But because of this, these things were too precious, and Wang Qizheng felt embarrassed to accept them. However, Wang Qizheng wasn't one to be coy. Lin Qun insisted, and he understood that Lin Qun genuinely wanted to give them to him, so he naturally accepted. There was no point in going back and forth. Wang Qizheng chuckled, "This thing is pretty good." He directly and unceremoniously took the Strucker Challenge gauntlets from Lin Qun's hand, put them on, and immediately widened his eyes. "Wow, the attribute bonus is amazing. Lin Qun, everything you bring out is really good. This is perfect for me." A clear expression of excitement appeared on Wang Qizheng's face. Wearing it, he became even more certain that the Sterix Challenger gauntlets were indeed a perfect fit for him, almost as if they were tailor-made for him. The Sterix Challenger Gauntlet's passive ability, Saving Blade, was practically an extra life for Wang Qizheng. Lin Qun said, as long as it suits him. This aligned with Lin Qun's assessment. A melee fighter like Wang Qizheng, who valued visceral combat, was perfectly suited for it, just as the Bloodthirster in the League of Legends game was tailor-made for heavy warriors. Although the reality had changed, the equipment's purpose remained the same. Wang Qizheng glanced at Lin Qun and chuckled, "How far have things progressed between you and Xiao Chu?" Huh? Hearing this question, Lin Qun's lips twitched. He quickly disappeared. Wang Qizheng said from behind, "When we get back to Blue Star, I'll treat you to drinks." Lin Qun waved his hand, "Don't act recklessly on the battlefield, I can't look after you." Watching Lin Qun leave, Wang Qizheng lowered his head, looking at the cold, hard, and sturdy iron gauntlets in his hands, and finally let out more breath after a long while. He may seem carefree, but he's actually quite shrewd. He knows very well the value of these gauntlets in his hands, and he understands that Lin Qun entrusted these invaluable gauntlets to him not only because he was the most suitable, but also because they were friends. For someone like Wang Qizheng, personal relationships outweigh personal benefits. Compared to the powerful effects of these gauntlets, he values the relationship between him and Lin Qun more. Holding the cold gauntlets tightly, Wang Qizheng felt a warmth in his heart, and the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed as he smiled. It wasn't until Tuangxin ran over and asked, "What's wrong? What did Mr. Lin want with you?" "Of course, he's giving me my treasure. Look, something amazing." Wang Qizheng revealed a smug expression. Hearing Wang Qizheng describe the effects of Striker's Challenge gauntlets, Tuangxin's mouth dropped open in astonishment. "Adds 100 points to physique just by wearing it? No wonder it's Mr. Lin. This thing would be fought over outside, and Mr. Lin just casually produced it." Tuangxin's eyes gleamed with envy. "Such a thing, I'm afraid only Mr. Lin could produce." Hearing this, Wang Qizheng laughed heartily, took a sip of his drink, but turned his head to look in the direction Lin Qun had left, his expression serious and earnest. He whispered in his heart, "Thank you, Lin Qun. I will use it with you to create the future we both yearn for. We will fight side by side. Until the war ends, or until the end of our lives." Striker's Challenge gauntlets were handed to Wang Qizheng. Lin Qun stood in the forward base, slowly exhaling, looking at the alien landscape, feeling as if he had returned from another world. Unconsciously, he had been in this world for a very long time. Earth, a world so similar to Blue Star, seemed to be fading from his memory. Thinking of this, Lin Qun felt a sense of disorientation. Then, footsteps sounded behind him. Chu Yaowei approached and whispered, "Lin Qun. Chen Weiyang sent word that our advance force has made a discovery. Are you all right?" The woman keenly sensed Lin Qun's unusual demeanor, a clear look of worry appearing in her eyes. Lin Qun snapped out of his reverie, looked at her, and shook his head. "No, let's go." Chen Weiyang's army wasn't acting aimlessly. They were specifically searching for a large gathering point of Ice Energy Clan life. Coupled with the internal chaos caused by the Ice Energy Clan's defeat in this battle, the human army made a discovery faster than expected. They found a new Ice Energy Clan underground city. Perfect timing. Lin Qun looked at Chu Yaowei, a sudden thought striking him. He smiled and invited her, "Want to ride a monster for a spin?" Chu Yaowei tilted her head, looking bewildered. A monster spin? She didn't quite understand. But Lin Qun had already naturally pulled her back, his other hand clutching a card. Soon, a terrifying and enormous titan appeared on the ice plains. Amidst the awe and wonder of countless human warriors and staff, it spread its wings, carrying Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei, and took off with a mighty roar, soaring into the sky. Its wings trembled, stirring up a storm, and it roared as it soared into the clouds, reaching an altitude where it wouldn't affect the ground, leaving a vast, flowing shadow on the earth. This was the behemoth Rodan. Its roar echoed in all directions. Chapter 483, Amassing Contribution Points. The sky darkened and sank. Glaciers were melting. This was an underground structure of the Frost Clan. Below, countless Frost Clan creatures looked up in terror, witnessing their upper layers of ice and defensive structures being stripped away. A deafening roar pierced everything. At that moment, in the sky above, human warships stood side by side, and in the distance, ground troops advanced in a straight line. A barrage of missiles and energy beams bombarded the Frost Clan's natural defense, the glacier dome. Orange-red flames erupted, and with a deafening roar, the glacier collapsed downwards, causing the dome structure of the underground city below to crumble. Its elegant and beautiful unique fluid structure crumbled before the violence. Many Frost Clan creatures were crushed to death. Below, many of the Frost Clan's defensive weapons opened fire, typical Frost Clan water-based weapons, emitting eerie blue rays that rose from beneath the boiling, collapsing glaciers and shot into the sky. But the human legion had already begun to retreat. The fleet continued forward, with only one figure falling from the sky. The figure was struck mid-air by a sudden bolt of golden lightning, followed by the appearance of an unimaginably colossal body. It was the progenitor giant. The earth trembled. The pupils of the Ice Clan beings near and far, as well as countless human warriors, were illuminated by a dense barrage of golden lightning. Countless giants appeared on the battlefield accompanied by lightning. Some landed directly in the Ice Clan's structures below, their massive bodies stomping wildly on everything around them. Others landed on the collapsing ice, even the outer layer, all falling downwards under the progenitor giant's command, transforming into terrifying projectiles of flesh and blood that crashed into the Ice Clan's underground city. It was a scene that filled countless Ice Clan beings with despair. A terrifying legion of giants descended from the sky. Their numbers were overwhelming, and each giant was so enormous. Even though their weapons could easily tear these giants apart, the pursuit brought by their flesh and blood fragments was still terrifying, not to mention the even larger army of soldiers behind them. In a short time, the kilometer-long progenitor giant had already stood in the underground city, its massive body even partially protruding above the surface. Inside the underground city, a raging inferno reigned, with countless colossal giants advancing and crushing every inch of the Ice Energy Clan's underground city. The advanced artillery emplacements crumbled like paper before the overwhelming number of savage and primitive giants. The Ice Energy Clan's defenses melted away like ice in a short time. The rumbling of the earth caused by so many colossal giants accelerated the collapse and destruction of the entire underground city, which disintegrated amidst wailing cries. All the sophisticated technology and architecture collapsed in the destruction. Then, the giants vanished, and from the ruins and wreckage, Lin Qun's figure soared into the sky, boarding the survey-class strategic cruiser that awaited him. Behind him, a terrifying crater appeared on the ice field. The military forces began to advance, clearing the battlefield and eliminating the remaining Ice Energy Clan life. In this operation, Lin Qun amassed a fortune in contribution points, harvesting 35,000 points in less than an hour. Standing atop the survey-class strategic cruiser, he gazed out and saw human aerial combat groups advancing like clouds in the sky, while below, massive mechanized forces moved coldly forward. Humanity's steel torrent was advancing across the land. This was just the beginning. Chen Weiying's 18 armies were sweeping forward. Following the connecting transport pipelines of the two breached underground cities and the underground waterways of the Ice Energy Clan, they traced the trail to more Ice Energy Clan strongholds. Some were massive underground cities like these, while others were simple supply points and outposts. Once the existence of Ice Energy Clan life was confirmed, the human army would launch an overwhelming attack, swiftly conquering and submerging the area. Larger underground cities would be partially breached by the military, while others would be left to Lin Qun to harvest contribution points. We are cracking the intricate network of cities the Ice Clan has built beneath this frozen planet. Their activities span the entire underground region, and these areas are interconnected. We've captured them. The Ice Clan is in complete disarray. Many of their underground cities are retreating. At the forward base command center, Chen Weiying straightened his back as he listened to the reports from below. In just half a month, the human expeditionary force had expanded its actual control over the frozen planet more than 15 times. The Legion accelerated its advance, sweeping away Ice Clan life wherever it went. In the Ice Clan's underground world, their underground living network was being destroyed. Large numbers of Ice Clan life were frantically fleeing in the direction the human legion was advancing, spreading panic throughout the Ice Clan. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Qun, with the military's assistance, launched attacks in all directions, accumulating contribution points. In half a month, Lin Qun traveled thousands of miles, capturing 3 Ice Clan underground cities, his total contribution points approaching 110,000. Not only him, but all the warriors of the human expeditionary force were benefiting and rapidly growing stronger. Killing Ice Clan creatures yields contribution points and a large amount of experience. During the war, the Ice Clan suffered a crushing defeat, but the human legion grew stronger with each battle. Normally, The physical constitution of human creatures would be insufficient to sustain a prolonged expedition in such extreme conditions, but the bonuses from the leveling up of numerous human warriors made this expedition possible. Especially powerful human warriors like Ho Yan and Duan Xianqi, who were active on battlefields across the land, slaying Ice Clan creatures and rapidly increasing their strength. Wang Qizhang also shone brightly on some battlefields. Strucker's challenge gauntlets suited him perfectly. Donning the iron gauntlets, enveloped in golden light, Wang Qizhang maneuvered and advanced, capturing countless Ice Clan outposts and supply depots, improving himself while simultaneously acquiring valuable war resources for the human legion. 18 armies advanced in 18 directions. Battle reports poured in, and the horns of victory sounded everywhere. This joy swept from the frozen planet all the way to the blue planet, where everything was enveloped in jubilation and cheers. The bewilderment and panic of being forced into the battlefield of a second-level civilization were being replaced by confidence and pride. The Ice Energy Clan's last counterattack against a human expeditionary force ended in defeat, and they were now suffering the painful consequences of that defeat. Chen Weian further advanced the display. As the human army advanced, they also searched for the Ice Energy Clan's core life zone, the location of their command center. Chen Weian wanted to seize the opportunity and take down the entire Ice Energy Clan, to force them into decisive battle. Currently, humanity was at its peak, and the Ice Energy Clan's Ice Lord had not intervened in this great battle, which, from another perspective, indicated that the Ice Lord's Sea had not recovered. If not now, when? Chen Weian naturally wanted to expand his gains. The best-case scenario was to take them down in one fell swoop. Of course, the Ice Clan has long been established on the frozen planet, their underground world intricate and complex, and their technology far surpasses that of humans. Finding their command center in the hiding place of the Ice Lord on the frozen planet is no easy task, at least for now. There are no clues. However, Chen Weian believes that as the human army advances, gradually excavating their underground world and following the clues, it's only a matter of time before they find the Ice Clan's control center and their hidden main force and command structure. Across the land, panic grips the Ice Clan. They're still advancing. Those humans, they're too ferocious. Where's our fleet? Where are our powerful warriors? Didn't we come here to plunder the resources of other civilizations? How did we end up being plundered by them? They're searching for our fleet, searching for our command center, even searching for Lord Ice Lord. At their current speed, it's only a matter of time before they find us. We need to prepare for the worst. Damn it, let's just fight them. Our interstellar fleet isn't afraid of evolved humans. That's in the interstellar battlefield, on a large scale. Our fleet has the ability to kill evolved humans, but they're right in front of us now. Our fleet can't exert its advantage in space. Going out to fight now is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Then what should we do? Wait for them to find us and pick us off one by one. Why hasn't Lord Ice Lord made a move yet? Has Lord Ice Lord's injury not healed? It's said that those humans are extremely powerful. We are no match for them at all, and the higher-ups are already preparing to surrender. This will be a great disgrace to our Ice Energy Clan. We have no choice. The humans are about to attack. Run. Run. The Ice Energy Clan's high command was equally distraught. In their underground core conference room, an emergency meeting was underway. We must slow down humanity's advance. They are gradually mastering our underground defense system. Once they fully understand it, annihilation is only a matter of time. How do we deal with their top-tier warriors? This is our planet. We can't use some of their high-powered weapons. They could not only kill these humans, but they might also kill us. What do we do? Should we surrender? Where is the Ice Lord? Is it just going to watch our civilization decline? Yes, why hasn't the Ice Lord shown up yet? These humans are too ferocious. The Ice Energy Clan's high command was in a state of heated debate. Humanity was advancing like a whirlwind, while they were like ants on a hot plate. Successive defeats were shattering their once strong confidence. Most importantly, with the enemy right before their eyes, their fleet and technological advantages were hampered by humanity's hand-to-hand combat and amphibious assaults. Especially in the cosmic battlefield, while their fleet still possessed the capability to inflict devastating damage on human ground forces, they couldn't handle the evolved humans, nor could they maintain distance, forcing them to avoid battle. In the eyes of the Ice Energy Clan, even their high-ranking members, humanity was no longer a symbol of weakness, but a terrifying force. Just then, Yin, standing in a corner, coldly observed the Ice Energy Clan's frantic debate, and finally spoke, "Please calm down, everyone. Lord Ice Lord has devised a plan. These humans will not return alive, and not only that, their planet will also suffer a devastating blow. We only need to endure a little longer, their doom will come." His words instantly attracted the attention of many. "This, how do you know? Did Lord Ice Lord tell you? Does this mean we should launch a planet-destroying weapon at their homeland? But that's pointless. Their army is on our planet. If they discover our intentions beforehand, they could even intercept our planet-destroying weapon. Even if the launch is successful, their source energy level is on their homeland, isn't it? As long as the source energy level intervenes, our planet-destroying weapon will be intercepted, wasting a chance to launch a weapon of mass destruction. And what's the use of destroying their homeland? We still can't solve our enemies here. Their top experts are too powerful." The Ice Energy Clan higher-ranking member who spoke last hit the nail on the head, expressing the concerns of the vast majority of Ice Energy Clan members. They were also very dissatisfied and distrustful of Yin, who had just commanded a failed war, but unfortunately, the Ice Energy Clan had high hopes for Yin. Yin confidently replied, "It was indeed Lord Ice Lord who told me, but I don't know the specific details. You may not believe me, but don't you believe Lord Ice Lord?" Yin brought up the Ice Lord in his question, and the Ice Energy Clan higher-ranking members all fell silent. Who dared question Lord Ice Lord? They exchanged bewildered glances, finally speaking after a long pause. "Then we can only hope Lord Ice Lord will come up with a solution soon. We believe Lord Ice Lord will make this human civilization pay a bloody price." In fact, while they were arguing, in the outer space of the Ice Energy Clan's frozen planet, a dark sphere was hurtling from interstellar space, disappearing into the planet's atmosphere in the blink of an eye, evading all detection by human and Ice Energy Clan civilizations, and rapidly descending towards a corner of the frozen planet. That location appeared to be a flat glacier, but the high-speed black sphere precisely pierced through a point of ice. The ice there looked identical to the surrounding area, but was actually extremely fragile, revealing a long, dark, and unfathomable passage beneath. This passage led directly to the deepest part of the frozen planet, to the Crystal Palace where Lord Ice Lord resided. It followed this passage downwards, with all the Ice Energy Clan's defensive facilities automatically shutting down to allow it passage. Lord Ice Lord had been waiting there for a long time. It remained a pool until this moment, when the black sphere hurtled towards it at high speed. Its dispersed fluid structure rippled, followed by undulating waves, from which emerged the outline of a simplified ice energy creature. Looking at the black sphere before it, it coldly said, "Their technology isn't that advanced, you're too cautious." A chilling voice immediately echoed from within, saying without hesitation, "Caution is the way to survive. Your technology is equally weak." This reply caused the Ice Lord's icy fluid structure to tremble slightly. If it were human, it might have already shown obvious anger. As a godlike being of the ice energy race, it had no need to suppress or control its emotions. But today was an exception. Before it stood a source energy level from another civilization, using this black sphere and its advanced technology to achieve real-time communication over an ultra-long distance. Ice Lord said, "I know what kind of civilization you are, the madman of the civilization battlefield. I will never cooperate with you unless absolutely necessary. It seems that absolutely necessary has arrived." The cold voice carried a hint of mockery, but without beating around the bush, it stated directly, "Our conditions are very simple. You are responsible for luring the source energy level beings from that ecological planet here. We will then help you wipe out all the humans on this planet, including that source energy level being and those two evolved beings from human civilizations that have been giving you so much trouble. And that ecological planet will be ours. We will destroy it directly, and we will also take the heads of their source energy level beings. You must pay us 2 million contribution points, otherwise, we don't mind taking the head of another source energy level being. And the other human civilization forces here will be yours. We will also, as agreed, retreat 30 astronomical units. We will not attack you in this civilization battlefield, don't worry. After giving us 2 million contribution points, your remaining people will be of no value to us. We will keep our promise." The owner of this icy voice was none other than the source energy level powerhouse from the dwarf planet 8-3. Hearing this, the Ice Lord's fluid body trembled. It seemed to be pondering, deep in thought, or simply finding the other party's proposal somewhat unacceptable. Ultimately, however, It said, "I can accept your conditions, but I must remind you that these top-tier human combatants are somewhat special. I suspect they are a participant civilization that rose from a primitive civilization. Also, I need some time, my injuries need to heal. I need to ensure I am in peak condition before I act." "Fine, I understand your caution. As for your speculation," the icy voice within the black sphere didn't buy into the Ice Lord's well-intentioned reminder, coldly stating, "It's similar to our speculation, but so what? With their strength, even a source energy level is useless. A low-level source energy from a low-level life form, even with the technological talent of a divine kingdom, is nothing but trash. They can only bully truly marginal participant civilizations like yours. They will soon perish. You will also get what you desire. Prepare to enjoy war and slaughter." Chapter 484 Planet Destroyer Weapon Construction Completed. November 17th, New Federal Calendar. More than a month and a half has passed since the start of the human expedition. A full month has also passed since the last major battle with the Ice Race. Humanity has rapidly expanded across the Ice Race's frozen planets, with legions advancing in a continuous line. Utilizing the captured Ice Race outposts and defensive positions, they have established new military bases. Currently, the Human Expeditionary Force's sphere of influence covers more than 1/5 of the Ice Race's frozen planets, with over 400,000 troops deployed. Among them are countless armored vehicles and aircraft. Multiple teleportation portals have been opened in various locations. This crucial capability, as a special technology, is highly valued, with related personnel being rapidly trained to create a Human Expeditionary Force teleportation system centered around these portals. This has greatly improved the efficiency of the human legion's advance and the speed of resource delivery, allowing them to advance such a long distance in just 1 month. The Ice Race has suffered a crushing defeat, retreating in disarray to deeper parts of the frozen planets and other areas. Meanwhile, humanity reaped the rewards, with many leveling up and improving their talents. The overall strength of the human legion was steadily increasing through combat. In the last 10 days, we've encountered very few large-scale Ice Energy Clan encounters. The newly discovered underground cities are almost empty, the Ice Energy Clan has completely evacuated, and 2 underground cities initiated self-destruct programs. When we arrived, we witnessed a massive explosion. They are searching. Although our land-based occupation area is expanding, the number of contribution points we've collected in these past few days is far less than before. If they were to resist with all their might, given our current understanding of their underground layout on this planet, we shouldn't have been able to breach and occupy such a large area so quickly. At the Forward Base Command Center, now the core of the entire Human Expeditionary Force's advance, Chen Weiying sat calmly listening to the information relayed from all sides. The Ice Energy Clan's underground movements were clearly displayed before him. Our goal isn't to conquer this planet, conquering it is meaningless. Our mission is to harvest the contribution points from the alien civilizations here, bringing hope and resources to our civilization. He raised his head and said, "Reporting to the Federation Command, we speculate that the Ice Energy Clan is likely preparing for another counterattack." During this time, Lin Qun also took the lead, charging ahead and frantically harvesting contribution points, reaching a total of 120,000. However, as the Ice Energy Clan began their large-scale retreat, leaving behind vast ruins and empty facilities, the number of Ice Energy Clan members active in the region rapidly decreased, and they became extremely scattered. Lin Qun simply stopped bothering with the few dozen or 100 contribution points he could earn each time, and instead returned to his personal room in the human advanced base to continue cultivating and attempt to break through to the 5th level of the sword control technique. This corresponds to the mid-foundation establishment stage. With his aptitude, it was naturally impossible for him to advance from the 4th level to the 5th level of the sword control technique in just a few days. It was a pipe dream. But Lin Qun had a cheat code. With 120,000 contribution points in hand, Lin Qun was ready to use cheat codes to level up. As long as he could reach the threshold of the 5th level of the sword control technique, he could immediately spend contribution points to level up, achieving in a short time what others took 100 years to accomplish. Moreover, Lin Qun had recently killed a large number of Ice Energy Clan lives, gaining a total of 15 million experience points, and his level had also increased accordingly. He directly reached level 68. Level 68, 237, 000/7, 900, 000, Strength 897, agility. 818.3, constitution. 826, energy. 690.6 690.6, dark energy. 991.5 991.5, his attributes were becoming increasingly astonishing. Except for energy, all other attributes were above 700 points. Just in terms of basic attributes, Lin Qun was now a true master and strong man. And these attribute improvements had also brought about significant changes to Lin Qun himself. Now, his agility has surpassed 800 points, and his physique is also above 800 points. Even without activating the Mark 50, he can reach speeds of 3 to 5 times the speed of sound on his own. If combined with the flight technique, his maximum speed can reach Mach 10. This is a speed that normal human life cannot achieve. Of course, normal human life cannot take off either. When attributes are low, these sensations are not obvious, but as attributes increase to a certain level, this feeling of evolution becomes increasingly clear and obvious. These attributes themselves bring life forms abilities that they could not possess otherwise. For example, flight. Humans do not have wings and theoretically cannot fly. For example, a strong physique. How can flesh and blood withstand missiles? With Lin Qun's current physique, let alone missiles, even nuclear weapons, as long as he is not on the core blast zone, he might not even be injured. Life forms thus evolve, exceeding their original limits. The higher the attributes, the more obvious and clear this qualitative change becomes. And today, Lin Qun is directly attempting to break through to the mid-stage of the Foundation establishment realm. A crazy leveling up, reaching another level. After 10 days of all-out effort, he had finally touched the threshold. Of course, reaching the 5th level of sword control technique through normal cultivation would take at least several decades, or even require the help of a blood sun pill. But now, as long as Lin Qun met the standard, he could cheat and directly pay contribution points to level up. Each time he cheated to level up in sword control technique, the contribution points required were 6 times the previous time. This time was no exception. However, Lin Qun had previously broken through from the 3rd to the 4th level of sword control technique on his own, so this time, his base contribution points for cheating were still 18,000. Upgrading to the 5th level of sword control technique required 108,000 contribution points. Lin Qun's total contribution points were exactly right. Subtracting 108,000, he had a little over 16,000 contribution points left. Upgrade directly. The feeling of being on a winning streak is truly different. Lin Qun had taken the blood yang pill last time and painstakingly cultivated step by step for a year before breaking through. Now, with a single payment of contribution points, he leveled up immediately, reaching the 5th level of sword control technique in the blink of an eye. Lin Qun felt his aura suddenly sink, then erupt like a geyser. Countless pores around him opened, and he seemed to have all his senses activated, becoming a medium connecting heaven and earth. Countless dark energies flowed in and out, tempering his body. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Qun's eyes shone brightly, his aura flowing like water, filling the entire room, yet precisely without leaking out, unnoticed by anyone outside. The first change Lin Qun felt was that his perception range had expanded once more. This time, he could perceive a full 15 kilometers around him. This perception refers to the range of clear perception. When he released his perception, everything within 15 kilometers was clearly visible. His rough perception could extend even further, condensing into line, even stretching tens of kilometers. Lin Qun's dark energy has become even purer. 1 point of his dark energy attribute is equivalent to 2 points of someone else's. 800 points of dark energy is equivalent to 1,600. Most importantly, with Lin Qun reaching the 5th level of sword control technique, his dark energy attribute is no longer 800 points. This round, all attributes increased by 100 points. Lin Qun's attributes have undergone a dramatic change. His dark energy attribute has reached 991 points. This is the closest Lin Qun has ever gotten to 9999. Previously, Lin Qun had been lamenting that all his attributes except for his energy were already above 700. Now, they are all above 800. He has taken another step closer to the level of an evolved being, except for his energy attribute, which is relatively low. However, Lin Qun remains optimistic. His path is different from that of a conventional life form. Perhaps he doesn't need all attributes to reach 9999 to become an evolved being. At the earliest, He might reach the level of an evolved being once he reaches the 6th level of sword control technique. Thinking of this, Lin Qun's eyes shone brightly. In truth, even now, he still doesn't know how to become an evolved being, but that doesn't stop him from leveling up using cheat codes. Previously, Lin Qun only judged that the sword control techniques and other cultivation methods he obtained through cheat codes could bypass the normal path to becoming an evolved being. After Chu Yaowei's success, Lin Qun is even more certain of this. The methods for advancing to evolved beings that countless other top experts dream of and struggle to find are completely unnecessary for Lin Qun, because he can achieve it naturally through normal cultivation. This is the advantage of cheat codes: more paths to choose from. If one path is difficult or impassable, I can choose another. While the vast majority of life in this world is still struggling on one path, Lin Qun has already found a smoother one. Lin Qun has boundless expectations for the realm of evolved beings. Especially after seeing Chu Yaowei's alternate dimension this time, he feels even more so. He is getting closer and closer to this goal. In the battlefield of civilizations, the speed of individual biological progress and growth is indeed fast. This provides a platform for all civilizations' life that is different from the normal rate of biological progress. Leaving aside the possibility of reaching the divine kingdom, the sheer speed of advancement it offered was incredibly tempting. Without the divine kingdom, without the civilization battlefield, and without contribution points, it would take Lin Qun an unknown amount of time to advance from the 4th to the 5th level of sword control technique through his own cultivation. And recently, he wasn't the only one experiencing significant improvement. The Ice Energy Clan's life experience was high, and many humans were rapidly advancing, with figures like Wang Qizheng and Hou Yan making remarkable progress. Hou Yan, in particular, despite his already low level, was single-mindedly focused on leveling up. Therefore, he was willing to fight in any battle, big or small, where Ice Energy Clan appeared, even if it meant killing only 1 or 2 Ice Energy Clan beings. He was willing to go for the experience, not for contribution points. On the battlefield, he fought desperately. Off the battlefield, he cultivated with all his might, making rapid progress. Since arriving at the level 2 civilization battlefield, he had already increased his level by at least 15, and his attributes had risen from over 100 to nearly 300, making him a formidable expert within human civilization. Thinking of this, Lin Qun couldn't help but ask himself, what was the purpose of the Divine Kingdom creating this place? Recalling Yegis's previous answer, he looked out at the alien world. He wondered if he could find more answers in this higher level 2 civilization battlefield. But in the battlefield of civilizations, communicating with other civilizations was too difficult. Everyone was an enemy, wishing they could wipe each other out on the spot. Who would give him information? The last time Yegis was willing to communicate was because the war was over, and it needed to buy time for its civilization to retreat. Would there be such an opportunity this time? Lin Qun didn't know. He only felt that leaving the planet and heading into the starry sky seemed to be just the beginning. The starry sky was far more mysterious and vast, with the unknown hidden in unseen and intangible corners. You could only imagine and guess at their appearance, let alone their purpose. And in the starry sky, most things were unknown. However, Lin Qun quickly withdrew his thoughts. These considerations were still too far removed from his current understanding. The battle before him and the looming fleet of the third cantilever overlord beyond the second-level civilization battlefield were what he should be concerned with. The more he pondered the secrets of the universe, the more desolate it seemed. It was better to stop now. At this moment, Lin Qun had 16,000 contribution points left. He simply set up an array and immediately began manually drawing cards. This time, he would only draw one card. A glittering golden card appeared. Name: Overturning Sea Seal. Type: Secret Technique Card. Secret Technique Card. Rank: A. Description: Using this skill card will grant you the Overturning Sea Seal battle technique. This Overturning Sea Seal has 3 levels: early, middle, and late. It requires a constitution attribute of over 700 points to cultivate. Upon reaching the late stage of mastery, with sufficient dark energy, it possesses the power to overturn rivers and seas. Special note: this card is from the Emperor's Seal Technique deck. Collecting the 5 cards: Mountain Opening Seal, Sea Turning Seal, Earth Covering Seal, Heaven Annihilating Seal, and Ancient Emperor Seal, can synthesize the complete Emperor's Seal Technique, allowing the 5 seals to be fully integrated and unleashed, forming unparalleled combat power. Load: A skill card. It's one of the Emperor's Seal Technique card series. Moreover, it's the Sea Turning Seal, a level higher than the Mountain Opening Seal. Its requirements are higher, and its power is significantly greater than the previous Mountain Opening Seal. Lin Qun held the card in his hand and quickly loaded it. Soon, the Sea Turning Seal was deeply imprinted in Lin Qun's mind. This Sea Turning Seal is indeed more domineering than the Mountain Opening Seal, but it also consumes more resources. Its power is astonishing when unleashed. Lin Qun looked at his two methods for the Mountain Opening Seal and the Sea Turning Seal, pondered for a moment, and directly chose to use the remaining 6,000 contribution points to upgrade the Mountain Opening Seal. Lin Qun had acquired the Mountain Opening Seal for some time and had been using and cultivating it, but due to the continuous battles, he hadn't had much time for extensive cultivation and remained at the early stage. However, the Mountain Opening Seal had reached the standard for upgrading using contribution points. It required exactly 6,000 contribution points. Lin Qun currently had too many things to cultivate. His main focus was on sword control and divine travel, and he didn't have time to cultivate those little by little, so he simply upgraded directly. With 6,000 contribution points, the Mountain Opening Seal directly upgraded to the mid-stage. Compared to before, its power increased by another level. After many days of seclusion, Lin Qun emerged feeling refreshed and invigorated, his entire state completely different. The two guards outside Lin Qun's door bowed respectfully to him. Lin Qun made a quick round and went to the forward base's command center to check on the current situation. As the most leisurely high-ranking figure in the Federation, Lin Qun's identity was special and his rank extremely high. There was no place in the entire forward base that he couldn't enter, including the command center, a military stronghold, which he could freely enter. Seeing Lin Qun, Chen Weian was somewhat surprised. His eyes flickered, and he asked sharply, "Mr. Lin, is there any progress?" Lin Qun smiled and nodded. Chen Weian's eyes lit up, and he said, "This is truly good news, Mr. Lin. I also have good news to tell you. The planet-destroying weapon that the Weasel Wolf people of the Yunbei civilization made for us was completely completed on Blue Star 3 days ago. Although we haven't been able to test-fire it, theoretically it's ready to launch at any time. Its estimated power is enough to inflict devastating damage on a planet the size of A2 beneath our feet." Chapter 485 New Type of Cards. Speaking of planet-destroying weapons, Chen Weian couldn't hide his excitement. With this, we're essentially in control of interstellar nuclear weapons. The Ice Clan and the A3 civilization would never have imagined this. Planet-destroying weapons are of immense significance. Humanity previously possessed the authority to release them, but lacked the corresponding weaponry. Distant alien civilizations might not understand this, but after so long of war in the 8th orbit, the Ice Clan and the civilization on the A3 dwarf planet were well aware of humanity's technological limits. Given humanity's current level, it was impossible for them to possess planet-destroying weapons. Now that humanity possesses this level of weaponry, it's like holding a hidden trump card in our hands, instantly boosting our confidence. Lin Qun smiled. We should still be careful about other civilizations' planet-destroying weapons. Those people from the Yunbei civilization are really doing something this time. Don't worry, we've been monitoring them from here and on Blue Star, and with the help of the Yunbei civilization, given our current distance from these two planets, the possibility of intercepting weapons launched from their home planet is very high. Our main concern right now is their stealth fighters secretly approaching and releasing special planet-destroying weapons. And given our current situation on the Ice Energy Clan's frozen planet, our main concern right now is the A3 dwarf planet. In fact, they've been eerily quiet lately. Chen Weian spoke privately with Lin Qun in the forward base command center room. He said, "Currently, the planet-destroying weapon that the Yunbei civilization has built for us is located beneath the surface of Blue Star. Its core is a supermitter created by the Yunbei civilization using their technology. This supermitter reaction technology is mastered by the Yunbei civilization. We only provided the materials." Lin Qun said, "It seems they're still quite cunning and don't want to hand over the core technology to us. That's normal. They're afraid we'll discard them after we've served our purpose," Chen Weian said. "But that's not important. Currently, this planet-destroying weapon is under our control. We have the key to space nuclear weapons," Chen Weian explained to Lin Qun. The planet-destroying weapon built for humanity by the Yunbei civilization is relatively simple. To put it bluntly, it's a super-powerful laser cannon powered by a super reactor. Its strikes can reach 95% of the speed of light, A true light-speed attack, possessing formidable destructive power even on battlefields within a star system. It can reach an icy planet less than 0.4 astronomical units away from Earth in less than 200 seconds. However, it also requires a massive size. Therefore, built beneath Earth's rapidly cooling, frigid surface, it's the size of a small town. The Supreme Commander, the Old Man, attached great importance to this, mobilizing vast resources and involving tens of thousands of humans to complete its construction in a short time. Just like the reason behind Chen Weiying's current excitement, humanity needs a top-tier weapon capable of operating in space. Lin Qun sighed. If only he could draw a Death Star someday, that would be perfect. Of course, a Death Star might be a higher-level card pool. Recently, humanity has been at war with a frozen planet. Even within their own secondary civilization battlefield star system, things are far from peaceful. Humanity's observation of space has never ceased. Within the cloud pattern star system, multiple civilizations have clashed. Between the third and second orbital positions of the inner ring, even source energy level experts have intervened, their energy reactions astonishing, almost at the same fluctuation level as the four-armed source energy level that once overlooked Blue Star. All-out war has begun. However, the secondary civilization battlefield is fundamentally different from the tertiary civilization battlefield. Under the vast distance of space, any war seems distant. Whether from Blue Star or the frozen planet, looking up at the starry sky, it appears so calm. War only occurs in a corner of the cosmos, visible only at specific times and locations, thus giving the impression of a still well, as if nothing has happened. The war in the inner orbit is too far removed from humanity's current reality. Lin Qun and his team need to focus on the present. Taking over the frozen planet is the key. These past few days, Chen Weiying has been laying the groundwork. He said, "This is the Ice Energy Clan's homeland. They've already transformed the underground into their fortress. Their technology is indeed superior to ours. They know their top-tier forces are no match for us. Fighting would be a loss. They've hidden their military bases and command centers, which we haven't found yet. However, our actual occupied territory is expanding, and our strategy is complete. It won't be long before we see some results. Ideally, we should be able to find the location of their hidden fleet, their command center, and the location of their injured Ice Lord." Lin Qun nodded in agreement, saying, since they haven't retaliated, it proves their Ice Lord hasn't fully recovered. Repeated defeats have weakened their top-tier forces, and they're no longer confident of defeating us. They've had to retreat. We should strike while they're weakened, ideally finding and reducing the Ice Energy Clan's strength as much as possible before they recover. Chen Weiying enthusiastically briefed Lin Qun on the recent situation. He was undoubtedly a competent commander. In recent days, he had comprehensively expanded the gains, leveraging humanity's advantages and compensating for their weaknesses. Taking advantage of the Ice Energy Clan's inability to deal with Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei on their homeland, they had expanded their occupied territory, gradually eroding the Ice Energy Clan's manpower, searching for their key facilities and military bases. Their deployment was extensive, and they had firmly established a foothold, putting increasing pressure on the Ice Energy Clan. The Ice Energy Clan has a fleet that they can't use, they have strength but can't exert it. I can imagine their current frustration. They are truly formidable, Lin Qun couldn't help but sigh. Humanity's overall strength was still weaker than the Ice Energy Clan's. The fact that they had managed to suppress the Ice Energy Clan to this point was due to Lin Qun's combat prowess and Chen Weiying's formidable strategic planning. Chen Weiying said, "To achieve this situation, Mr. Lin, you are truly remarkable. Without your combat power, if we couldn't suppress their fleet and top-tier combat forces, no matter how many troops we sent, they would just be throwing their lives away." Lin Qun laughed, "We're old acquaintances, no need for mutual flattery. I'll look forward to the day we completely take over this place." Having completed the planet-destroying weapon, Papadu, upon hearing of Lin Qun's return, immediately rushed over to boast about the planet-destroying weapon they had created for humanity. Unfortunately, Lin Qun had already heard this from Chen Weiying. He glanced at the Yunbei civilization's beings and said, "The planet-destroying weapon has been built, but the core technology is still in your own hands. What kind of achievement is that?" "This." Papadu's eyes darted around, revealing a wronged expression, and said, "Great and sacred son of civilization, you have truly misunderstood us. We are utterly loyal and devoted to your civilization. How could we possibly deliberately hide the core technology?" It's just that the technology for these planet-destroying weapons is too advanced, and your civilization's scientific team is too underdeveloped. If we were to teach them, by the time the level 2 civilization battle is over, we probably wouldn't even be able to manufacture planet-destroying weapons. We're doing this to strengthen your civilization. Son of civilization, we are truly contributing our utmost, willing to dedicate ourselves to you and your civilization to the very end. Papadu eloquently declared, but Lin Qun remained unconvinced. He said, I think you're worried that since you're now tied to us, if we perish, you won't survive either. How could that be? Papadu said solemnly, Son of civilization, and your civilization will surely prosper and achieve great victories. Lin Qun glanced at it. Didn't you say before that you were just a group of cargo ship crew members? Is planet-destroying weapon technology so common in the universe? This time, Papadu's expression visibly stiffened, but it seemed to have already answered Lin Qun's question. It rubbed its hands together and chuckled. The technology of planet-destroying weapons is naturally not that common, but it's not that novel either. What we manufacture are just ordinary planet-destroying weapons, large in size and inconvenient to move. Moreover, I have never lied to you, great and sacred children of human civilization. We truly come from a great civilization. Our technology far surpasses your civilization, even the second-level battlefield civilizations that are currently here. Our civilization once shone brightly on the first-level battlefield. Therefore, although we are just a group of cargo ship crew members, we also possess many so-called advanced technologies that other civilizations treasure. Papadu's words sounded like the truth. Lin Qun pondered these words, but remained outwardly calm. He then said, So, when I captured you before, what you said about your warships and fleet was true. Of course. Papadu's eyes darted around, then he puffed out his chest and said, Our fleet, even the fleet of the third cantilever overlord, would have to obediently go around it. Although we don't have any powerful individuals, our advanced weapons are enough to annihilate source energy level beings. However, weapons of that level are beyond the knowledge of us cargo ship crew members. Then why didn't they come to pick you up? Maybe they got lost. Lin Qun said, Also, didn't you say before that you had never truly participated in the civilization battlefield? How come you shone brightly in the first-level civilization battlefield now? Are you lying to me? How could I dare? How could I dare? That's because, that's history, a record of our civilization's long history. Our generation hasn't participated for many years. Papadu's forehead began to sweat. Lin Qun looked at it but didn't press further, knowing it was pointless. However, his doubts remained. He increasingly felt these weasel men were not as simple as they seemed. Most of its boasts were likely false, but some might be true. Even just one or two true statements would be astonishing. Papadu looked at Lin Qun, blinked, chuckled dryly a few times, and then said, Great and sacred son of civilization, I suddenly remembered that your civilization's military experts have asked me to be their technical advisor. I'm going to get busy now. If you need anything, just let me know. Just let me know. Papadu. Lin Qun then found Liu Rui and reiterated the importance of keeping a close eye on these Yanbei civilization beings. Papadu, however, had already left. Its words weren't false. Military experts were indeed seeking their help. Papadu and its two other companions were still there. The two companions, lacking Papadu's emotional intelligence, coldly asked from their concealed positions, Did you successfully gain that human's trust? Papadu shook its head, remaining silent. In its heart, it thought, Trust my ass. We almost got exposed. At this moment, another Yanbei civilization life form said, Humanity's victory won't last long. Whoever that civilization on the dwarf planet is, they certainly won't sit idly by and watch humanity resolve the frozen planet and reap the contribution points here. We must prepare for both possibilities. Papadu retorted, What if they're no match for humanity either? Its two companions both looked at it. Even with the planet-destroying weapons we helped build, their chances of winning are still very low. Papadu, you don't really want to submit to that child of human civilization, do you? Just as Papadu was about to say something, military personnel approached. The three Yanbei civilization life forms immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, Lin Qun had already gone into battle once more. He flew to a newly discovered Ice Clan military fortress, stood in midair, and unleashed a fierce attack, using the sea-turning seal and mountain-splitting seal in midair. He directly caused the entire ice layer to collapse, annihilating all the Ice Clan life below. He gained over 10,000 experience points and several hundred contribution points. This was a position where the Ice Clan was putting up a stubborn resistance, but unfortunately, they were no match for Lin Qun. On the alien land, human armies were everywhere. Lin Qun saw fleets moving through the air, and human armies penetrating deep beneath the ice layer, following the Ice Clan's structure. Battles erupted everywhere. Lin Qun practiced his mountain-splitting seal and sea-turning seal on the battlefield. He didn't practice using the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike, a special skill, but planned to save it for the battlefield. For 3 consecutive days, Lin Qun was once again active on the front lines, reaping a considerable number of contribution points. Combined with the leaderboard rewards, his total contribution points exceeded 10,000 again, reaching 13,000. Lin Qun didn't hesitate and immediately started drawing cards. He'd draw whenever he had contribution points. Good fortune smiled upon him, and a golden card quickly appeared. Lin Qun looked at it. Name, Muto Yuji's card. Draw type, rule card rank. A description, using this card, you pay 5 times the contribution points required for a draw at the current card pool level, granting an additional draw round. This draw round is considered Muto Yuji's draw, allowing for an extra draw. This extra draw can select any card available at the current card pool level and draw it. The drawn card has its normal effect, but it only lasts for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the rule card effect disappears, and Muto Yuji's draw round ends. Special note 1. After Muto Yuji's draw begins, if the selected card does not exist in the current level card pool, it cannot be drawn. If the first draw fails, a second draw is allowed. If the second draw fails, the card will become invalid, and the deducted contribution points will not be refunded. Special note 2. Printing a card? Not at all. This. Lin Qun was stunned for a moment as he stared at the card. It was a card type he had never drawn before. A rule card. Having drawn so many cards over such a long period, Lin Qun thought he had seen all types of cards, but unexpectedly, there was still one he had missed. Clearly, this so-called rule card was extremely rare. This was the first time he had drawn it in so many rounds. And the card's effect astonished Lin Qun. Yuji Muto was the protagonist of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a deck-building game, and many of the cards Lin Qun had drawn before, even those from Toon Kingdom, came from this anime. A major flaw of this anime is, on-the-spot card printing. Main characters often draw cards at crucial moments, many of which have never appeared or been introduced before, essentially new cards printed on the spot. Many protagonists and characters in various generations of Yu-Gi-Oh! Have experienced similar situations. What to do in a desperate situation? Print a card. Print a powerful card and turn the tide. This rule card, while not as exaggerated as directly printing cards, still allows you to draw any cards you want from the current A-rank card pool, as long as it's in the pool. It's a card that allows you to specify which card to draw, and its effect is incredibly amazing. Getting whatever you want, that's incredible. Lin Qun, in his room, looked at the card in his hand and scratched his head. My infinite card draws are already cheating, and now I can draw a cheat card that prints cards on the spot? Isn't this double cheating? I'm about to take off. However, this card comes at a price. It requires 5 times the contribution points needed to draw cards at the current card pool level. That is, it requires 50,000 contribution points. The drawn card will last for 2 hours, disappearing once Yuji Muto's cheat time ends. But that's enough. If you can draw whatever you want, even if it's only for 2 hours, 50,000 contribution points are well worth it. Lin Qun's mind immediately conjured up many ideas. Random card draws offer no choice, but what if you could specify which card to draw? That would be awesome. But just as Lin Qun was daydreaming, he noticed out of the corner of his eye that the sky above the frozen planet outside his survey-class strategic cruiser seemed to brighten for a fleeting moment. Something unexpected had happened. He immediately stood up. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 Flames of the Ruins. Lin Qun initially thought it was the Ice Energy Clan or an alien civilization on the 8th Dwarf planet that had moved. But when he arrived at the bridge of the survey-class strategic cruiser, he realized that wasn't the case. The fleeting flash had come from outer space. Mr. Lin, We weren't attacked. Current assessment indicates the flash came from a celestial body in the second orbit. It appears to have been attacked. The situation is still uncertain and we're confirming it, Suji reported to Lin Qun immediately. More information was coming from the forward base. The distance between the second and eighth orbits, between the icy planets, was immense. Even light would take a considerable amount of time to travel. By the time Lin Qun and his group saw the flash, more than 10 minutes had passed. Further information was arriving. It was an ordinary Earth-like planet in the second orbit, not a powerful civilization. However, about a third of its surface had been cut away. The planet was undergoing a drastic change, a devastating blow to it. It's a source energy level. The civilization on this Earth-like planet has clashed with another civilization. Their home planet has been attacked, and a third of their celestial body has been torn apart. This planet is finished. Currently, it's unclear who launched the attack. We can't determine if it was a source energy level attack or some kind of special weapon, and no survivors have been found. Based on speculation, the most likely culprits are the civilization of the hot Jupiter or the civilization of the planet in the third orbit. This result was chilling. The distance was too great, human observation was limited, and they hadn't been able to keep a constant eye on this area. By the time their attention turned, the battle here was already over. On the bridge, listening to the information from Human Command, Suji took a deep breath and instinctively looked at Lin Qun, saying, "Mr. Lin, it seems the war in other locations is even more intense than we expected. The wave of war sweeping across the star system has begun. However, for now, everyone is just fighting each other in close quarters. Choosing the eighth orbit seems to have been the right decision." Lin Qun also stared at the transmitted images. The third-level civilization battlefield has its own top-tier civilizations. The second-level civilization battlefield is the same. The ice energy race, which humanity currently faces, can only be considered a weak civilization among the participants in the level 2 civilization battlefield, perhaps not even reaching the middle level. Deep within the cloud pattern star system, the truly powerful civilizations that have the chance to contend for the ultimate victory in this level 2 civilization battlefield are the real, terrifying hunters. After this explosion, the starry sky fell into a brief silence. All sound seemed to vanish, as if shaken by the explosion. All civilizational activities and the progress of the war seemed to have temporarily halted. For 24 hours, humanity observed no further traces of civilizational activity. Then, 24 hours later, the war erupted even more violently. At the fourth orbital position, 3 powerful energy-level auras appeared, emanating from 3 different civilizations, fiercely clashing. Simultaneously, there were multiple jump trajectories between the 6th and 7th orbits, suggesting that the participating civilizations on the 2 planets in the 7th orbit had briefly joined forces to attack the enemy on the 6th orbit. Meanwhile, the human civilization on the frozen planet made a significant discovery during these 24 hours. Mr. Lin, the latest news from the forward base. Our northern forces have discovered a suspected berthing base for the Ice Energy Clan's 5th Fleet. Suji, her face showing excitement and surprise, looked at Lin Qun and said, "Commander-in-Chief is assembling the fleet to encircle and destroy it before the Ice Energy Clan realizes their 5th Fleet is exposed to us." In recent days, facing the relentless attacks from humans, the Ice Energy Clan has been retreating, with their fleets remaining hidden. Their technology surpasses that of humans, making them difficult to detect for the time being. Humans have been forced to use brute force to expand their occupied territory and search for important Ice Energy Clan military bases and the crucial command center. These past few days, while humans have seemingly fought fiercely and reaped many Ice Energy Clan lives, they have done little to effectively damage the Ice Energy Clan's military bases and fleets. They are too well hidden. Especially the location of the Ice Energy Clan's command center and the hiding place of the Ice Lord, which Chen Weiying sought to find, has remained undiscovered. This discovery of the Ice Energy Clan's 5th Fleet berthing base is undoubtedly the most crucial gain in recent days. The Human Legion immediately began its movement. Lin Qun, aboard the Survey-class strategic cruiser, also approached the area. The Survey-class strategic cruiser ascended into the sky, traversing the dark clouds of the frozen planet. From a macro perspective, humanity's air power was rapidly operating. Information on the forward base: its location is 3,000 kilometers away from us, outside our current occupied territory. Miss Chu and the cheerleader landing ship are currently the closest and have already moved towards it, Suji reported the latest situation to Lin Qun. In fact, at full speed, it wouldn't take long to reach them, but to avoid alerting them and allowing them to escape, the human fleet chose to sail stealthily and approach slowly. However, the Ice Energy Clan's technology was still superior to humanity's. Lin Qun's survey-class strategic cruiser had only approached within 1,500 kilometers when the cheerleader landing ship, which was even closer, was detected. The human encirclement had only partially formed when alarms were already blaring throughout the Ice Energy Clan's 5th Fleet base. This Ice Energy Clan base, hidden beneath the ice cap, contained a massive warship garage with a series of supporting facilities. Although the Ice Clan's 5th Fleet had lost some warships in previous battles, 8 of their signature teardrop-shaped fluid warships remained anchored here, with at least tens of thousands of crew and support personnel. They had been ordered to remain hidden here for a long time, yet they had still been found. Upon learning of the impending arrival of the human army, a wave of panic swept through the area. What? Humans have found us? Damn it, what do we do? What do we do? They're too ferocious. We can't fight their top experts, we must retreat immediately. Their encirclement hasn't been completed yet, let's break out now. What are we afraid of? Let's fight these humans. Their civilization is inferior to ours, do you think we're afraid of them? Last time, 3 fleets plus 2 evolved beings couldn't win. Now it's just us alone, what's the point of fighting? Report to Ice Lord in command immediately. Run now. The Ice Energy Clan's 5th Fleet, which once proudly wanted to trample the human expeditionary force underfoot, was now like a frightened bird. Hearing that the human fleet was coming, except for a few who still had the will to fight, most of the members only wanted to run. Repeated defeats, heavy losses in every battle, especially the last battle, which terrified them. Without Ice Lord's intervention and orders from above, how could they dare to fight against humans? Thus, before the human encirclement was even formed, a mass retreat had already begun. Warships began to take off. Seeing that they had been discovered, the various human forces accelerated, flanking the entire fleet from several directions, determined to engulf it. Chu Yaowei, being the closest, was the first to intercept. Although Lin Qun was positioned further back, his survey-class strategic cruiser, being the fastest, arrived at full speed, not much later than Chu Yaowei. They soared into the sky. Below, the cheering landing ship in Chu Yaowei had already blasted open the ice sheet, and the defensive weapons of the Ice Clan base below were firing wildly into the air. Beams of energy and bullets formed flowing fire snakes, twisting and sweeping across the sky. Amidst the collapsing ice, Ice Clan warships were taking off. 8 warships, including a flagship, were blocked at their doorstep. They had detected the arrival of Chu Yaowei, this evolved being, and knew Lin Qun was behind them. At this point, they dared not engage, frantically unleashing firepower while accelerating their escape. The cannons of space warships were still quite powerful. In the cosmic battlefield, given enough space and time, a space fleet could pose an effective threat to an evolved being. Unfortunately, this wasn't outer space, there was no distance or time. Chu Yaowei had already closed in, less than a kilometer away, to an evolved being, that was no different than 100 meters. At this moment, the advantages of the evolved beings were on full display. Facing the barrage of fire from the Ice Energy Clan fleet, Chu Yaowei chose to evade, but simultaneously, she opened her alternate dimension, like a giant moor, biting down from above, intending to swallow the entire Ice Energy Clan fleet whole at close range. Once she could swallow them into her alternate dimension, these Ice Energy Clan warships would have no chance of escape. Lin Qun arrived at the battlefield just in time to witness this scene. Chu Yaowei was intercepting the Ice Energy Clan fleet high in the sky. He glanced around and then charged towards the Ice Energy Clan military base below. The Ice Energy Clan fleet could escape, but how could they escape from this base? Lin Qun's speed had already exceeded Mach 10. The missiles launched by the cheerleader landing ship and the survey-class strategic cruiser landed simultaneously, but with even greater destructive power, like a comet colliding with Earth. Accompanied by a deafening roar and a towering orange-red explosion, the entire Ice Energy Clan military base and its massive warship airfield crumbled like a wooden plank. The central area exploded and sank, while the sides rose from the ground, reaching their highest points before further disintegrating and shattering. The once rigid structure, now as fragile as paper under the violent impact, was completely submerged in a wave of destruction amidst the deafening roar. Meanwhile, Chu Yaowei's alternate dimension swallowed 4 Ice Energy Clan warships. One of them, without any intention of fleeing, even launched a frenzied attack on Chu Yaowei, firing a high-powered weapon against evolved beings. Unfortunately, it missed, being identified and intercepted by the cheerleader landing ship mid-flight, exploding in the sky into a magnificent firework. However, this bought time for the other 4 warships. They decisively chose to jump directly into space. Amidst a deafening roar, the atmosphere in the area rapidly churned, creating a vacuum. The ground structure was lifted like fragile foam. Then, the 4 warships, leaving behind 4 Ice Clan warships, were swallowed up and jumped away. Where did they go? Suji was dumbfounded aboard the Survey-class strategic cruiser. With 2 of humanity's strongest beings blocking the entrance, and the Ice Clan's top experts unable to emerge, the warship's advantages were rendered useless, and defeat was inevitable. But she hadn't expected them to escape so hastily and decisively, abandoning their own planet and jumping off to who knows where. Behind them, Suji's adjutant whispered, "Captain, should we notify Blue Star? What if they go to Blue Star? Report immediately and have Blue Star prepare." Suji nodded. In her opinion, the possibility of this happening was slim. From the Ice Clan's perspective, Blue Star was protected by a source energy level. Going there would be suicide. Why would they go? But it was always good to give a heads up. The battle was rapidly ending. The 5th Fleet's base was reduced to ruins. Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei worked together to clear the area. Afterwards, the military's ground forces entered, searching the ruins for any remaining survivors and for useful clues. Chen Wiang, who had been monitoring the situation from the forward base, breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The Ice Clan's area of activity has been further compressed. I think we're getting closer to our objective." The Ice Clan's base was now a ruin, but flames still burned in the cold world. Lin Qun returned to the Survey-class strategic cruiser, looking down at the ruins and flames below, his eyes reflecting the same glint. He looked at Chu Yaowei beside him and asked, "How was it? Did it go smoothly?" 4 warships. The Iron Turtle is a bit difficult, but they have nowhere to escape. Chu Yaowei stood upright. Over the past few days, her aura had become more refined, clearly indicating a further mastery of her abilities. And, the mountain opening seal, I've made some progress in it. I'll show you next time. This time, humanity found a crucial clue pointing to the Ice Clan's command center within the 5th Fleet's base. This clue was quickly relayed back to the human forward base. Comparing it with the clues Chen Wian currently possessed regarding the Ice Energy Clan's underground world, the location of the Ice Energy Clan's command center, which the human legion had been desperately searching for, was definitively confirmed. And, the location of the Ice Lord, who had disappeared since being wounded during the human expeditionary force's landing operation. Assemble the troops. The opportunity to decisively defeat them is about to arrive, Chen Wiang ordered. He took a deep breath, eager to end the war as quickly as possible. They needed to return to Blue Star as soon as possible. Although the expeditionary force's landing operation had created a subtle misunderstanding between the A3 dwarf planet and the Ice Energy Clan civilization, leading them to mistakenly believe that humans possessed a source energy level and indirectly guaranteed Blue Star's security, humanity knew their own limitations. Ending the battle as quickly as possible and returning to Blue Star was the safest option. Chapter 487 The Final Battle. On the bridge of the Survey-class strategic cruiser. The location of the Ice Clan's core area has been confirmed. The forward base command center has uploaded the location to us. It is located. On the combat map displayed on the bridge's control screen, a flashing red area was marked in the southern hemisphere of the frozen planet, opposite the location of the human forward base. Suji looked at Chu Yaowei and Lin Qun standing in front and said, "The command center has issued a full mobilization order, preparing to assemble forces and launch a general offensive." With a general offensive underway, the human legion's actions no longer needed concealment. Large numbers of ground troops began to assemble, while the scattered human fleet and air power also began to converge again. Numerous scouts and reconnaissance aircraft flew towards the Ice Clan's core area, scanning the location. The Ice Clan possessed superior technology, and their underground cities were extremely well hidden. Human reconnaissance equipment was often detected upon approach. Some scouts with special talents volunteered, risking their lives to infiltrate and confirm the situation in the Ice Clan's core control area. Once its exact location was confirmed, a wealth of information converged. Humanity's Air Force was the first to assemble, with 11 warships, including the space warship, sailing side by side. Accompanying this fleet was an aerial combat cluster consisting of over 100 new fighter jets and over 200 drones. Chen Wiang, stationed at the Forward Base Command Center, spoke privately with Lin Qun via video call, saying, "Mr. Lin, our reconnaissance aircraft and intelligence personnel have brought us important information. The situation of the Ice Energy Clan Central Hub has been basically confirmed. Our location is correct. However, the Ice Energy Clan's core control area is actually a mobile city. They have utilized the unique environment of this icy planet to construct a giant underground city within the underground sea formed beneath the ice and strata, located approximately 700 to 900 meters below the surface of 8-2. The model we created based on our reconnaissance has been uploaded." As Chen Wiang explained, the image was indeed transmitted to Lin Qun's personal terminal. Lin Qun was somewhat alarmed after just one glance. The Ice Energy Clan's core control zone central underground city was built on an absolute wonder. The situation on the frozen planet differed from Blue Star. Before its arrival at the second-level civilization battlefield, this planet's temperature was already very low, yet it possessed abundant water. However, its core was extremely hot. Therefore, most of its surface was covered by a thick layer of ice. But in certain special locations, the water couldn't freeze, forming a massive cavern beneath the ice layer. Water flowed here, creating a vast ocean beneath the planet's surface. According to current exploration results, this ocean was at least as large as the Indian Ocean. However, due to the harsh environment of the frozen planet, it was almost impossible for any life to naturally arise here. At most, only microorganisms would exist. Therefore, this vast ocean would appear utterly desolate. The Ice Energy Clan utilized this natural environment to build their command center for the second-level civilization battlefield, the core control zone's underground city. Here, it floated on the underground sea and could move over a wide area. The entire network of underground tunnels of the Ice Clan, spanning the frozen planet, converges here, flowing into the ocean, which is equivalent to flowing into this underground city. This is a spectacle only found on alien planets, a strange structure that could only be built in such a place. However, such a spectacle doesn't even require a human fleet or a massive army. Lin Qun alone could destroy it. After all, no matter how important or large this place is, to Lin Qun, it's no different from an ordinary Ice Clan underground city. The Ice Clan's higher-ranking members are functionally important and crucial to the Ice Clan, but to Lin Qun, the threat they pose is almost no different from that of ordinary Ice Clan life. The only concerns are whether there are any weapons against evolved humans here, such as molecular freezing bombs, and the Ice Lord of the Ice Clan who has been hiding since the landing war. Chen Wiang looked at Lin Qun and said, "Actually, discovering this underground city in the core control area is secondary. The most crucial thing is that we've followed the clues and found a lead. We now believe that deeper beneath the underground ocean where this core control area's underground city is located, and even deeper within the frozen planet, there exists a massive void connected to this ocean. And the Ice Lord of the Ice Energy Clan should be hiding at the end of this void, in the center of the Earth's core. This is crucial information." Lin Qun raised his head, thought for a moment, and said, "At this time, with the army assembled, you're telling me all this alone. Surely it's not just to share this information." "Of course," Chen Wiang smiled and said, "I want to hear your thoughts, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, are you planning to fight this battle? After all, you are a mobile human nuclear weapon, and a key link in this war." Lin Qun looked at the images transmitted by Chen Wiang, pondered for a moment, and gradually his mind became clearer. He said, "As long as we can pinpoint the location, leave the Ice Lord to me. I can kill it. And once it's dead, we can destroy this core underground city of the Ice Energy Clan, completely decapitating them from a combat and command perspective. The Ice Energy Clan will then have no power to fight us anymore. Even if they still have a fleet, they'll just be waiting to die. However, the Ice Energy Clan should also be able to anticipate this. As long as we attack this underground city, as long as we show that we've confirmed the location of their Ice Lord, all Ice Energy Clan life on the planet will no longer hide and will fight us with all their might." Thinking of this, Lin Qun became somewhat excited. Even if that source energy level Ice Lord of the Ice Energy Clan has recovered, he probably hasn't recovered to his full strength yet. If we can find his hiding place in advance, it will be a great advantage. In the landing battle, the source energy level Ice Lord of the Ice Energy Clan was injured, and Lin Qun used all his methods. At that time, the Ice Lord remained dormant, which Lin Qun was happy to see, because he couldn't afford to continue fighting then. But now it's different. Lin Qun has already recovered and has drawn many powerful cards, even a Guangmu Xianwang card. Naturally, he wants to fight and kill the source energy level Ice Lord of the Ice Energy Clan as soon as possible before he recovers. Unfortunately, the opponent is well hidden, and humans haven't discovered it, nor has Lin Qun been able to find it. Now, however, is an opportunity. If we can kill this Ice Lord, we'll have this battle. Chen Weiyang said, that's right. As long as their high-ranking members and their Ice Lord threaten these two, the Ice Energy Clan fleet and legion won't be able to hide anymore. They'll either have to surrender and leave this level 2 civilization battlefield quickly, or they'll have to mobilize their army and fight us to the death. And in such a decisive battle, the initiative will be in our hands. At that time, as long as Mr. Lin can kill the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level, we will achieve a great victory. But if we fail, with the size of the military forces we have deployed here so far, I'm afraid very few of them will be able to return to Blue Star. Chen Weiyang looked at Lin Qun. As the commander of the human expeditionary force on the frozen planet, he appeared to be strategizing and suppressing the enemy step by step, but in reality, he was more nervous than anyone else because he was responsible for his army. The lives of hundreds of thousands of troops from Blue Star who had come here all rested on his shoulders. If the decisive battle truly began, Chang Ziren could naturally take over the entire frozen planet and the Ice Energy Clan, but if he failed, it would likely result in a complete rout, with hundreds of thousands of human warriors dying in battle. After all, transporting troops through the portal was easy, but evacuating was not so easy. Moreover, this decisive battle with the Ice Energy Clan would take place in the southern hemisphere, far from the human forward base and the portal, which made Chen Weiyang uneasy. The human force on the frozen planet now accounted for almost 70% of the core strength of human civilization, especially the fleet and air combat groups, which were humanity's entire foundation. If they were lost, human civilization would be completely finished. Who could bear such consequences? Everyone would worry about the consequences of failure, and the pressure on Chen Weiyang was unimaginable. He couldn't possibly show this kind of pressure to anyone else, and even with Lin Qun, he only revealed a little. We can't retreat now. We must win. We can only win. We must strengthen ourselves, otherwise, once we leave the level 2 civilization battlefield, facing the third spiral arm overlord fleet still waiting for us outside, we'll be doomed. The Ice Energy Clan's source energy level is injured and can't leave. Now that we've finally found it, if we don't kill it now, when will we? Are we supposed to wait until it recovers before attacking? I will surely sever the head of the Ice Energy Clan's Ice Lord. Lin Qun didn't offer any comfort to Chen Weiyang, only a resolute reply. He knew it was unnecessary. This was the best answer he could give. Lin Qun turned his gaze from the video feed to the window. The survey-class strategic cruiser was flying over the frozen planet, beyond which stretched an endless alien world. His resolve remained firm. There was no turning back once the arrow was released. Having come this far, regardless of fear or unease, they could only move forward, defeat their opponents, and return laden with spoils. Lin Qun had never forgotten the shadow cast by the Third Helical Arm's hegemonic fleet. They were waiting for them in the Blue Star star system. If they couldn't grow stronger in the second-level civilization battlefield, then their demise would be the moment they left the second-level civilization battlefield. Hearing Lin Qun's resolute words, Chen Weiyang glanced at him, his eyes filled with deep admiration. Many had witnessed Lin Qun's power and were awestruck and in awe of his strength. But in Chen Weiyang's eyes, what impressed him most about Lin Qun was his unwavering courage. Where there is no road, fight your way through. Push forward relentlessly. He thought, perhaps power made Lin Qun strong, but many possessed power. What brought Mr. Lin to this point was his unparalleled courage. Chen Weiyang took a deep breath and said, all right. Let's proceed according to plan, Mr. Lin. Let's seize the opportunity, launch this war together, and utterly crush the Ice Energy Clan civilization. A cold glint flashed in Lin Qun's eyes. Ice Energy Clan Ice Lord, this time, you can't escape. Meanwhile, at the same time the human legion began its large-scale operation. Deep within the underground ocean of the frozen planet. In the core underground city of the Ice Energy Clan, in the meticulously crafted Ice Energy Clan Hall, protected by multiple layers of defense, the position of the Ice Lord remained vacant, while below, the Ice Energy Clan's higher-ranking officials argued incessantly. They've discovered this place, their advance is too fast. They want to fight us to the death. Yin, can the Ice Lord intervene? If the situation turns against us, I think we might choose to leave early. We've already paid too high a price. If we all perish here, our civilization will regress by thousands of years. If something happens to the Ice Lord too, our civilization will. If we have to fight, we must immediately assemble our army. This is our command center, we cannot surrender it easily. I told you, we shouldn't have launched an attack on humanity so rashly in the first place. The Ice Clan's higher-ranking members stood there, a slight sense of panic lingering. In a corner, the previously reassuring Yin had become the target of everyone's attention. Yin was also uneasy. They weren't afraid of war, but they feared meaningless losses. Having come to the battlefield of civilization, none wanted to become someone else's pawn. However, at that moment, above their positions, where the Ice Lord's spot had been empty, a crystalline ice particle suddenly appeared. The Ice Lord's voice, resonating throughout the entire area, spoke, "No need to panic, and no need to retreat. They've come to challenge us to decisive battle, they're courting death. We will soon reclaim the contribution points they took from us. Gather your forces. If they want a decisive battle, we will fight them. Bring in their top combatants, I will personally end them." Hearing the voice of their own source energy level lord, the other Ice Energy Clan higher-ranking members fell silent. They all deeply believed in the Ice Lord's decision and the content of his words. However, the Ice Lord only uttered this one sentence before the ice particles quickly disappeared again. But the Ice Energy Clan higher-ranking members gained confidence and began preparing for war. It seems that Lord Ice Lord has recovered and truly has a plan. As long as we can eliminate humanity's top combat power, even though we have recently lost a lot of strength, in a true decisive battle with human civilization, the outcome is still uncertain. Prepare. Issue the Ice Lord's order to assemble the Legion. I can't wait to kill all these humans. At this moment, deep underground, in the Crystal Palace where the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord resided, the Ice Lord's icy fluid structure trembled, awakening the black sphere in the corner. In the corner, the black sphere rested quietly on the ground, seemingly in a dormant state. Only after being activated by the Ice Lord did it quickly regain its light and rise from the ground, from which a cold voice emanated, "You have recovered." Actually, this Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord hasn't fully recovered. Otherwise, it would have already made its move. Why would it wait for others to attack? But now, with humanity forcing a decisive battle, it has no choice even if it hasn't fully recovered. However, the Ice Lord's reply was, "I have recovered. These humans have willingly offered themselves up to die. Be prepared, proceed according to plan. I'll do what I should do, and you do what you should do, that's natural." A cold smile appeared in that icy voice. This reckless, inexperienced civilization, it's time we taught them a lesson, at the cost of their entire civilization. The Ice Lord didn't reply, but its dispersed ice fluid body trembled violently, representing its killing intent. A trash civilization entering a level 2 civilization battlefield for the first time, without even a decent fleet. So what if they have source energy level power? We attacked you, and you tolerated it, but you dared to fight back, courting death. Having endured for so long, the Ice Lord felt extremely aggrieved, only waiting to avenge its humiliation. Chapter 488. Let your source energy level come here. November 19th, Year 2 of the new Federation calendar. On the frozen planet 8-2, a massive war began. Human legions began converging on the core city area of the Ice Clan. The human aerial legions were the first to complete their assembly, advancing into the southern hemisphere with overwhelming force. On the same day, human ground forces on the frozen planet began to assemble, converging in various human-occupied territories. November 20th, Year 2 of the new Federation calendar. A portal opened across the southern hemisphere of the frozen planet, allowing human troops and mechanized legions from various locations to rapidly enter the southern hemisphere. The human legions began their advance towards the Ice Clan's core control area in the southern hemisphere. The Ice Clan's response began on the same day. According to human reconnaissance, all their fleets appeared simultaneously 1700 hours on November 20th, Year 2 of the new Federation calendar. Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei departed from the human aerial combat group, flying in orbit. The Ice Clan fleets that came to meet them retreated in fear, avoiding their attacks. This created a crucial opportunity for the human legions to assemble and seize advantageous positions. In the early hours of the 21st, Lin Qun raced ahead, setting off from the nearest location and heading straight for the Ice Energy Clan's core control area. the underground city. Chu Yaowei followed closely behind. Lin Qun made no attempt to conceal his intentions. His goal was crystal clear, to target the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Sovereign. Along the way, numerous Ice Energy Clan turrets hidden on the ice surface rotated, attempting to intercept Lin Qun, but all attempts failed. Chu Yaowei provided cover for Lin Qun, and a vast alternate dimension unfolded in the sky, swallowing most of the weapons attacking from the ground. Some of the more powerful strikes were simply evaded. Behind them, the Survey-class strategic cruiser and the human forward base headquarters provided immediate technical support to Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei. They advanced with unstoppable momentum until they reached a point above an ice layer. According to human calculations, the Ice Energy Clan's core underground city lay beneath this thick layer of ice. Lin Qun took a deep breath, gripped the sword of Excalibur, and charged downwards. A terrifying light illuminated the sky and the earth. When the ice layer was breached, the entire ice surface was a magnificent, radiant gold. Lin Qun descended relentlessly, clearing a path with his sword of Excalibur, relentlessly piercing the ice layer. Before pure power, the ice melted away like snow. At the 700-meter mark, Lin Qun breached it in minutes. Of course, he only created a gap large enough for one person to pass through. He arrived at the world below. The flash of the Excalibur briefly illuminated the strange landscape of the underground ocean. Beneath his feet stretched an endless sea, extending boundlessly underground, while above him, an equally endless icy dome rose, a mixture of ice and rock, uneven and rugged, with many inverted peaks pointing towards the vast ocean below. It was like another world entirely different from the surface. However, the sea here was calm and still. Only when Lin Qun arrived did the waves he stirred up churn into a raging torrent. And when Lin Qun looked up, in the distance, a beautiful sea castle floated serenely on the water. It was a typical Ice Clan fortress structure, but unlike the underground cities buried in permafrost and ice, it lacked a massive dome. The entire structure rose in layers, intricately and beautifully stacked together, the lights shimmering on it reflecting off the lake, the ice, and the dark world, displaying jewel-like colors. But it was equipped with a vast defensive system. Its scale surpassed any Ice Clan underground facility Lin Qun had ever seen. As Lin Qun looked at it, in the core-controlled underground city of the Ice Clan, in its top-floor conference room, Yin and the Ice Clan's higher-ranking officials were also watching this human suspended there through a screen. Someone felt slightly uneasy. "He's here, shouldn't we evacuate?" Yin's icy fluid structure remained unmoved, coldly replying, "Just wait for him." Deep within the massive Ice Clan sea fortress, the weapons the Ice Clan had prepared for Lin Qun against evolved beings were already. As soon as Lin Qun approached within striking distance, they would unleash a full-scale attack. An evolved being who roams freely across the world is difficult for them to kill, but if an evolved being delivers itself to their doorstep, they are not entirely without options. However, Lin Qun did not approach. He only glanced at the scene from afar before plunging into the sea. Sword light flashed on his curry stick, piercing the surface of the sea. Terrifying sword energy churned, and the surrounding seawater trembled violently. Immediately afterward, Lin Qun formed hand seals, and the sea-turning seal erupted. At this moment, this fighting technique truly overturned the ocean. The calm underground ocean churned violently, terrifying waves surged hundreds of meters high, and Lin Qun descended. The gate to the Earth's core was right before him. Lin Qun was not foolish. He had come with such astonishing momentum, and the Ice Energy Clan's sea fortress not only didn't flee but was waiting for him there. Everyone knew something was amiss. How could Lin Qun simply charge straight in? Moreover, he hadn't come for the sea fortress today, he had come for the Ice Energy Clan's Ice Lord. The sea fortresses could move, but the passage leading to the Earth's core, the hiding place of the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord, could not. Therefore, the Ice Energy Clan's sea fortresses could only remain here, but Lin Qun had no need to attack them. He could go straight to the Earth's core to find the Ice Energy Clan's Ice Lord. The passage was indeed here. Lin Qun did not hesitate and went straight in. He went directly to find the Ice Lord. How foolish. He should have Comtris instead of the Ice Lord. He's invincible as an evolved being. Does he really think he can face a source energy level being? Alright, hand him over to the Ice Lord. We can focus on dealing with those humans above. Yin also withdrew its gaze. In its opinion, although this human did not plunge headlong into their trap, this was the best-case scenario. Going to find the Ice Lord was suicide. At this moment, Lin Qun entered beneath the ice layer, heading straight for the Earth's core, while Chu Yaowei remained above, not entering with him. Her alternate dimension opened a crack, obscuring the inside, but the chaotic light illuminated her body, making her appear like a female war goddess, suspended in the sky. Just then, she suddenly raised an eyebrow and turned around. In the sky behind her, a figure of ice-cold energy had appeared out of nowhere. Its aura was powerful. It was none other than the arrogant Ice Energy Clan Evolver who had been routed by Lin Qun earlier. It was now the last remaining Ice Energy Clan Evolver. With Lin Qun around, it dared not show itself, but now that it knew Lin Qun had gone to find the Ice Lord, it naturally emerged. Sensing Chu Yaowei's presence, it said, having just advanced to the Evolver level, you dare to venture so deep into this place. Your companion is indeed powerful, but as an Evolver, going to find our Ice Lord is a one-way trip. You're still here, just waiting to die. I've come to send you on your way. Chu Yaowei, also wearing a simultaneous interpretation device, retorted with a laugh. I think you're still terrified after being killed by Lin Qun last time. You came so quickly, you must have been lying in ambush all along, right? Why didn't you dare to come out just now? You only dared to come out and shout after confirming that Lin Qun wasn't here. So what? The arrogant Ice Energy Clan Evolver said, if he's not here, you're dead. It was burning with rage and attacked directly. In the last battle, Lin Qun's strength terrified it, and it even fled with its tail between its legs. Chu Yaowei was right, it had been waiting here all along. Watching Lin Qun advance unstoppably, it knew it was no match and dared not come out. Only now, seeing Lin Qun going to find their source energy level, did it dare to emerge. It had just ascertained Chu Yaowei's strength. She was likely only at the newly evolved level, still far inferior to itself, a veteran evolved being. Instantly, its confidence surged, and it revealed itself, intending to kill Chu Yaowei. Its attack was both fueled by rage and preparation. However, Chu Yaowei merely smiled lightly. Who said he wasn't here? Only she could hear these words. The instant this arrogant Ice Energy Clan member opened its alternate dimension, Chu Yaowei acted first, striking in a flash. Her alternate dimension expanded infinitely, instantly engulfing the arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolved being. Chaos opened. The ice beneath its feet suddenly rose, transforming into a massive dueling arena. The arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolved being sneered, "You're courting death, my strength surpasses yours. You use your alternate dimension to envelop me, I'll simply burst you apart from within your alternate dimension, and you'll be severely injured, if not dead." Its words were abruptly cut off. Its gaze shifted, and it spotted a figure within Chu Yaowei's alternate dimension. Lin Qun, wearing a bronze mask, sat cross-legged in the center of the dueling arena. How is this possible? I know you have the ability to create clones, but I sensed your aura. Even if you're hiding in her alternate dimension, you should. Lin Qun, still wearing the bronze mask, slowly raised his head and looked at it, although, sorry, I have too many tricks up my sleeve. I also have a way to completely conceal my aura. At this moment, the Lin Qun sitting here was his true form. The one who had just rushed down into the depths of the earth was a shadow clone carrying the vast majority of Lin Qun's dark energy. Venturing into the tiger's den alone. It sounded like a lone hero, but Lin Qun wasn't that reckless. Sending a shadow clone was the best option. Even if it died, it would only lose some dark energy. With a bronze mask's protection, Lin Qun's aura could be concealed, and coupled with his hiding place in Chu Yaowei's alternate dimension, neither the Ice Energy Clan's evolved beings nor their technological means could detect Lin Qun's true form. Chu Yaowei laughed. It seems someone really is courting death, but who? You're wrong. At that moment, the arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolver's expression changed drastically. It immediately withdrew its power, trying to break through Chu Yaowei's alternate dimension to escape. Ordinary beings trapped in an evolver's alternate dimension almost never escape, but it was an evolver, stronger than Chu Yaowei, and could fight its way out. Terrified, it wanted to run away immediately, and even more so, to warn the other Ice Energy Clan beings below where the real Lin Qun was. However, it was too late. How could Lin Qun give it the chance? Lin Qun had almost wiped out all the top Ice Energy Clan experts, leaving only a source energy level Ice Venerable and this arrogant evolver. Therefore, he was determined to keep them here. Lin Qun stood up and attacked. The Samsara Abyss opened. In an instant, it swallowed the figures of Lin Qun and the arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolver, making them disappear. This time, it was a true one-vote-one battle between real men. Meanwhile, Another Lin Qun was also heading straight for the Earth's core. Based on information provided by the Federation, the clone Lin Qun quickly found the underground passage. He descended rapidly, exceeding Mach 10 in the long tunnel, flashing through like lightning, and then, suddenly, nothingness appeared. A massive crystal palace appeared before the clone Lin Qun. The magnificent and dreamlike underground structure left the clone Lin Qun feeling dazzled at first glance. This place was completely different from the cold world above. This was the Earth's core world, infinitely close to the core of the frozen planet. The planet's core temperature was lower and smaller than blue stars, but here, infinitely close to the core, the surrounding temperature was already quite high. Ordinary human life could not survive here. There was no ice around, lava flowed on the walls of metallic ore. Incongruous with this crimson world was the Crystal Palace, the only place exuding a chilling aura. It was like two worlds of ice and fire. This was strange. High temperatures and flames were a deadly threat to the Ice Energy Clan, yet this place had become the Ice Lord's hidden healing spot. The moment the clone Lin Qun arrived, a startling aura suddenly rose from the deathly silent world of ice and fire. It was the Ice Lord of the Ice Energy Clan, its voice icy, resonating throughout the entire Earth's core, saying, "You want to kill me with your own power? Interesting ability. This isn't even your true form, even I only just discovered it." The clone Lin Qun was slightly startled. His multiple shadow clone technique should theoretically make it impossible to distinguish between his true form and clones. No one but himself would know. How did this Ice Lord discover it? At this moment, the Ice Lord's source energy level projection was magnificently displayed in this vast underground space. Its body rose upwards, magma flowed backwards, and every strange ice crystal prism emitted dazzling light. Its aura instantly locked onto the clone Lin Qun, unleashing its full power, a thunderous attack. "This is a futile effort. You and your true form will perish. You are utterly unworthy to fight me. Bring forth your source energy level." It attacked in an instant, a terrifying force crashing down like a tidal wave. The clone, Lin Qun, formed hand seals and advanced, unleashing the mountain-splitting seal with all its dark energy. Unfortunately, it only withstood the onslaught for less than a second before being swallowed by the overwhelming tide. On its journey here and its descent, its dark energy had been nearly exhausted. However, behind it, on the rock wall at the entrance to the Earth's core, a shimmering metal device was quietly embedded. Engraved on it was the mark of the Flying Thunder God. With the demise of the clone, Lin Qun's memories and everything it had seen and heard rapidly flowed back to its true form. Chapter 489 One Punch 9999. In the deadly cycle of reincarnation, the arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolver was utterly panicked. How is this possible? How could you still be here? You. It had just arrived arrogantly, intending to kill Chu Yaowei, but it hadn't expected that Lin Qun was waiting for it here. What terrified it was that this strange gray space was incredibly solid, it couldn't break through. It struggled left and right, watching helplessly as it was locked and trapped here. And that nightmarish human powerhouse was rapidly approaching. As an evolver, facing Lin Qun at this moment, it was like a frightened bird, utterly devoid of fighting spirit, only wanting to escape. The reason was simple, the pressure Lin Qun exerted on it was too immense. It hadn't witnessed the killing of General Liu firsthand, but it had experienced the entire battle between another evolver of its own race. This human strength was chilling, and it had completely instilled fear in it towards Lin Qun. Now, being trapped here by Lin Qun for a one-on-one true manly battle, it was almost driven mad with fear. It thought this was Lin Qun's alternate dimension, but to its horror, it discovered that its own alternate dimension was completely ineffective here. This amplified its fear of Lin Qun to a new level. What kind of methods were these? This human was too ruthless. Too terrifying. Quick, how could it escape? It desperately wanted to escape. It retreated frantically. Unfortunately, in the cycle of despair, it had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. For 7 seconds, it was forcibly confined to this deathly space. Lin Qun was rapidly closing in. At this moment, all the dark energy in his body was burning wildly. His original body's 800 plus dark energy, Eskinner's abilities 300 plus dark energy, his 100 healing seals 800 plus dark energy, and the 200 plus dark energy stolen from this evolved being through the cycle of despair, Lin Qun's dark energy attribute now reached over 2,300 points. Now, all of it had transformed into inexhaustible fuel, fueling the lush and rising dragon strike skill. Lin Qun's internal dark energy was far purer than ordinary dark energy, 1 point of his dark energy was equivalent to 2 points of someone else's. This punch burned the equivalent of 4,600 points of dark energy under normal circumstances. At this moment, this dark energy burned wildly, completely incinerating in 2 seconds, filling the absolute power of the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike, and bursting forth like thunder as Lin Qun strode forward into his fist. Lin Qun arrived in front of it and threw a punch. In the dark, silent, and terrifying reincarnation of Is, a terrifying dragon's roar seemed to echo, as if a giant azure dragon had risen up and bitten it in two. The arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolver was pierced and exploded by this punch. Instantly killed. 1 punch to kill an evolver. A punch with 9,999 critical damage, nothing could be more powerful. A dignified evolver, forced into a corner, crushed to death with a single punch. This arrogant evolver, though not a top expert among evolvers, was still quite powerful. Yet, he was directly shattered by Lin Qun. The power of the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike was astonishing. The more dark energy burned, the more exponentially its power increased. Of course, to some extent, this was also related to the fact that this arrogant Ice Energy evolver was terrified upon seeing Lin Qun and offered no decent resistance. But even if it had resisted and dodged some of the power of the Lushan Rising Dragon Strike, it would have been only a matter of time before it was killed. 7 seconds was enough. Lin Qun's current strength was more than enough to face evolvers directly and crush them with conventional methods. But with his dark energy reduced to 0, Lin Qun also took a step back. He didn't even have time to escape the reincarnation despair and immediately began frantically consuming drugs. At the same moment, in the distant depths of the Starry River, in 8-3, 2 cold voices were rapidly exchanging information. The message has arrived, the war has begun. It's time for us to act. Clear the obstacles, win the victory, the contribution points are yours and mine. Inside the deathly silent 8-3 dwarf planet, massive machinery began to operate, but the roar and flashes of light were swallowed by the vacuum of darkness. No one knew that at this moment, a colossal machine, 30 astronomical units away from both Earth and the 8-2 frozen planet, had already begun its silent operation. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the 8-2 frozen planet, humanity's air combat groups were engaged in beyond visual range combat with the Frost Race fleet. Human ground forces were subjected to complete interception by the Frost Race, and at humanity's forward base, they were once again subjected to fierce attack by the Frost Race Legion. This was, after all, Frost Race territory. They seemed omnipresent. Although humanity had seemingly occupied most of the area, they still seemed to have hidden underground passages, able to appear in almost every location, deploying in large numbers to fight against human civilization on nearly half of the 8-2 frozen planet battlefield. Multiple ground forces were subjected to fierce attacks. Humanity's forward base was subjected to unprecedented bombardment. A large number of enemies have appeared, possibly exceeding 30,000 Ice Energy Clan members, including some powerful individuals and heavy weaponry. Commander, we advise you to retreat immediately. In the forward base command center, facing his subordinates' advice, Chen Weiying remained unmoved, refusing to leave the front lines. He simply looked up, watching the battlefield footage transmitted from the front. In the aerial battlefield, human air combat groups were surrounded by swarms of warships, bombarding each other. Large numbers of fighter jets and drones fell like rain, a fiery meteor shower crashing to the ground. The Ice Energy Clan fleet advanced in a straight line. On the macroscopic battlefield, they appeared outnumbered by the human fleet, which was protected by numerous fighter jets and drones, but their quality was superior. Their heavy artillery roared densely, torpedoes and missiles swarmed in the air, and most terrifyingly, their high-powered beam weapons. Each shot sliced through the battlefield like a scalpel, destroying swathes of human air force. The defensive capabilities of human warships were utterly inadequate to withstand such high-powered weapon attacks. Those hit were pierced and exploded in the sky. Therefore, humanity's air combat groups have been widely dispersed. Although they appear densely packed, this is only from a macroscopic perspective. In reality, there are significant distances between human air combat groups, even between individual fighter jets. Ground forces in various locations have also been attacked, especially where large numbers of human ground troops are concentrated, where massive Ice Energy Clan legions have emerged. However, facing this onslaught, the human army advances valiantly. Countless mechanized units advance in unison, and human warriors charge forward triumphantly, fighting to the death with the alien civilization. On the frozen planet and on the battlefield, the flames of war ignite everywhere, and the songs of death resound everywhere. Life vanishes like smoke, and the war escalates. The frigid planetary surface is illuminated by countless explosions and flashes of light. Even nuclear-level weapons streak across the sky, missiles carrying nuclear warheads, or beams of energy flashing with dazzling light and astonishing power. They fly coldly and domineeringly through the sky, crashing into the center of the battlefield, and then igniting the frozen planet with a light as brilliant as the sun. One human legion after another was wiped out on the land. But these were fringe forces, powerless to intercept the Ice Clan's high-powered weapons. In the Level 2 civilization battlefield, weapons that were once restricted and defined as high-powered lethal weapons in the Level 3 civilization battlefield were no longer restricted and could be used as conventional weapons. Simultaneously, Chen Weiyang issued orders to calmly launch nuclear weapons against the identified Ice Clan targets. Humanity also possessed city-destroying beam weapons, but they were all on a few warships. The only weapons that humanity could launch at will were nuclear weapons, but nuclear weapons were relatively easier to intercept than high-powered beam weapons. However, Chen Weiyang had brought a large nuclear reserve from Earth to the Ice Clan's frozen planet battlefield, but had not used it because there was no need. Now was the time. Authorization was swiftly issued, and nuclear weapons were released in various human positions. A large number of high-speed missiles carrying nuclear warheads took off and, under the cover of human firepower, rushed towards the enemy positions. Some were intercepted in midair, while others went undetected, successfully breaking through and hitting their targets. Mushrooms rose on the ground. Humanity's counterattack was equally fierce. Even though the Ice Energy Clan were a high-energy civilization, none of them had an average attribute score exceeding 200 points. A single nuclear weapon landing would wipe out an entire war zone's Ice Energy Clan warriors. Even those with attribute scores exceeding 200, unless they reached 700 or 800, would be reduced to ashes in the core blast zone of a nuclear weapon, melted and evaporated in the scorching heat. In a corner of the forward base command center, Papadu and the others were ordered to remain. Looking at the massive suns rising on the screen ahead, Papadu's linear pupils were illuminated. It said, "How, they're fighting fiercely, great son of civilization, you must win." On the front lines, Wang Xianshen, in his legion, wore sunglasses and looked at the sky. At this moment, the sky in his field of vision was crimson, and even in the distant distance, a mushroom cloud was rising. Immediately afterwards, a deafening rumble resounded. Orders came from above, instructing them to move to other locations. Their current position, though outside the strike and impact zone, was likely to be there soon. The earth was illuminated. Wang Xianshen glared, saying, "Damn it, if this keeps up, it'll really be a nuclear war." "I've never seen anything like this before," his adjutant murmured. "Who's ever seen anything like this?" Meanwhile, at the very heart of the battlefield, in the quietest area, above the ice layer of the underground ocean, Chu Yaowei's alternate dimension opened again. This time, only she appeared. The arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolver had vanished from the rankings forever. She hovered in the sky, coldly surveying the earth below, her face displaying an unprecedented solemnity. The boundless ice plains trembled. It was the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level powerhouse rising from beneath the earth, beneath the ocean, beneath the very depths. Its aura multiplied into thousands of streams, about to rise from the earth's core, from every corner of this planet. At that time, it will be omnipresent, its presence felt throughout the entire planet. Its icy fluid structures will appear in tens of thousands at every location on the planet, precisely and perfectly annihilating humanity in each location. This is a planetary strike that only the powerful Ice Energy Clan can achieve. Chu Yaowei was powerless to stop it. She was no match for a source energy level expert and could only watch helplessly as the scene unfolded before her. However, she didn't need to intervene. In the alternate dimension dueling arena behind her, Lin Qun's figure had already disappeared. Meanwhile, at this moment, beneath the ice layer and its bottom layer, in the core underground city of the Ice Energy Clan on the underground ocean, our evolved human is dead. How did she do that? Lord Ice Venerable has made his move. Is that human evolved human dead? No, his name is still on the leaderboard. His name only disappeared for a moment. Yin's expression changed drastically. Contact the Ice Venerable immediately. There might be a trap. At the same moment Yin made this judgment, the Ice Venerable also sensed it. Deep within the underground core, Although most of its body had been blasted away, its core remained, deep within the crystal palace. Its icy fluid structure rose from the surface, forming a prism shape, looking forward. In the vast passageway of the crystal palace, a human figure approached step by step from afar. That person was none other than Lin Qun, the human it had just slain. Interesting. How did you manage to get here so stealthily? But I easily crushed your clone. Can't you see the difference? Even though I'm injured, you're still no match for me. How laughable that you dared to come here in your true form. It seems you want to die a complete death. The Ice Lord's voice echoed throughout the palace, spreading globally. Its voice seemed even more majestic, omnipresent like the voice of a god, resounding everywhere. Where's your source energy level? If he doesn't make a move soon, I'll slaughter all of you humans. Lin Qun arrived, sword in hand. His arrival was a contingency plan left by the Flying Thunder God technique. He teleported directly here, appearing instantly and impossible to be detected. At this moment, he held a sword in his right hand, while his left hand tightly gripped a card of a bald man. The card was flashing, already activated. He stopped about 20 meters away from the Ice Lord, raised his head, and said, "If I were you, I would definitely do my best to block this punch." At that moment, Lin Qun's hair suddenly burst into flames. What? You? Why are you burning your own hair? Do you think becoming bald will enhance your combat power? The Ice Lord sneered. In its eyes, this human's behavior was simply foolish and absurd, utterly illogical. At this moment, the Ice Lord's aura surged wildly. Although it believed Lin Qun was easily defeated, this distance was indeed dangerous for it. If it hadn't just launched its full attack, the opponent would never have been able to get this close. But now, it also withdrew some of its power, and a terrifying aura surged, instantly filling the entire crystal palace, intending to repeat the scene from before and kill Lin Qun on the spot. Its target was not Lin Qun, nor the humans here, but the human source energy level expert. It wanted to lure the opponent into making a move, and then join forces with the two source energy level experts from 8 to 3 dwarf planet to kill him. Without the source energy level experts, these humans would only become lambs to the slaughter. Faced with the earth-shattering attack of the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Sovereign, Lin Qun didn't dodge or evade this time. On the contrary, he strode forward with great speed and force. He charged recklessly, wildly and unrestrainedly. At this moment, Lin Qun's head was on fire, his hair completely burned off, his scalp gleaming. The golden card shimmered. One Punch Man card activated. Serious Fist loading. This card has 3 chances to unleash a Serious Fist, and he still has 2 left. Lin Qun's eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched tightly, terrifying power pulsating within him. Today, he would pave his way with his fists. Before, the rising dragon fist of Mount Lu had instantly killed the evolved being. Now, he would shove the Serious Fist directly into the mouth of this Ice Energy Clan evolved being, and see how it could still jump around. Yes, you guessed right, I've gone bald, and I've become stronger. Come on. Chapter 490. You're the source energy level. Lin Qun's punch seemed unremarkable, barely stirring up any dark energy, only creating a faint, rolling gust of wind. But the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level immediately sensed something amiss. Its surging power was reversed by the force of the punch, as if blown away by a gust of wind. Was this a powerful evolved being? No, this attack was wrong. The Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Venerable's thoughts suddenly shifted. Its aura abruptly solidified as it tried to fully defend against Lin Qun's attack. But it was too late. Lin Qun had approached this point, all for this moment. This punch, aimed at the enemy, beneath the gleaming bald head burned away by fire, was a seemingly ordinary yet earnest punch. The Ice Energy Clan's source energy level power was forced back, and Lin Qun's punch directly tore everything apart. Seemingly unremarkable, it was incredibly fierce, unstoppable, directly striking the Ice Energy Clan Ice Venerable's icy prism structure. And then, it pierced through. The moment the punch struck, its astonishing power seemed to fully unleash. The ice prism formed from the Ice Energy Clan Ice Lord's fluid body shattered instantly, an invisible shockwave sweeping outwards, the terrifying force directly shattering the platform and ground beneath it. The massive crystal palace rapidly collapsed. The enormous supporting structures on both sides were shattered, collapsing downwards as if a terrifying bomb had exploded there. The ground was pierced, the entire crystal palace floor falling downwards, directly breaching the rock and metal layer beneath. The Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord's body was directly submerged in the surging waves. Huge fragments of the earth collapsed. The force of this attack was like a comet hitting the earth. Not only did this place tremble violently, but even the underground ocean above surged, waves rising even without wind, shaking violently. Beneath the churning rocks, scorching magma could be seen. At this moment, the countless Ice Lords rising from the planetary ring all froze in midair, then rapidly fell, converging towards the location of the Crystal Palace at the Earth's core. They desperately surged towards the Earth center. Lin Qun stood amidst the collapsing fragments, slowly rising, looking at the crumbling world beneath his feet, and said, "You're a source energy level. How could you? What kind of power is this? How could you possess such power?" An angry roar echoed from below. The arrogance and swagger of the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level expert had transformed into shock and boundless fury. However, its fury stemmed from the space itself. Just now, it had almost been killed by this human's punch. If it hadn't reacted in time, if it hadn't been a special life form of the Ice Energy Clan, it would have truly died. In its last battle with the Heavenly King of the nation sacrificed his own body, severely injuring it. It hadn't fully recovered yet, and that last attack only compounded its woes, almost killing it instantly. It could only desperately restrain its body, barely maintaining its will. Above it, Lin Qun had already descended proudly, wielding the sword of Excalibur, its dazzling light piercing through the earth. Massive tectonic plates shattered. In the flash, magma and metallic fragments danced in the earth's core, presenting a scene of frenzied destruction. Lin Qun's sword swept towards the Ice Lord's continuously coalescing icy body below. Its body exploded once more, but it turned and fled desperately. Where it descended, magma froze, and the surrounding rocks and underground metallic structures were all frozen by the extreme cold, then rapidly shattered, transforming into countless icy storms that surged back towards Lin Qun. But at this moment, its counterattack as a source energy level being was utterly pathetic. Even Lin Qun couldn't stop it. Sword energy crisscrossed, directly piercing through. Strike while the iron is hot. This Ice Lord of the Ice Energy Clan was a source energy level 2 powerhouse, comparable to the source energy level Tunguskis who attacked the nomadic fleet of humans. This serious punch would have crippled it. Its survival was solely due to its unique life form. However, its combat power plummeted, already severely injured and unable to withstand Lin Qun's direct attack. Without needing any other means, Lin Qun could easily catch up and take this source energy level being down. Even though it was once incredibly powerful, capable of crushing Lin Qun in his normal state with a single hand, it was now no match for him and could only flee, almost indistinguishable from the arrogant evolved being from before. Therefore, it lowered its shield as Lin Qun relentlessly pursued it. If the Ice Energy Clan members witnessed this scene, their jaws would drop in disbelief. Their mighty source energy level beings were being chased and forced to flee in panic by a human powerhouse below source energy level. Like a rat, they scurried frantically underground. The Ice Lord of the Ice Energy Clan was equally frustrated, but it had no choice but to desperately flee downwards. It knew very well that it was now extremely weak, on the verge of death, and if it weren't a source energy level cultivator, it wouldn't even be able to escape. But the more it did so, the more Lin Qun pursued, his sword flashing forward, piercing the darkness, aiming to kill this source energy level cultivator. Lin Qun didn't forget to shout from behind, his voice, equipped with a simultaneous interpretation device, sounding like a death knell, even more arrogant than the Ice Lords. "Aren't you a source energy level cultivator? Why are you running? You think you're the only source energy level cultivator? Damn it, you bastard human, damn it, you're asking for it. Do you really think I don't have a backup plan, that you can kill me so easily?" The Ice Lord was furious. At that moment, its power fluctuated invisibly. The location of the shattered Crystal Palace, which they had left far behind, suddenly lit up. Every structure of the magnificent underground Crystal Palace brightened at that moment. They rotated and rose. The Crystal Palace structure collapsed completely, disintegrating into countless individual structures that rose and vaguely formed a massive array. Then, they solidified into energy, instantly transforming into countless flashing arrows that pierced downwards at the speed of light, striking Lin Qun, who was chasing the Ice Lord of the Ice Energy Clan, from every angle. The underground structure was breached once more, its fragile form shattering. A vast underground space was created, and the surrounding temperature should have risen sharply, but due to the power of the Ice Lord, the temperature varied wildly, with some areas hot and others frigid, creating a strange state of extreme contrasts between ice and fire. At this moment, the countless arrows of light from the Crystal Palace, carrying astonishing energy, pierced through everything. These thousands of arrows, arriving before Lin Qun, were already there, piercing his body instantly. It was a true piercing of the heart, killing him on the spot. This attack was something even a true source energy level expert couldn't dodge. It was the Ice Lord's last resort and killing move. This Crystal Palace, even the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord's contingency plan left for itself on this frozen planet, was the power it borrowed from the Earth's core during its battle with the Heavenly King of the nation. This power was later judged to likely originate from a device in the Earth's core, but in reality, it came from this Crystal Palace. Ho ha, you didn't expect this, did you, foolish human civilization? You've probably never seen anything like this before. It's Balo Crystal. Every part of this Crystal Palace is Balo Crystal assimilated by my rules. They can be melted into my power at any time, or used as an attack to obliterate you. Bastard, you've wasted my Balo Crystal. This was originally my last resort, meant for dealing with source energy level beings. But now, you're doomed too. How could someone like you, with some unknown method, so easily crush a source energy level expert? The Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord's arrogant laughter echoed around them. Forced into a corner by a powerhouse below the source energy level, it fled in panic through the Earth's core, utterly terrified. For it, this was a profound humiliation, fueling its fury. Most importantly, it had truly been killed. Had it not reacted quickly enough, it might have already perished. This fear and lingering dread further fueled its rage. It was all this human's fault. If it hadn't been for him, it would have already forced humanity to reveal its source energy level as planned. Why would it be so severely injured and on the verge of death now? Why would it have wasted its precious backup plan? Its words were utterly truthful. The attack that burned the Crystal Palace could threaten even a source energy level expert. Moreover, with a light speed strike, if launched from a distance of less than an astronomical unit, a source energy level expert could only block, not dodge. This was the Ice Lord's most concealed and expensive contingency plan. When not used for attack, it could also serve as a power replenishment pool, providing a continuous source of power at crucial moments, making it extremely useful. The Balo crystals that made up the Crystal Palace were an extremely precious mineral in the universe. It had paid countless prices to obtain them and build the Crystal Palace, and it was reluctant to use them unless absolutely necessary. It was even originally intended as a contingency plan to guard against the two source energy level experts, 8 and 3. But it never expected that such a method would be used against a non-source energy level expert, which only fueled its rage. It was heartbroken. Damn it. If this continues, and those two source energy level experts from 8-3 turn against us, then we will have no choice but to surrender. Damn humans. Damn human civilization, why don't we just let them kill us obediently? What's with all this fuss? In the end, it was all a dead end. Although the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord was furious, it was currently moving away rapidly, not even bothering to check on Lin Qun's death. In the starry sky, those who could become source energy level experts in a civilization without source energy had experienced countless battles, walking step by step on the edge of life and death. Otherwise, they would have died long ago. It was impossible for them to live and become source energy level experts. It required talent, but even more so, survival skills that others lacked. Therefore, even if it was certain that the human was dead, it would never go back to look. It simply accelerated its departure. Meanwhile, at the location where the Crystal Palace had originally stood, everything had completely collapsed. The entire stratum near the Earth's core was crumbling, and the resulting earthquakes were affecting the upper layers. And here, the black sphere had autonomously activated and risen. Two source energy level experts on the distant dwarf planet 8-3, using this black sphere device and their own analysis, had roughly figured out what had happened here. The Ice Energy Clan's source energy level is critically injured and on the verge of death. This human has some tricks up his sleeve. So what if he has some tricks up his sleeve? From a certain perspective, he's actually helping us. This time, we don't need to worry about the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level and the human source energy level joining forces. We can take down 8-1 and 8-2 completely. I'm going to kill all these humans and Ice Energy Clan members. Ho ha ho ha. Attack quickly, don't give them a chance to surrender. Don't let a single one escape, we will be the final winners. At this moment, the dwarf planet 8-3 suddenly activated. However, just then, the second voice suddenly said, "Wait, that human isn't dead." Almost the instant it made this judgment, deep underground on the frozen planet, Lin Qun, who had been pierced by a barrage of arrows, suddenly moved. It was as if an invisible hand swept across his body, instantly smoothing and healing the wounds pierced by countless arrows, his flesh regenerating, his condition instantly restored, and a blood-red glint appeared in his eyes. That was the noble phantasm, Hercules' 12 trials. Subtracting this life, Lin Qun still has 9 lives. The attack from the Ice Venerable's Crystal Palace was indeed astonishing, even a source energy level cultivator couldn't dodge it, it was a deadly strike. Lin Qun didn't know anything about Balo Crystal, nor did he see any clues about the Crystal Palace, but that didn't matter. He still had 10 lives. Your attack was powerful, fine, I give up, I'll die for you. But if I die and can still stand up, you can't do anything about that, can you? The moment he reopened his eyes, Lin Qun directly flipped his body, and the Excalibur in his hand erupted with a dazzling light. That was the Thunder God Sword true technique. Simultaneously flashing with astonishing light, Lin Qun's body also shone brightly. At this moment, he seemed to transform into a Thunder King from the depths of the Earth's core. Terrifying electrical energy erupted from every part of his body. Under the effect of the Railgun's power, he was instantly enveloped in boundless lightning. The lightning spread along the Excalibur, and with Lin Qun's sword strike, it directly pierced through the side layer of the ground, tearing everything apart with unstoppable force, and smashing through the ground, striking the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord who was trying to escape. With a deafening boom, it pinned the Ice Lord to the surface of the frozen planet. The Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord roared madly, "This is impossible, how could you not be dead? You should be dead, this is impossible. This is impossible." At this moment, its body twisted wildly, struggling desperately in unwillingness. The icy fluid structure that made up its body tried to escape by dispersing, but Lin Qun did not give it this chance. His dark energy had already been rapidly replenished. At this moment, supporting the Railgun's power, every bolt of lightning accurately discharged, completely enveloping the surroundings in lightning, and completely locking it under Lin Qun's sword. With the sword of Excalibur and lightning tracing its path, the last vestiges of its icy fluid structure were utterly annihilated. The Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord was already severely injured, its strength reduced to a mere fraction, utterly powerless to resist. There was no escape, no hiding place. The Ice Energy Clan's unique life form could only prolong its death, but this was the cruelest moment, it was powerless to change its fate, forced to watch helplessly as Lin Qun strangled it. "So you're a source energy level 1. Lin Qun's features crackled with lightning, his voice like thunder echoing through the boiling, collapsing Earth's core, his arrogance surpassing even the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord. "You have a backup plan, and I don't? I have more than you, what can you do to me?" Chapter 491 Preparing for the Leap. A massive earthquake and collapse have been detected at the Earth's core. The crater where Lord Ice Lord is located is expanding. All our underground equipment has been destroyed. What happened? A ground subsidence is about to occur here. We must ascend into the air immediately. On the frozen planet, in the vast underground ocean, in the command center of the Ice Energy Clan's core underground city, all Ice Energy Clan life was in a frenzy. Not only were they directing the battle against the human army, but they were also dealing with the rapidly changing environment of their underground city. Deep in the dark underground ocean, the seabed of the underwater world was cracking. Cracks tens of meters wide appeared on the seabed. In some places, the land was rising, but in many other areas, the land was sinking, and seawater was pouring in. The once calm underground ocean was now a raging torrent, a scene of cataclysmic destruction. Especially since the Ice Energy Clan's core underground city was located above the passageway of Lord Ice Lord's underground Crystal Palace, it was in the core-affected area. Below it, a huge whirlpool had even formed, threatening to engulf the entire Ice Energy Clan's core underground city. Seawater was pouring in, and the Milky Way was surging. Waves surged hundreds of meters into the air, licking the dome of this underground ocean world. Deep beneath the dark ice, this astonishing scene was unfolding. At this moment, the core underground city of the Ice Energy Clan was forced into the air, rapidly ascending. All its thrusters activated, transforming the entire underground city into a gigantic flying machine, an aerial castle, rising above the turbulent, ever-changing ocean. Within the underground city, a barrage of missiles and firepower rose, piercing through the rock layers above. One after another, powerful Ice Energy Clan warriors rose, using their strength to push against the sky, shattering the constantly falling debris. They were determined to break through the surface. That human evolved being is still up there. If she dares to attack us, our prepared traps can capture her. In the command center, Yin was issuing orders. It was deeply worried. In its view, the human evolved being above was not a concern, it was more worried about the situation of their Ice Lord below. The human source energy level hadn't intervened, only the most powerful human evolved being had gone down. How could such a commotion have occurred? Most importantly, they were all Ice Energy Clan beings, and they had just sensed that the Ice Lord was about to launch a global attack, aiming for annihilation, but withdrew at the crucial moment. Then, such a huge commotion erupted underground. Who wouldn't be suspicious? Who wouldn't suspect something was wrong? Send down 2 groups of drones, and also the observers. Let me see what's happening down there. Amidst the tremors of the underground city, Yin's orders were swiftly relayed. The observers had previously dared not observe the Ice Lord because their abilities would be perceived by a source energy level expert, which would undoubtedly be an offense to the Ice Lord. Moreover, observing a source energy level being with their own abilities would result in a backlash. But now, they couldn't worry about that anymore. Yin was uneasy and wanted to ascertain the situation as quickly as possible. But soon, all the observers became unsteady, their Ice Lord bodies almost collapsing, crying out in terror, "The Ice Lord is on the verge of death. That human, he killed the Ice Lord. The Ice Lord is dying. What should we do?" These words shocked everyone present. Yindu exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Even the human's source energy level hasn't made a move. How can an evolved being kill a source energy level being?" This scene unfolded deep underground. The Ice Lord's life form was unique, and being a source energy level powerhouse, killing it would take time. Lin Qun's dark energy surged forth, maintaining the electromagnetic cannon's capabilities, precisely targeting and eliminating it, striking while the iron was hot, perfectly embodying the battle principle. Compared to Lin Qun, this source energy level Ice Lord of the Ice Energy Clan was utterly frustrated. Its power hadn't been fully unleashed, its top-tier combat strength hadn't even been used, and it was already about to die, killed by a human below the source energy level. All its plans were about to be in vain. It had imagined its death would be a glorious and valiant battle against other source energy level powerhouses, but now, it felt so desperate and frustrated. It had no choice but to await its demise. The opponent completely overwhelmed it, the terrifying lightning power was slowly annihilating its entire body structure. Once all its icy fluid components were submerged in the lightning, it would be utterly destroyed. Meanwhile, its fellow Ice Energy Clan members, thousands of meters above the surface, had no chance of coming to its rescue. Even if they wanted to, it was too late. It was unwilling. It was furious. Yet, it was helpless. It knew it was all over. It was finished, the Ice Energy Clan was finished, and the life on A-3 dwarf planet would never keep its promise to it. In the battlefield of civilizations, promises between civilizations are only kept based on their relative strength. If it lived, A-3 wouldn't dare fight 2 source energy level civilizations simultaneously. But once it died, A-3, having just reaped humanity, would surely take down the Ice Energy Clan. And most importantly, its plan, and the schemes of the 2 source energy level civilizations on A-3 dwarf planet, were not disclosed to its other kin. Because it was incredibly shameful to have joined forces with other participating civilizations, even though it was a source energy level being, it didn't want others to know so soon, despite having the authority to make decisions. Most importantly, their alliance could be easily disguised as a civilization on dwarf planet A3 taking advantage of the situation. No one would easily suspect their collaboration. This way, it could both help its own civilization solve its problem and preserve its reputation as a source energy level being. But now, it had shot itself in the foot. Its own kind was unaware of the impending arrival of the source energy level being from A-3. The best option now was to surrender and evacuate immediately. But, it was too late, it had no chance to send out a message. What to do? It couldn't think of any other way. In despair and helplessness, it could only watch helplessly as Lin Qun annihilated it. It gritted its teeth and said, "Human, spare my life, and I'll tell you a secret of the starry sky. We will no longer be a threat to you, and we will surrender and evacuate immediately. Although it was filled with rage, wishing it could tear the human before it apart, at this moment, it seemed to have no other choice. However, Lin Qun completely ignored it. What secrets of the starry sky? What surrender? I don't believe you. I have the upper hand now. Wait until you have the upper hand, and you think you can let me escape. Lin Qun not only didn't stop, but accelerated his attack, swiftly annihilating the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level expert, completely obliterating him in the storm of his electromagnetic cannon. The entire space was illuminated by boiling electric snakes, and the sword of Excalibur shone brilliantly, swirling like a running thunder dragon. Only the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord's desperate and frenzied final roar echoed in this space. Complete annihilation. No mercy. No chance whatsoever. Data immediately scrolled before Lin Qun's eyes. Killing a source energy level expert. Directly gain 1 contribution point and a full 20 million experience points. 20 million experience points. 1 life provided 20 million experience points. Lin Qun was astonished. This Ice Lord of the Ice Clan wasn't the first source energy level cultivator he'd killed, but it was the first source energy level cultivator he'd killed in the civilization battlefield. Therefore, it was also the first time he'd gained experience from a source energy level expert. He hadn't expected so much, 4 times that of an ordinary evolved being. Based on strength, it was worth the experience points. Having obtained the experience and annihilated the Ice Lord, Lin Qun didn't hesitate to spend the experience points and immediately level up. Leveling up didn't take long, a click took only a second or 2. Things were different now, each level increased attributes considerably, which was very valuable in the current chaotic battle. 20 million experience points, and he jumped 2 levels. Reaching level 70. Level 75, 555, 500/9, 300, 000, Strength 937, Agility 858.3, Constitution 866, Stamina 520.6, 730.6, Dark Energy 15.5/999. Lin Qun's Dark Energy attribute has surpassed 1000 points, reaching 999. His Strength attribute is 837 points. Even his Stamina is 730 points. The higher the level, the more significant the attribute gains. With this much stamina, the broken sword of immortal execution can be used for a long time. Lin Qun's current stats place him firmly in the top tier of powerhouses. He can defeat most evolved beings without using any special cards. There's no way around it, he has too many cards, each a powerful card from a fantasy world, a protagonist's cheat code, all in Lin Qun's hands. How could he not be powerful? However, Lin Qun's dark energy has almost reached 0 again. After using the Rising Dragon Strike of Mount Lu to kill that arrogant Ice Energy Clan evolver, Lin Qun quickly replenished his dark energy using a dark energy recovery potion. He continued to replenish it during the battle, but it still couldn't keep up with the consumption. If Lin Qun's dark energy hadn't been so pure, it might have already run out. Now, his body swayed slightly, and he quickly took a potion. His dark energy rapidly recovered. He looked up. The world around him was collapsing. The planet's core was magnificent and scorching. Beneath its cold exterior lay a fiery heart. Lin Qun took a deep breath, wielding the sword of Excalibur, and soared directly into the sky from the depths of the earth. Following his previous path, he shattered through countless collapsing structures and rubble, hurtling into the sky with unstoppable force. His speed increased rapidly. Mach 1. Mach 3. Mach 7. Mach 12. Lin Qun's agility and physique had already improved across the board. Coupled with the enhancements from techniques like flying technique, even without his battle suit, he could achieve astonishing speeds using only his own abilities. This was a kind of evolution brought about by high attributes. Change had quietly occurred with the improvement of attributes. Life forms without wings could fly. Fragile carbon-based organisms possessed physiques capable of tearing rocks, withstanding bullets, and even artillery fire. Each attribute improvement was a step forward on the path of evolution, though not very noticeable when these attributes were low. Only when attributes increased significantly, and quantitative changes led to qualitative changes, could the resulting ascension-like evolution become clearly apparent, a transformation that turned ordinary life into superhuman. And when this evolution reached its peak, one would become an evolved being, awakening a new sense, an alternate dimension. At this moment, this logic, along with the improvement and soaring of Lin Qun's own attributes, became clearer in his mind than ever before. The path of an evolved being seemed to be moving from vagueness to clarity. A sonic boom resounded, supersonic air currents swirled up surrounding debris, and the forest, like a bolt of lightning, burst forth from the Earth's core, rising from the shattered ocean. The sea surged, and an astonishing line of fire rose from the underground ocean. At this moment, the Ice Energy Clan's underground city had just blasted open its dome, about to rise from the ground. But by then, terror had already spread throughout the Ice Energy Clan's command center. The Ice Lord is dead. It's confirmed, Lord Ice Lord has disappeared from our civilization's ranking list. Which human did this? How is this possible? We have no source energy level beings left. We're finished. As a high-energy civilization, a source energy level being was the banner and pride of these Ice Energy Clan beings. As long as the Ice Lord existed, they held on to hope, because they possessed source energy level beings. But now, the terrifying reality had unfolded. Their source energy level beings had died here. And what was most unbelievable was that their source energy level beings hadn't died at the hands of another source energy level being, but rather were killed by a non-source energy level being, something they could hardly believe. They were still waiting for the opportunity and possibility that Ice Lord had spoken of, but what they received was news of Ice Lord's death in battle. Their source energy level beings were dead, but other source energy level beings were still alive, which proved that they were truly doomed. The hope that had just been ignited was instantly extinguished. From top to bottom, the Ice Energy Clan was filled with panic. The command center, which was the first to receive the news, fell into deathly silence. Even Yin swayed. How is this possible? That human was clearly not even a source energy level being. How could he defeat Ice Lord? This is impossible. Lord Ice Lord said he would lead us to victory. How could he? I can't accept it. We're finished. We're finished. We're going to be wiped out by humans. We're doomed. Meanwhile, below their core underground city, Lin Qun was soaring into the sky from the sea. The moment he left the surface, he summoned Rodan. The enormous, terrifying Titan beast spread its wings on the sea surface, its huge wings, over 200 meters long, shaking the sea. It rapidly rose, howling, and charged towards the Ice Energy Clan's core underground city above. Lin Qun, sword in hand, stood behind Radon. After leaving the Earth's core, he had already contacted the human forward base command. Although the signal was distorted, Lin Qun only sent one message: the Ice Lord is dead. The Ice Energy Clan no longer has any top-tier combat power above the level of an evolver. Kill. 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 Meanwhile, on the surface of dwarf planet 8-3, its seemingly intact surface suddenly parted, revealing a massive metal door, 5 kilometers in diameter, perfectly concealed by the environment. Before opening, it appeared as ordinary as the surface of a normal rocky planet. But now, it was menacingly unfolding. From within, a colossal warship exceeding 3 kilometers in length, surrounded by numerous smaller warships, a fleet of astonishing size, slowly ascended, revealing its imposing presence, coldly refracting light in the dark starry sky. The light from the thrusters of numerous warships shone like stars in the dark cosmos, carrying an overwhelming chill and killing intent. Among them, calibrating spatial coordinates. Target, outer space of planet 8-2, preparing for jump. Chapter 492. They're here. 8-2 Frozen Planet. The land of this planet is becoming scorching hot. Meanwhile, the human advanced base is receiving the latest news from Lin Qun. The Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Sovereign is dead. The Ice Energy Clan's last evolved being is dead. The Ice Energy Clan has no more top-tier combat power capable of fighting. The information has been confirmed. It was indeed Mr. Lin who sent it. Chen Wiang, listening to these battle reports and messages, couldn't contain his excitement. Excellent. Immediately inquire about Mr. Lin's condition. The Ice Energy Clan's top expert is dead, and the Ice Energy Clan has no more top-tier combat power capable of fighting us humans. This battle is practically won. Also, now spread the news among the Ice Energy Clan. I want them to know this news as quickly as possible. A civilization's source energy level is like a god. Its death, once news spreads, will inevitably cause the Ice Energy Clan's morale to crumble from top to bottom. Everyone in the forward base realizes this. They have achieved a crucial victory on this battlefield. Just as the human forward base reacted in time, Lin Qun, riding Rodan, had already risen fiercely, crashing headlong into the thruster array beneath the rising Ice Energy Clan core dungeon. The entire Ice Energy Clan core dungeon and its warriors trembled violently. The entire dungeon shook. While the Ice Energy Clan's high command was still reeling from the death of the Ice Lord, Lin Qun had already charged up from below with thunderous force. Yin was the first to react, roaring in the command center, "Damn it, fire!" Counterattack. Lin Qun arrived with unstoppable force, but the Ice Energy Clan was well prepared, having set up layers of traps in the underground city specifically designed to counter evolved beings. These traps were activated under Yin's orders. However, things didn't go smoothly, and they were hardly effective against Lin Qun. They had never considered being attacked from below by Lin Qun, and Lin Qun's rider, Rodin, launched a powerful attack from below, piercing through the lower levels of their core city. Multiple thrusters were shut down, and half of Rodin's body even entered the core city. Lin Qun then descended, crashing directly into a passageway inside their core city. "We've lost our target, he's already inside. Lord Yin, their evolved beings in the air are also approaching us." In the sky, as Lin Qun made his move, Chu Yaowei also acted simultaneously. A pincer attack from above and below. Chu Yaowei was also cautious. Her true form didn't descend, but instead swung Thor's hammer, using the powerful dark energy of an evolved being to summon lightning, bombarding the Ice Energy Clan's core city below. Bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, illuminating the dark, oppressive sky with brilliant blue arcs of electricity. Like writhing, mad serpents, they crashed down under Chu Yaowei's guidance, then exploded spectacularly against the Ice Energy Clan's core city's shield. The Ice Energy Clan's core city's shield generator was fully activated. At this moment, it was still ascending, traversing the massive breach in the upper layer it had just created through its own bombardment. This underground city hadn't been designed for such a situation. It should have been the safest place on the Ice Energy Clan's frozen planet, but now, it was no longer safe. Not because of the drastic changes in the underground ocean, but simply because of the pincer attack from Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei, which forced them to ascend. That human has entered. He's wreaking havoc in the lower city. All our vital facilities are there. Our weapons can't attack ourselves. Alarms blared frantically in the command center. The Ice Clan's warriors were drenched in sweat, desperately trying to intercept Lin Qun, but he was too powerful, unstoppable, and impossible to stop. And given Lin Qun's current location, even if they wanted to activate their anti-evolver weapons, there was no space that would blast their underground city to smithereens. Coupled with the shock of panic, the once orderly Ice Clan command center was now in disarray, its efficiency and strategy plummeting. Some high-ranking military officers and experts coldly declared, "We can't let him continue this destruction. We must intercept him and find a way to expose him to our attacks." These Ice Clan high-ranking officers and experts, with a death wish, were prepared to fight this human to the death. Meanwhile, some of the Ice Clan high-ranking officers were completely terrified. "What a joke. We're going to fight a being that killed Lord Ice Lord. That's suicide. This human, is he at the source energy level? This human is unbelievably strong. Who knows what other tricks he has up his sleeve? We shouldn't fight him anymore. That's suicide. We should run away immediately. Leave this place. Surrender. Yes, we should surrender now. Leave this battlefield. We can't afford to pay any more prices." The panic these people have instilled is affecting all other Ice Energy Clan lives. Even Yin is filled with fear. It thought the Ice Lord had a plan, victory was assured, and this was a counterattack against the humans, a calculated move against them. But no one expected this outcome. That human, single-handedly, charged into the Earth's core and killed the Ice Lord. This human's power has likely exceeded their imagination and even their wildest expectations. This isn't just invincible below the source energy level, this is clearly capable of killing even source energy level beings. The fear expressed by these higher-ranking members is not without reason. Yin knows perfectly well that they should run now, that they should surrender. But there's no time for that now. That human is about to attack. These terrified high-ranking members don't understand, but Yin understands perfectly. If they don't deal with this human now, it's not a matter of running or surrendering, they'll die here. And now, with the Ice Lord dead and authority suspended pending redistribution, even if they wanted to surrender immediately, it's impossible. And if they also die, if that human wipes them out in one fell swoop, in the short term, they won't even be able to surrender. In that case, their losses will be truly devastating, The fleet that came here and all the participants of their race will likely perish here. And it's certain that human definitely thinks the same way. By wiping out their high-ranking members here, the entire Ice Energy Clan's reaction will be sluggish, unable to make timely decisions beneficial to their civilization, and the humans can then reap the rewards. Send them to the escape pods first. Non-combat personnel evacuate first. We must get rid of the threat of these two powerful humans as soon as possible. Yin has clearly become the backbone of the Ice Energy Clan here. He issued orders to first clear out those who are undermining morale, and then figure out a way to escape. However, their escape routes have also been blocked. All the aircraft and escape pods flying out of their core city have been intercepted by Chu Yaowei outside. Lin Qun has already broken into the Ice Energy Clan's core city, so there's no need for her to risk a direct breakthrough. Ambushing and killing any who manage to escape is the best option. With the two of them working together, not a single Ice Energy Clan life will escape. Chu Yaowei said to Lin Qun through the communication device, "It seems that there are fewer Ice Energy Clan lives in this city than expected. The residents should have been evacuated beforehand." I know. Deep within the core city of the Ice Energy Clan. Behind Lin Qun, the shield generator he had just destroyed exploded with a deafening roar, the flames illuminating his body as he stood in the crumbling corridor, raising his head. At this moment, a large number of Ice Energy Clan warriors and experts surged forth, all heading to intercept Lin Qun. Now, the first wave of Ice Energy Clan experts had reached Lin Qun. Numerous ice elemental beings, filled with ferocity and savagery, charged madly towards Lin Qun. Avenge Lord Ice Lord, defend the core city, and what they faced was the terrifying heat rays emanating from Lin Qun's eyes. This was precisely the heat ray of Homelander's ability. The terrifying scarlet rays, like two incredibly powerful laser scalpels, were tearing and piercing through the entire Ice Energy Clan's core city. Meanwhile, on battlefields across the frozen planet, news of the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord being killed was being spread rapidly in all directions of the battlefield through various channels, driven by humans. The human and Ice Energy Clan fronts were showing completely different reactions. The human front was filled with excitement and exhilaration. "Well done, as expected of Mr. Lin. We haven't even settled things here yet, and Mr. Lin has already taken down their leader. Kill. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. Kill. 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 Slaughter all the alien civilizations. Mr. Lin is indeed amazing, he single-handedly killed their so-called Ice Lord. The Ice Energy Clan is nothing special. Human morale soared, advancing with unstoppable momentum. Meanwhile, the Ice Energy Clan's lines were thrown into chaos, their formations crumbling, and in some areas, panic and collapse were already underway. The killing of a source energy level expert was simply unbelievable to them. This is impossible, how could this be? Lord Ice Lord was killed by humans, this must be fake news. They're deliberately spreading false information to undermine our morale, is it really true? Lord Ice Lord disappeared from our rankings, this is also possible. It's also possible that Lord Ice Lord was pushed down. After all, although Lord Ice Lord was a source energy level expert, he didn't collect many contribution points. Now that our great battle has broken out, everyone's contribution points have increased, and Lord Ice Lord's name has been pushed down. This is impossible. Without Lord Ice Lord, how can we withstand their top-tier powerhouses? Is this battle even worth fighting? The Ice Energy Clan's Air Force fleets were especially gripped by fear. What should we do? We've lost contact with Command Center. Our ship's observers have confirmed that Lord Ice Lord has been killed in battle, and our core city has also been attacked and is about to sink. On the bridges of the flagships of the various Ice Clan fleets, they were the first to confirm the true situation, yet they were also filled with terror. Some worried about their own fate, while others were concerned for the Ice Clan civilization. If they were truly defeated, if their entire fleet were lost here, it would be an immeasurable loss for their civilization. At this moment, the Ice Clan forces were in chaos from top to bottom. Some were holding their lines, still fighting the human forces. Others had already fled in panic, hastily withdrawing from their lines in a massive rout. And still others wanted to escape the battlefield to support the core city. At this moment, in the Ice Clan's core city command center, Yin stood there, feeling an incredibly clear tremor coming from beneath his feet. Loud noises and roars came from beneath his feet. And they were getting closer and closer. One by one, the core city's monitoring screens went dark. One after another, important facilities went offline. All of this meant that the human was closing in step by step. The massive underground core city of the Ice Clan could no longer ascend. Its remaining thrusters kept it from crashing, but the entire core city had tilted to one side, countless buildings collapsing, and large chunks of debris falling onto the ice. It was crumbling. Crimson heat rays pierced through it, slicing it apart from within like a scalpel. All the Ice Clan creatures that tried to stop it, attempting to drive this human out of the core city, perished under its power. It was truly unstoppable. He swept across the battlefield like a god. Most of the core city's functions were lost, even the command center had lost contact with the outside world, and the ejected escape pods and ships were all intercepted by the human evolved being outside. Destruction was irreversible. Yin didn't know why this was happening. According to the plan, they should have annihilated the two human evolved beings here. They hadn't evacuated prematurely because they were confident enough. This was also the Ice Lord's plan. To achieve this, they needed to be real to lure out the source energy level of human civilization, thus trapping both their source energy and civilization. The Ice Lord, being a source energy level being, didn't care about these so-called high-ranking members of the Ice Clan. Their sacrifice was acceptable, even worthwhile if they could be used to track the enemy's source energy level. As long as it lived, these so-called high-ranking members could be sacrificed at will. However, the Ice Lord hadn't anticipated that its carefully laid plans would fail because humanity lacked true source energy level capabilities and didn't need them. Lin Qun had shattered its scheme. And now, the situation was as it was. At that moment, the arrogant and powerful human had arrived at the command center. With a deafening roar, the command center's defenses were easily breached. The specially made door, as fragile as paper, was smashed and fell to the ground. A cloud of dust poured in, engulfing the entire command center. Yin turned around, straining to see the figure in the dust. That human. It had seen him many times in the images, but this was the first time it had come so close. And this would be the last. It saw a dazzling flash rise from the smoke and dust. Then, the entire command center was engulfed. The flash of the curry stick tore apart the command center's tower from within. A deafening roar as a massive secondary explosion occurred at the core of the Ice Energy Clan. Lin Qun emerged from the sea of fire, the frantically refreshing contribution points before him finally beginning to slow. Yin's judgment was correct. His swift action was to reduce the Ice Energy Clan's reaction time, preventing them from surrendering and retreating in time, which, in turn, would expand humanity's gains. Those who kill, will be killed. The Ice Energy Clan, who wanted to conquer humanity and Blue Star, had now been conquered themselves, a fitting consequence of their own actions. This place would become a spoil of war for human civilization. But at that moment, Lin Qun received an urgent message personally sent by Chen Weiying from the forward base. Chen Weiying's voice, unusually tinged with urgency, said, "Mr. Lin, urgent message from Blue Star, dwarf planet 8-3 is showing signs of disturbance. They've finally lost their patience. They're coming towards us. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 Preparation for Planet Destroyer Weapons. At this moment, the fleet from Dwarf Planet 8-3 was emerging from its warp jump, a full 150,000 kilometers away from the frozen planet. The massive frozen planet appeared somewhat small before them, seemingly already encompassed within their war blueprint. While this distance was far in a planetary battlefield, in space, for an interstellar civilization, it was practically at their gates. From this position, their naval cannons could already launch long-range strikes against the frozen planet. A chilling 3,000-meter warship stood at the forefront. It was a massive, horizontally elongated cuboid structure, rising at both ends, exuding a heavy industrial, metallic design aesthetic. Behind it, the fleet consisted of warships and spacecraft of varying sizes, each far smaller than the 3,000-meter warship, yet all sharing a unified, austere, and cold style. Stretching across interstellar space like a heavy, imposing iron mountain, it instilled a suffocating sense of oppression. Meanwhile, footage of their fleet was being transmitted back to the human forward base, and from there, via a portal, it was relayed back to the Blue Star headquarters in the shortest possible time. Currently, humanity's quantum communication technology is still in its early stages, and for information transmission, Portals are the most timely and effective method. Therefore, it was the human forward base that first detected their arrival in the outer space of the icy planet. Although Blue Star was also monitoring the interstellar space of the 8-3 dwarf planet and even the entire clouded star system, due to distance limitations, even light traveling at the speed of light would take a very long time to traverse the 30 astronomical units between Blue Star and the 8-3 dwarf planet. This time was sufficient for them to jump to the icy planet before the light carrying the information could reach Blue Star. Blue Star had also attempted to deploy probes outside the dwarf planet 8-3, but most lost contact upon approach, resulting in deployment failures. Even if successful, it would be meaningless. Without a crucial breakthrough in quantum communication, the only difference between close-up and distant observation is reduced deception and clearer images. Transmission efficiency wouldn't increase. Electromagnetic waves, no matter how fast they travel, are still at the same speed as light, and time is the same. Blue Star wouldn't receive information earlier or issue warnings. In large-scale space warfare, humanity is still at a disadvantage in its early stages. Unless they forcibly land on the frozen planet's home turf, Blue Star's civilization would struggle to gain an advantage. At this moment, with Chen Weiying's rapid response, as this message reached Lin Qun's ears, the elderly Supreme Commander of Blue Star's Jinling headquarters also received the news. 8-3 has finally made a move. Their target isn't our Blue Star, but rather to directly intervene in the battlefield on the frozen planet. The old Supreme Commander looked up. On the new 8th Orbit War electronic map, the relative positions of the frozen planet 8-2 and the fleet from the dwarf planet were being marked. Dan Schilling said from one side, perhaps the Ice Energy Clan has joined forces with them, but they've arrived too late. It's also possible they were waiting for this moment to strike, Li Jiang said. We're currently engaged in a fierce battle with the Ice Energy Clan. Their source energy level warriors have been killed in action. On the frozen planet, we're locked in a stalemate with the Ice Energy Clan, and our main forces are all here. If they strike now, they can reap the benefits. As long as they can block and annihilate both our main forces and the Ice Energy Clan's main forces, it will be very easy for them to then conquer Blue Star and the frozen planet. It seems they understand the situation on the frozen planet battlefield better than we do, and their technology is more advanced than ours. The old Supreme Commander nodded. Clearly, his judgment was consistent with Li Jiang's, and this judgment was also the most favorable to the 8-3 dwarf planet civilization. However, humanity had already prepared for this before deciding on the expedition, anticipating that the dwarf planet might stab them in the back. Humanity had no choice but to launch a preemptive attack to deal with the unavoidable enemy, and in order to weaken the enemy's advantage as much as possible and strengthen their own, they chose the expedition. Because humanity is relatively weak, close to 8-2, and has already engaged in combat with the Ice Energy Clan, if they don't fight back, they'll be trapped at their doorstep. That would be a true death sentence. Even without 8-3 acting as the scapegoat, humanity might be finished, and the current victory on the frozen planet would be impossible. For days, the front lines on the frozen planet have been constantly engaged in battle. Chen Weiying, Lin Qun, and others are focused solely on the lives of the Ice Energy Clan, aiming to annihilate them as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the Supreme Commander on Blue Star has been constantly contemplating how to provide the frozen planet expeditionary force with maximum support, and what to do if 8-3, the dwarf planet, were to launch an attack on the frozen planet or Blue Star. The others are also deeply worried. This is not good news. Their fleet is far away, and they might even be at the source energy level, posing a great threat. They're clearly trying to devour us and the Ice Energy Clan in one fell swoop. Our main force is all on the frozen planet, and so is Mr. Lin. If the civilization of 8-3 dwarf planet is truly prepared, then we're in trouble. If Mr. Lin and our main force are all wiped out, we'll not only lose the victory we haven't yet won against the Ice Energy Clan on the frozen planet, but we'll also pay a terrible price we can't afford. We're finished. They dare to come like this, they must be confident. They're confident they can take us down, and even the Ice Energy Clan. The concerns of the crowd were very real. The timing of the 8-3 dwarf planet civilization's attack was extremely precise. Humanity's military forces were all present on the frozen planet. Their aggressive approach clearly aimed to wipe out humanity's remaining forces, to harvest the Ice Energy Clan in their place, and then, to take down the now defunct Blue Star, a double victory. They would become the ultimate winners, sweeping away everything on the 8th orbit. At this moment, facing the shifting fleet from stillness to motion of the 8th three-dwarf planet and the anxieties of everyone, the elderly Supreme Commander's eyes remained calm. Looking at the enemy fleet, blurred by severe interference, he slowly said, "Prepare to activate Plan B, send a timely message through the portal, instructing Chen Weiyang to immediately regroup his troops and retreat. Have Mr. Lin and our elite warriors hold off the 8th three-dwarf planet civilization, drawing their attention and prolonging the battle. Then, now inform the Planet Destroyer Weapons Operations Department to immediately enter the preparation phase. I want it to be ready to fire at any moment. Li Zheng, you will prepare for this. Whether or not to launch, implement Plan B will wait until we make contact with Mr. Lin and see what methods the 8th three-dwarf planet has before deciding. We don't know what the civilization on 8-3 is, but we've always known that a civilization must exist there. They just remained inactive until now. We don't need to panic, we can deal with whatever comes our way. Here, every civilization hopes to wipe out its enemy in one fell swoop and is full of confidence. They may not be able to do it, we'll have to prove ourselves on the battlefield. We also have fleets, and we also have powerful warriors." The old Supreme Commander calmly turned to look at the people in the command center as he spoke. The lurking enemy had finally joined the battle, and a larger-scale war had begun. Now, it all depended on the strength of the civilization on the 8th three-dwarf planet. As a participating civilization in the 8th orbit, the opponent's strength shouldn't be much greater than the Ice Energy clans, but they still had to be fully prepared. The planet-destroying weapon needed to be prepared and charged in advance, and to launch it, the old Supreme Commander had to use his authority to exchange for the right to use large-scale weapons of mass destruction in the second-level civilization battlefield. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation and punished according to the rules of the civilization battlefield. Some who knew the plan beforehand responded enthusiastically, while others looked on in surprise. They were about to activate the planet-destroying weapon? But who would it target? The frozen planet, or the fleet from dwarf planet 8-3? Although the planet-destroying weapon had the power to injure or even kill source-level beings, at extremely long range, it would be impossible to hide a source-level target, it would inevitably be intercepted. This was a warning from Papadu and the others. Using the planet-destroying weapon against source-level beings was a waste of opportunity. Because once the authorization was granted and the planet-destroying weapon was launched, regardless of whether it hit, it was considered that the civilization's authorization to use the weapon had been used. And the Blue Star human civilization only had one authorization to use a weapon of mass destruction in a level 2 civilization battlefield. This meant that their planet-destroying weapon could only fire once here. So, if they were to activate it, who would be the target? The frozen planet, 8-3, or the dwarf planet civilization fleet currently on the frozen planet 8-2? Many people had many speculations, feeling both nervous and confused, but Li Zheng and the elderly Supreme Commander seemed to have clear minds. The elderly Supreme Commander gazed at the map, while Li Zheng quickly got to work, immediately preparing the planet-destroying weapon and sending a message to Lin Qun via the portal. Although preparations for the planet-destroying weapon had begun, whether it would be launched depended on the enemy's situation. After all, as a low-tier level 2 civilization participating in the battlefield, Blue Star only had one opportunity to launch this weapon of mass destruction, a weapon of mass destruction, once in a level 2 civilization battlefield. Moreover, the planet-destroying weapon was actually a trump card for humanity. Because, based on the technological capabilities humanity had demonstrated, it did not possess the technology to build a planet-destroying weapon. In the eyes of the 8-3 dwarf planet civilization and the Ice Energy clan, humanity certainly did not have a planet-destroying weapon. Under these circumstances, the planet-destroying weapon that humanity had successfully built with the help of its Papadu brethren was a heavyweight trump card that the enemy had not anticipated. In the enemy's war plan, they certainly had not envisioned humanity using a planet-destroying weapon to launch an attack, naturally leading to a relaxation of their defenses in this area. Humanity's apparent weakness, at this moment, actually brought them a certain advantage. If this point can be utilized effectively, planet-destroying weapons could be extremely useful. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, took a deep breath, reflecting on this. The strength of the civilization on dwarf planet 8-3, and the power gap between it and Earth, would directly determine the war strategy. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, stared intently at the screen. He would not allow the victory that belonged to humanity on the frozen planet battlefield to be taken by others, nor could he stand idly by and watch the civilization on dwarf planet 8-3 wipe out humanity's remaining forces on frozen planet 8-2. They had to take action. Next, they would wait for the enemy to make their move. Then, they would see what moves the enemy would make in response. At this moment, on the frozen planet battlefield, many Ice Energy Clan lifeforms were unaware of the fleet that had descended from outer space onto the frozen planet. They only suddenly discovered that the humans who had been attacking them had suddenly stopped attacking and instead began to retreat. They were bewildered and terrified, not knowing what had happened, and even thinking that humanity's top experts were coming to reap the rewards. Because only such a reason seemed to explain why. Several Ice Energy Clan fleets were among the first to notice the anomaly. They discovered the fleet from dwarf planet 8-3 and urgently sent messages. "What are you doing here? We warn you, stay away from our planet." The reply they received was cold and mocking. "Your source energy level is dead. We're not only here to reap your civilization, but also to destroy it. What can you do about it?" These words terrified every Ice Energy Clan member in the various fleets. At the fleet level, they had an advantage over human civilization, but against the fleet from dwarf planet 8-3, their technology was inferior. Although this was the first appearance of the fleet from dwarf planet 8-3, unlike humans, the Ice Energy Clan was a true interstellar civilization with discerning eyes. Their fleet members could immediately see that the enemy fleet was superior. And most importantly, they no longer had source energy levels, but the enemy likely did. They might even definitely have source energy levels. Their outwardly strong but inwardly weak words were exposed, leaving only terror. "Damn it, we can't fight, we can't engage them. We've already paid too high a price. We have to find a way to get out of here. Where is the authority? Damn it, Lord Ice Lord is dead." The transfer of authority in his hands requires the judgment of the Divine Kingdom's rules, and the interval between each judgment is at least 0.1 time units. We can't wait that long. 0.1 time units for the Ice Clan is at least 1 hour for humans. Meanwhile, Suji received Chen Weiying's order and quickly withdrew from her own battlefield to meet Lin Qun. At this moment, the Ice Clan fleet had already retreated in disarray, all wanting to escape, and no one was there to intercept the human fleet. Now, on this frozen planet, humans could move freely. In the distance, Suji could see the ruins of the huge underground city. Thick smoke billowed from the Ice Clan's core city. The once magnificent castle had been reduced to utter rubble and ruins. Due to underground collapse, the ground and ice layers were severely tilted, and the city was now sliding downwards, scattering debris as it was about to plunge back into the underground ocean through the tunnel it had carved out. Meanwhile, Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei were traveling towards Suji's survey-class strategic cruiser. Lin Qun had just made contact with a human advanced base and, through the information exchange via the portal, learned of the Supreme Commander's plans. Now, he and Chu Yaowei were traveling side by side, heading back to their warship. "The enemy is very far away from us. To fight them, we must use warships to close the distance. 150,000 kilometers is not too far in interstellar space, but it is extremely far for any life form. Without warships, Lin Qun cannot reach his opponent. The enemy is also very aware of this. The fact that the life form of 8-3 dwarf planet was able to make its move at such a crucial and opportune time proves that they are very clear about the war situation on the frozen planet. Perhaps they have been observing the battle here. They must be very clear that humans are at a great disadvantage in space. Therefore, they immediately create a distance. While still advancing and before they could rendezvous, Suji had already transmitted the information they had gathered to Lin Qun. Their technology is very advanced. Our attempts to probe their fleet have been almost completely blocked. Their technology is more advanced than the nomadic fleets and ice energy races we encountered before. We can't yet determine if their fleet contains source energy level weapons. But it seems that their fleet structure is very different from those we've encountered before. That 3,000-meter class warship is their core warship. Their entire fleet revolves around serving that one warship. Is it because they're hiding too well, or is their technology too poor? Such a large warship and fleet are hidden beneath the 8-3 dwarf planet, and we haven't been able to find them. Chu Yaowei was also receiving the message simultaneously. She instinctively looked up at the sky, trying to find traces of the enemy. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. They've been hiding for so long, probably wanting to be the fishermen. Although they have now arrived, for all of humanity, the civilization on the 8th dwarf planet remains a question mark. Since entering the Level 2 civilization battlefield of the cloud-patterned star system from Blue Star, they had not made contact with a civilization on the 8th dwarf planet. They didn't know its strength, appearance, life form, or culture. Like the 8th dwarf planet itself, it was silent and hidden, arousing curiosity. But now, a thick cloud hung over them. In fact, even under a clear sky, she couldn't see the enemy 150,000 kilometers away. It's alright, we knew there was an alien civilization on 8-3, that's enough. Lin Qun's gaze was cold. While listening to Suji's information, he quickly reviewed the Supreme Commander's plan in his mind. He realized this would be a fierce battle. The enemy had likely been observing the frozen planet battlefield for a long time, and this time they came prepared. They were definitely not simple. But the planet-destroying weapon plan was not yet certain. Lin Qun had just exchanged information with the forward base and the Blue Star Command, confirming that they still needed to assess the enemy's combat strength. If this dwarf planet 8-3 only has one energy source, Lin Qun, with his current capabilities, might not be without a fighting chance. If they could defeat it through normal means, there was no need to waste humanity's precious opportunity to use weapons of mass destruction, which they only had once. However, if the opponent was too powerful, then they should quickly activate the planet-destroying weapon and proceed according to the Supreme Commander's plan. Lin Qun accelerated, preparing to rendezvous with the survey-class strategic cruiser, break out of the frozen planet, and fight the fleet of 8-3 dwarf planet. He also wanted to see what kind of strength they had that dared to try and take advantage of the situation. Wait, Mr. Lin, we detected a high-energy reaction. Their fleet has opened fire. Suji's voice suddenly stopped, and the alarms on the survey-class strategic cruiser began to sound frantically. She immediately sent a warning to Lin Qun. This attack came from outer space, the core location of the enemy fleet, 150,000 kilometers away. The fleet of 8-3 dwarf planet had arrived some time ago. Its arrival shocked humanity and the Ice Energy Clan. A large number of human and Ice Energy Clan life forms on the surface of the frozen planet turned their attention to it and took a series of actions, while it remained somewhat silent. But this silence wasn't a sign that it had arrived but hadn't launched an attack, giving the planet a chance. Rather, its attack had been relentlessly pursuing its goal, traversing 150,000 kilometers on its way to destroy the frozen planet. And now, it was piercing the frozen planet's atmosphere with crimson light. In fact, even without Suji's reminder, Lin Qun felt a sense of alarm at this moment and abruptly looked up. It was a terrifying ray strike from outer space. The main cannon of the Ice Clan's 3,000-meter warship was capable of piercing through their flagship with a single shot, as easily as tearing apart a toy ship. The power of this strike was close to 2/3 of the minimum power required for a Level 2 civilization battlefield. It wasn't a light-speed weapon, but its speed was still fast enough that its flash was already within visual range when the human warship spotted it. And at that moment, its target was Lin Qun on the frozen planet. It pierced the planet's atmosphere, tearing through the dim night sky, causing the gray clouds to blaze violently with its arrival. Lin Qun, Chu Yaowei, and countless others aboard the survey-class strategic cruiser looked up and witnessed the spectacular scene. The entire sky above the underground sea in the southern hemisphere of the frozen planet was illuminated, the vast expanse of clouds turning crimson, as if the sky were stained with blood. A thunderous strike was about to crash down. What truly terrified Lin Qun was the two concealed yet chilling auras hidden behind this attack. They were two source energy level beings. Not just source energy level beings, but two whole source energy level beings. Lin Qun's pupils contracted sharply. This was the worst case scenario. The strength of the civilization on this dwarf planet far exceeded the average level of the 8th orbital contestant civilizations. Moreover, each of them possessed an aura above the source energy level Ice Sovereign of the Ice Energy Clan, meaning they at least possessed source energy level 2 combat power. Before Lin Qun could even actively charge into the sky, they had already used this attack to cover their arrival, about to descend upon the land with this crimson lightning. The enemy fleet's deep-sea exploration had not yet been discovered by humanity, yet their first display of source energy level combat power was enough to crush the entire battlefield, a truly terrifying prospect. Chapter 494. Do they have two source energy levels? As crimson lightning pierced the darkness, humanity on the frozen planet was rapidly retreating. One portal after another opened. Although humanity had devoted itself to training as many personnel as possible, time was limited. Normally things were manageable, but now they felt there weren't enough portals, and tens of thousands of troops were still stuck on the roads. Meanwhile, at the human forward base in China, Chen Weiyang had issued repeated orders urging the frontline troops to disengage from the battlefield. Simultaneously, news of an attack from 150,000 kilometers away also arrived. Chen Weiyang's adjutant couldn't help but say, such main gun power isn't due to the limitations of the civilization battlefield. If their main guns were fired at full power, they could shatter the frozen planet. They also have two source energy levels. The civilization on dwarf planet 8-3 is probably the most powerful civilization we've encountered besides the third spiral arm overlord. If they're so powerful, why don't they attack our homeland first? Our homeland is currently extremely vulnerable. No, they probably think our source energy level is on Blue Star. They don't know that we don't have a true source energy level. Blue Star is vulnerable, only we ourselves know that. In the eyes of others, Blue Star is actually a solid place under the protection of a source energy level. Besides, after all, our main force of civilization is here. Chen Weiyang raised his head. Although he said this, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. But at this moment, the situation was changing rapidly, and he had too many things to consider. He didn't have time to think about it in detail and quickly threw himself into the coordination. Meanwhile, at the Blue Star headquarters, with the news coming back, the information that two source energy levels had appeared was confirmed. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, took a deep breath. It seems we should abandon any wishful thinking. They came prepared, and victory is assured. Two source energy level. The enemy is stronger than we anticipated. We must activate our planet-destroying weapons. In the command center, other high-ranking Federation officials also wore grave expressions. Two source energy level. This was an absolutely formidable force. At this moment, the entire battlefield on the frozen planet had undergone a dramatic change. In the southern hemisphere of the frozen planet, above the underground ocean battlefield, the attack came from 150,000 kilometers away. Even if the civilization of the 8-3 dwarf planet concealed it, only detecting it as it approached the frozen planet, its accuracy was still questionable. The reconnaissance-class strategic cruiser immediately evaded it. The main cannon beam pierced through the dark clouds, striking Lin Qun's original location. Visually, the attack almost grazed past Lin Qun, as it was incredibly dazzling. The crimson beam, like a red spear piercing the sky and earth, evaporated a large amount of cloud cover in the intense heat upon impact. Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei didn't attempt to dodge, watching helplessly as it struck the ground below. Their current location was far removed from what they had been experiencing. This attack posed no threat to them, but it caused immense destruction to the ground. At the moment of impact, the entire ground roared upwards, the blast first impacting the cavity containing the underground ocean, because the strike had pierced through the upper layers of rock and ice, releasing a vast portion of its power below. As a result, the earth arched dramatically upwards, the ice cracked, and the rocks beneath churned upwards, as if some incomparably colossal creature was about to erupt from beneath the soil, followed by a deafening roar. The core city of the Ice Energy Clan sank completely, swallowed by the churning fissures. From Lin Qun's position, the entire ground appeared to be undulating and surging like ocean waves, rising and falling, while flames erupted from the subsided geological structures, quickly transforming the ground from its previous cold, ghostly blue to vibrant orange-red. This explosion submerged almost half of the area containing the underground ocean, causing the entire ground to sink and plunge into the ocean below. The seawater in the underground ocean was boiling rapidly at high temperatures, evaporating in large quantities. The deafening roar continued. From high above, it appeared as if the entire world was sinking, as if the ground itself was collapsing under the impact, the combined effect of the destruction caused by Lin Qun's previous underground battle with the Ice Lord and this Crimson Strike. However, this did not directly threaten Lin Qun and his companions. The attack from distant outer space was unlikely to hit its target, nor was its purpose to do so. Rather, it was to cover the arrival of two source energy level beings, allowing them to descend upon the frozen planet's battlefield. Above the boiling, collapsing sea, Chu Yaowei looked up at the sky and couldn't help but say, why did they do this? Two source energy level beings could have easily gone through all this trouble. 150,000 kilometers isn't a long distance for them, is it? At this moment, the atmosphere above them had been pierced, creating a huge, circular, expanding hole. Part of the sky still bore a dark red hue, as if paint had been spilled there, gradually fading with time, yet leaving a chilling aftertaste. The Survey-class strategic cruiser rose a little further away, its black armor gleaming with an eerie crimson in the flash, but it was undamaged. Mr. Lin, Ms. Chu, how are you? Suji's voice came. Lin Qun, however, was looking up at the sky, because they want to confine the battle within the planet, preventing other enemies from discovering or noticing them. The cloud pattern star system is a battlefield for second-level civilizations. For all civilizations, the battle is not just a contest between one or two opponents. Within the entire star system, any enemy, whether currently engaged or not, could become their next adversary. Therefore, every civilization is trying its best to keep its eyes wide open to its opponents, because even a little more information could help it defeat its opponents more smoothly in the upcoming war. Similarly, every civilization is therefore eager to conceal its strength. See more of others, let others see less. Among these, fleets and energy-based units are of paramount importance and must be concealed the most. The energy-based units of 8-3 dwarf planet can attack from extremely long distances, even overlooking the entire frozen planet, but in doing so, they will inevitably attract attention and be known to other opponents in advance. In future battles against these participating civilizations, they may be targeted and pay an unnecessary price. Therefore, they have chosen to land directly and attack within the planet. With planetary magnetic fields and atmospheres providing cover, they could conceal themselves considerably. Moreover, from their perspective, the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Lord on the frozen planet was dead, and humanity's source energy level beings were far away on Earth. There were no source energy level experts on this frozen planet, allowing them to land with impunity. As for Lin Qun, the being who had once killed a source energy level Ice Lord, they had already clearly seen him through the black sphere. While this human possessed some abilities, he was far from being a source energy level being, and even whether he was an evolved being was questionable. In this situation, as long as they were careful, there wouldn't be a problem. They could even easily kill him. There was nothing to fear. They could simply slaughter their way through. They believed they had seen through humanity's methods during the Great War between humans and the Ice Energy Clan. Therefore, these two Ice Energy Clan source energy level beings directly chose to conquer the frozen planet. Their vigilance and wariness weren't directed at human or Ice Energy Clan life, but rather at other powerful civilizations within the secondary civilization battlefield of the cloud pattern star system. Therefore, while their concealment is detectable to nearby life forms, as Lin Qun spotted at a glance, on a distant interstellar scale, their actions and arrivals are hidden beneath the intense radiation of the main cannon strike, preventing their deep dive from being discovered by other civilizations. They are experienced and extremely cunning. Just as Lin Qun finished speaking, two astonishing auras rapidly descended from the sky. These were the two source energy levels from the A3 dwarf planet. In fact, until now, neither the Human Federation nor Lin Qun had any knowledge of their adversary on the A3 dwarf planet. They didn't know what kind of life form it was, what its characteristics were, and even now, it remains shrouded in mystery. Now, they had unleashed two source energy levels at once, an absolutely astonishingly powerful lineup for humanity. Lin Qun gritted his teeth, glancing at his contribution points. His total contribution points were now just over 30,000. Most of the loot came from the Ice Energy Clan's core city, which he had just destroyed. Although the Ice Energy Clan's core city was vast, most of its inhabitants had already evacuated during the battle, leaving only combat personnel. A few who had fled were intercepted and killed by Chu Yaowei outside. Lin Qun's harvest was already considerable. However, compared to the two source energy level beings he was facing now, it seemed insufficient. With Lin Qun's abilities, if the civilization of the A3 dwarf planet only had one source energy level being, even if it was stronger than the Ice Lord, even with fleet support, even with interstellar space support, it might still have a fighting chance. After all, Lin Qun still had two Heavenly King assist cards. Although they were merely avatars, each avatar possessed combat power between source energy level 1 and source energy level 2. In a 2-on-1 situation, with Lin Qun's cooperation, even if the A3 dwarf planet civilization truly only had one source energy level being, it could still be defeated. But, the opponent had two entire source energy level beings, each stronger than the Ice Lord. Lin Qun's two Heavenly King assist cards couldn't create a multi-on-1 advantage. This was a lethally powerful lineup, an absolute advantage in strength. Originally, given Lin Qun's abilities, the enemy's arrival on the frozen planet for space combat would have been a good thing for him. However, with two source energy level beings, Lin Qun was far from happy. Faced with an absolute power disparity, Lin Qun's advantage would be negated at close range. He hadn't even fought his way out, and they had already invaded. If he couldn't stop these two source energy level beings, even without their fleet, they could wipe out all the humans and ice energy race life on the entire frozen planet. Lin Qun's gaze turned solemn as he sent a final message to the human forward base. Tell Li Zhang that it seems the planet-destroying weapon must be activated. Have him convey my message to the Supreme Commander Elder. I need contribution points. At this moment, although the two source energy level beings had entered the frozen planet, their true forms were still unknown. Only their auras swept across the entire underground ocean area, completely severing electronic communications. These two auras were clearly distinct. One aura was domineering, while the other was chilling. Both auras were incredibly powerful, clearly indicating that they were source energy level experts at their peak. Compared to the other aura, the domineering aura was stronger, far surpassing the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Venerable, but weaker than the four-armed source energy level of the third spiral arm overlord that Lin Qun had encountered before. The owner of the other, Cold Aura, while also stronger than the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level, was not far behind, likely somewhere between source energy level 2 and 3. As these two auras descended from the sky like a waterfall, Lin Qun and Chu Yaowei clearly felt the dark energy around them rapidly stagnate. It felt as if the air they could normally breathe had been labeled and become someone else's property, rendering it unusable by others. Damn it, my alternate dimension. Chu Yaowei gritted her teeth. She was horrified to discover that the alternate dimension gate, which had been partially open and connected to the real material world, was locked. It was as if an invisible hand had swept across the space, forcefully closing the entrance to the alternate dimension, making it impossible to open again. Lin Qun also felt the same power, penetrating his body relentlessly, trying to imbue him with a new, incomprehensible state and definition. This was very similar to the state Lin Qun had experienced when encountering source energy level beings before. This was a unique killing move unique to source energy level beings. Their true forms hadn't manifested, but they had already made their move. The source energy level Torcus of the Wanderer fleet had attempted to obliterate Lin Qun directly. The Ice Lord of the Ice Clan had once fluidized Lin Qun. Now, these two auras locked onto him simultaneously, their domineering presence forcefully sealing off all sides, forming invisible walls visible only to Lin Qun. The chilling power of the source energy level being seeped in from within, further assimilating Lin Qun's body, intending to turn him into part of the raging winds. This was an absolutely luxurious treatment. Two source energy level beings were attacking first, coordinating to annihilate Lin Qun. They chose this location to land precisely to kill Lin Qun first. In their eyes, Lin Qun was the only truly threatening being on this planet. Chu Yaowei also sensed that Lin Qun was under double threat. She gritted her teeth and tried to rush over to help, but her power was like a drop in the ocean compared to the source energy level. Even before they targeted her, her power had already completely stalled. In a hidden location, cold and dark, the owners of two auras were rapidly exchanging information. The owner of the domineering aura said, "The Ice Lord of the Ice Energy Clan died at his hands. This human is strange. Let's start with him and not give him the chance to replicate his success in killing the Ice Lord. Moreover, I don't believe that such a potential powerhouse wouldn't be protected by the human source energy level." The owner of the cold aura sneered, "They definitely think we're here to scavenge on the frozen planet. They certainly don't realize that our primary target isn't here, but their home planet and their source energy level. They're unprepared. As long as their source energy level makes a move, we can wear them down here and then shatter their home planet first, and with the technology of human civilization, unless they have a source energy level to guard them, they have no other way to intercept us. Our methods of attack. They can't defend both ends, and all lives will perish tragically. They might not even see the form of our civilization's life-and-death battle. It's time to show them what a true star civilization is, what a true star battlefield is, or they'll think all star civilizations are as vulnerable as the Ice Energy Clan." At this moment, the domineering aura said, "Ridiculous, this human is still trying to struggle. He can even two-dimensionalize himself? This human life is indeed interesting." The cold aura said, "But it's all in vain. We are not that useless source energy of the Ice Energy Clan. Crush him." At this moment, under their double-crushing attack, Lin Qun was still resisting. His body sank, directly chaining the activation of Cartoon Power and Cartoon Kingdom. Under the influence of the two source energy level powers, most abilities were restricted, but Cartoon Kingdom, as a special field card, was unrestricted and open directly. Relying on these two methods, Lin Qun directly withstood the first round of the opponent's influence. Under Cartoon Kingdom, the influence on cartoon creatures weakened. But it was only for a moment. The source energy level power was too strong. Two source energy level beings directly amplified their power, aiming to extinguish Lin Qun's struggles and life in an instant. The Cartoon Kingdom even began to shake and collapse violently in that instant, unable to withstand the power, about to be submerged and destroyed by the death blow of the two source energy level beings. Once the Cartoon Kingdom was destroyed, even with the enhancement of Cartoon Power, Lin Qun would be instantly killed by these two source energy level beings. Hercules' 12 Trials ability would at most help him hold on for a little longer. In the eyes of the two source energy level beings from the A3 dwarf planet civilization, this human was already dead. If Lin Qun hadn't killed Ice Lord, he wouldn't even deserve a glance from them. And now, there was nothing special about him, they could just kill him. However, at this very moment, in Lin Qun's hand, a golden card appeared, radiating light, and boundless aura rose from behind him. That was a terrifying power comparable to the source energy level, instantly resisting the power of the two A3 dwarf planet source energy level beings. A terrifying Dharma image, towering to the heavens, suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It was none other than the Eastern King of the nation. With two source energy level beings making their move, Lin Qun showed no sign of being careless and immediately summoned a powerful figure. He still had two uses left on the Dhritarashtra card, so he used it immediately. Not only that, but as the Dhritarashtra card appeared, Lin Qun flipped his hand, and a second golden card was already in his grasp. That was the Wide-Eyed King. The moment the Dhritarashtra appeared, the two source energy level beings from the A3 dwarf planets were overjoyed and immediately turned their guns on him without hesitation. The source energy level beings of human civilization were their true target. Compared to them, killing Lin Qun was insignificant. It's him. This is the human source energy level expert who fought the Ice Venerable. He really fell for the trap. Whether he fell for it or not, he had no way out. He couldn't just watch their main force die here, otherwise, it would be no different from their direct annihilation. This source energy level being has walked right into the trap. Kill him. The two source energy level experts from the A3 dwarf planets were now excited. Their target, the source energy level expert of human civilization, finally couldn't hold back any longer and made his move. If they could kill this human source energy level expert, they would be invincible in the entire 8th orbit. However, at that moment, they were shocked to discover that less than a second after the appearance of this human source energy level expert, another source energy level aura suddenly rose. A divine sound resounded, and a crimson figure rose into the sky. They were all greatly surprised. Wait, humanity has another source energy level expert. They have two source energy level experts? How is this possible? How did they manage to hide so well? The Ice Energy clan is utterly useless, but these two human source energy level beings seem to be merely avatars. That's enough, their energy is tied up here. Even if their true forms are still on their home planet, they can't spare the time to intercept our planet-destroying weapons. We might even be able to severely damage their true forms with those weapons. They like to hide, don't they? Let's make them suffer a silent but devastating loss. And these two source energy level beings, that should be all their fighting force. Our plan is halfway to success. They naturally assumed these were human source energy level powerhouses, unaware that it was all Lin Qun's card ability. Blue Star doesn't have any true source energy level beings. And at this moment, as the two source energy level beings rose, Lin Qun gripped his third golden card tightly. A-3. The dwarf planet civilization had already played its card. Now, it was their turn to play. Chapter 495. The target of the planet destroyer weapon. Divine sounds resonated. On the battlefield, a second magnificent human deity appeared. It was none other than the Western Virupaksha, the Heavenly King. The Western Heavenly King possessed the pure Dharma eye to observe and protect the 3,000 great worlds, hence his sacred name. His divine form was crimson, adorned with a dragon helmet and scarlet armor. A dragon coiled in his right hand, and a pagoda held in his left. His beard and hair grew wildly, his sacredness tinged with a furious, wrathful ferocity. His voice shook the 8 directions as he proclaimed, "What kind of demon are you?" At this moment, 2 terrifying figures of human deities appeared on the battlefield, the Eastern Dhritarashtra on the left and the Western Virupaksha on the right. The instant he appeared, the pagoda in his hand glowed, the coiled dragon roared fiercely, and countless points of light illuminated the space. The power levels throughout the sky were instantly swept up, layer upon layer cleansed. This round of attacks from the 2 source energy levels of the 8th dwarf planet was directly repelled and swept into the sky. 2 supreme deities, positioned on opposite sides, stood like 2 supreme gods who had created the heavens, majestic and holy, invincible, guarding the eastern and western worlds respectively. In the world of destruction and collapse, divine sounds resounded and divine light shone everywhere. They exchanged a glance, as if understanding each other without words, and both raised their heads, their dharma bodies majestic, their eyes glaring angrily at the sky. At this moment, in the sky above the frozen planet, the enormous void expanded even further, and the auras of the 2 source energy levels of the 8th dwarf planet retreated to a height of 10,000 meters and stabilized again. They too were astonished. They hadn't expected that in the last battle with the Ice Lord of the Ice Energy Clan, humanity hadn't even used its full strength. They actually have 2 source energy levels. At this moment, a domineering aura and a chilling aura each occupied one side of the sky, presenting a 4-way confrontation with the power of the 2 supreme heavenly kings. The 2 beings stood on the earth, reaching towards the heavens, like true guardian deities keeping enemies away from the planet, towering majestically, invincible. Below the 2 venerable heavenly kings, Lin Qun had landed safely, but his gaze remained grave. This was far from the favorable situation he had anticipated. The civilization of 8-3 dwarf planet, silent until now, had made a stunning debut. Their fleet was far stronger than the Ice Energy clans, and they possessed 2 powerful source energy level beings. The 2 venerable heavenly kings were merely avatars, and could only exist for 3 minutes. They were likely no match for them. They could only buy them a little time. And if the 2 venerable heavenly kings were killed, Lin Qun would be powerless against 2 such powerful source energy level beings, seemingly facing certain death as well. Yet Lin Qun's expression remained unmoved, his gaze fixed on a golden card in his palm. The card read, Yujimuto's card draw. A fierce flame burned in Lin Qun's eyes. On the battlefield, the survey-class strategic cruiser, carrying Chu Yaowei, quickly disengaged from the battlefield and flew into the distance. The battle here was no longer something they could interfere with. Rather than becoming a hindrance, it was better to expedite their retreat. At this moment, the entire frozen planet was in chaos. In some places, fierce battles raged, while in others, all sides were frantically retreating. Large numbers of ice race life forms were in a state of panic, scattering in all directions. The effects of the massive earthquake originating from one end of the planet's southern hemisphere were spreading globally. Earthquakes were occurring in many places, and in even more locations, the ice layer was collapsing, with massive fissures spreading upwards from the ground, forming one terrifying icy rift after another. But the ice race soon discovered with horror that they had nowhere to retreat. This was their competition planet. How could they retreat? Several fleets were desperately trying to gather the remnants of the ice race, but in the chaos and the collapse of their command system, all these efforts seemed utterly futile. These ice race fleet members also had to be wary of attacks from the 8th dwarf planet civilization fleet and humanity. As the source energy level began to clash, the tremors throughout the planet became increasingly clear. Even in places far from the battlefield, the colors of the sky could be seen violently shifting and changing, and roars and explosions could be heard from the ends of the earth. It was all like the end of the world. This was an unimaginable scene for the Ice Energy Clan, and now it was unfolding right above them. Some had lost all hope, kneeling in despair between the mountains and snow, wailing to the heavens, "This is the price. This is the price we must pay for slaughtering and attacking others. This is the end of our civilization. We must pay for the lives of those alien civilizations we have innocently killed. We have nowhere to escape." However, humanity was also retreating. Numerous portals opened, and tens of thousands of human warriors left the battlefield, retreating towards the human forward base, and quickly returning to Earth through the large portals of the forward base. Those far away used the portals to retreat, while those nearby used military aircraft to evacuate quickly. Due to the urgency of the retreat, chaos broke out among the human forces, but orders from the forward base command kept coming, emphasizing that chaos was preferable to evacuating everyone as quickly as possible. Wang Qixiang was caught in the throng, watching large numbers of warriors frantically squeeze into the portals, unaware of what was happening. But looking at the ever-changing colors in the sky and listening to the rumbling sounds that still echoed like thunder from the far reaches of the world, he knew the situation was probably out of control. An unexpected turn of events had occurred. The Northeast Army, at the forefront of the battlefield, was also accelerating its retreat. Old Wang. Old Wang. What's going on? They've abandoned all the supplies? All that weaponry and equipment is gone? We finally won, and we're just going to retreat back to our homeland like this? Even if life from 8-3 dwarf planet comes, what can it do? We've already captured the frozen planet, are we just going to hand it over? All these contribution points are too important to us. We have so many soldiers here, none of them are cowards. Besides, we still have Mr. Lin. We can fight them to the death. In Wang Xiansheng's command post, his adjutant rushed in anxiously. The adjutant was heartbroken. These valuable assets, so precious, were something they, as veterans of Earth's history, knew better than anyone. Yet now, the orders from above were incredibly urgent: evacuate personnel as quickly as possible, even at the cost of abandoning some less critical supplies and weaponry. He couldn't understand why they had to evacuate now. Why let the prize slip through their fingers? It represented the hopes of countless expeditionary forces who had traveled thousands of miles to this alien planet, braving the bitter cold to fight for the possibility of humanity's rise. But Wang Xiansheng looked at him solemnly and said, "Who said we're giving up? It's just that we don't need to fight them to the death. The Federation is preparing to launch a planet-destroying weapon to blast the entire frozen planet into the sky. Tell me, should we evacuate or not? If we don't evacuate, we'll have to eat cannonballs with our brothers and these alien civilization bastards." This. Hearing Wang Xiansheng's words, his adjutant finally understood the reason and was astonished. We only have this one chance to use a planet-destroying weapon on the second-level civilization battlefield, and we are going to use it here. That wasn't the original plan. The source energy level of 8-3 dwarf planet is still here. What if our attack is intercepted? It won't be intercepted. Although I don't know the specifics, Mr. Lin will guarantee that the two source energy levels of 8-3 dwarf planet are powerless to intercept our attack. Our fleet will attack the fleet of 8-3 dwarf planet, cutting off the possibility of intercepting our planet-destroying weapons. Wang Xiansheng, speaking here, instinctively glanced at the southern hemisphere sky. The source energy level of the ice energy clan on the frozen planet is dead. They're in complete chaos and defeat from top to bottom, and they no longer have the ability to intercept. As long as the strongmen and fleet of 8-3 dwarf planet are tied down, our planet-destroying weapons can accurately hit their targets, and the entire frozen planet will be harvested by 8-3 us. Dwarf planet wants to be the fisherman? They'll only get to eat dirt. The adjutant was stunned for a moment before saying, "This is the command's order? Damn, that's ruthless. They blew this place up into the sky. No wonder, damn, we have to get out of here. Those planet-destroying weapons don't discriminate. If we all get blown up, wouldn't that be the worst luck imaginable?" Meanwhile, above the battlefield in the northern hemisphere of the frozen planet, the human fleet was rapidly assembling, speeding into space to initiate a warp jump, preparing to engage the fleet led by the 8-3 dwarf planet's 3,000-meter class warships. At this moment, the Survey-class strategic cruiser was at the forefront of the entire fleet. Chu Yaowei stood on the bridge. Ahead, the bridge crew was busy with warp jumps. Su Ji said, "We don't have time to rendezvous with the other gifted individuals." However, the 8-3 dwarf planet fleet is technologically advanced, so they probably won't have a chance for a landing operation. Chu Yaowei gripped Thor's hammer tightly, gazing at the intense flashes of light to the south, and said without turning her head, I'm enough." Su Ji nodded in agreement. All of humanity's warships capable of warp jumps had assembled, yet this fleet still appeared insignificant before the 8-3 dwarf planet's fleet. Even the largest warships looked like children before a robust adult. But they had to move forward. They were humanity's only remaining space force. Moreover, although Mr. Lin wasn't in the fleet this time, their fleet still contained a top-tier human expert, a genuine evolved being. Su Ji's palms sweated as she watched the warp jump portal open, a mixture of tension and a strange, inexplicable excitement mingling with the tension. An unknown adversary lay ahead. As the human fleet completed its warp jump, the surrounding world suddenly plunged into darkness. Before them, a faint cluster of stars suddenly illuminated. That was the 8-3 dwarf planet's fleet. They had detected the human fleet's arrival and opened fire in advance. The instant the human fleet appeared, a dense saturation attack engulfed them. Shield generators rapidly sounded alarms, countless lights flashing. The enemy fleet was now revealed to humanity with unprecedented clarity. Their warships exhibited a heavy industrial style. Aside from the main warship, the ships were not particularly large, but their armor was thick and heavy, possessing a distinctly mechanical feel. Their turrets were also large caliber, heavy and formidable, armed to the teeth. Suji frowned. Their fleet seems to consist mostly of drones. On these relatively small warships, besides armor and turrets, the remaining space is allotted to propulsion and energy systems. Under these circumstances, very few ships in the entire 8-3 dwarf planet space fleet could carry living beings. Moreover, their initial close-range scans revealed that these were not silicon-based life forms, most were drones. But ahead, the largest 8-3 dwarf planet warship, a 3,000-meter class vessel, remained silent. Instead, it was positioned at the very rear of the entire 8-3 dwarf planet fleet, even detached from it. From its current position, the fleet resembled a massive barrier facing the human fleet and the frozen planet. Compared to the human fleet, it was still very far away. And the direction it faced wasn't the frozen planet, but the distant darkness of space. Because the enemy's technology surpassed humanity's, they had been interfering with human detection, causing the human fleet to lack specific information about the enemy fleet before the jump, only knowing its approximate location. Only now, having jumped here, could they clearly see the situation. Seeing this scene, Suji felt a great unease due to her years of combat experience. Scan it immediately and find out what their flagship is trying to do. Tell Mr. Lin and the Blue Star Commander that we have arrived in space and have engaged in combat with the 8-3 dwarf planet civilization fleet. This message failed to reach Lin Qun, as the source energy level experts had locked down all information. However, it successfully passed through the human advance base on the frozen planet's surface, reaching the Blue Star Human Command Center in the shortest possible time, and then arriving at the location of the planet-destroying weapon turret. At this moment, at the location of the planet-destroying weapon turret, the entire ground had split open to both sides, revealing a structure resembling a giant pot lid. Beneath it, the supermitter had been overloaded under the operation of the Yunbei civilization's life technicians, transforming into a terrifying, blazing white sphere of light. Meanwhile, Li Zhang had already arrived at the planet-destroying weapon control center. The person in charge there immediately relayed the information: "Our planet-destroying weapon is ready." Currently, the distance between Blue Star and the 8-2 frozen planet is less than 0.4 astronomical units. Our planet-destroying weapon speed is infinitely close to the speed of light. Once launched, it will hit the target within 3 minutes. According to our analysis and calculations, this attack will destroy 3/5 of the Ice Clan's frozen planet structure and cause a mass extinction of all life on the frozen planet within the next 2 hours. All Ice Clan life that fails to leave the frozen planet in time will perish. Of course, the same will happen if our people fail to evacuate in time. Currently, the attack location and target have been locked. We can fire at any time. Li Zhang took a deep breath. Wait a little longer, our people haven't completely evacuated yet. He knew that on the distant planet, a large number of human warriors were desperately evacuating. Time was of the essence. But he also knew that their time was running out. Just now, before the two source energy level beings completely launched their attack and communication with Lin Qun was cut off, he had a final call with Lin Qun, informing him of humanity's plan to sweep across the entire frozen planet with planet-destroying weapons, hoping he could hold off the enemy source energy level beings. Judging from the current situation, the power of 8-3 dwarf planet is beyond human capability. Both of its source energy levels are formidable, and Lin Qun is no match for them. Its fleet is far superior to humanity's, so the only option is to stall. A direct confrontation would inevitably lead to human defeat. 8-3 dwarf planet is here to reap the rewards? Fine, then we'll reap the rewards right in front of them, making their attack miss. With contribution points, humanity has options of advancing or retreating. In fact, although the Supreme Commander, the Elder, had already issued orders to use planet-destroying weapons to directly destroy the frozen planet as the 8-3 dwarf planet fleet approached, he hadn't yet redeemed the authorization to use weapons of mass destruction in the Level 2 civilization battlefield. This was because humanity only had this one chance to use weapons of mass destruction, and they didn't want to use them lightly unless absolutely necessary, given the many civilizations still on the level 2 civilization battlefield. Before the 8-3 dwarf planet civilization's source energy level made its move, Li Jiang briefly spoke with Lin Qun, informing him of the Supreme Commander's backup plan, but still hoping to achieve victory through other means if possible. Lin Qun told Li Jiang, if they only have one source energy level, perhaps we can find a way to avoid using planet-destroying weapons. But if they have two source energy levels, with my current abilities, I'm no match for them. I can only hold them off. You must immediately destroy the frozen planet and then have the Supreme Commander allocate at least 20,000 contribution points to me. That might give us a chance to survive. Otherwise, we might have no choice but to surrender and leave the level 2 civilization battlefield immediately after destroying the frozen planet. Lin Qun was well aware of his current capabilities. If the opponent only had one source energy level, with his fleet, even with interstellar distance, there might be a chance of fighting. After all, he also had 2 Heavenly King cards. But if there were 2 source energy levels, 2 true source energy levels, unless both were very low-level source energy, his 2 summoned avatars simply couldn't defeat them. In 3 minutes, the opponent's source energy level, combined with their terrifying fleet in space, could wipe out all of humanity's living forces, even reaching Earth and exterminating human civilization. And how could such a powerful dwarf planet like 8-3 only have low-level source energy? The current situation speaks volumes. Even if human civilization surrenders and leaves in time, after such a crushing defeat, even if they return with some contribution points, without time to convert them into combat power, facing the fleet of the third arm's dominant civilization waiting in their star system, wouldn't that be suicidal? Therefore, this planet-destroying weapon is ready to be launched, and it must hit its target. The arrival of the enemy from dwarf planet 8-3 has disrupted humanity's plans, but such is the nature of civilizational conflict, it's never smooth sailing. Everyone wants to reap the benefits, but only those with superior skills and true strength can prevail. And now, the right to launch this planet-destroying weapon lies in the hands of Li Jiang and the old Supreme Commander. Chapter 496 Demonic Sealing Wave. On a distant blue star planetary weapon launch platform, Li Jiang awaited a withdrawal of human forces from the frozen planet. On Blue Star, Li Jiang surveyed the tranquil surroundings, knowing that the war on the frozen planet was raging. At that moment, news arrived from Jinling. The leader said, "Find the right opportunity. If it's too late, we'll have to make some sacrifices." His words shook Li Jiang. They had deployed a large force to the frozen planet, giving humanity a significant advantage in the war against the Ice Energy Clan, successfully dividing the battlefields in different areas. According to humanity's original plan, these large forces would play a crucial role in defeating the Ice Energy Clan's main force and sweeping away the remnants of the frozen planet. But now, their withdrawal was proving difficult. So many people could hardly be evacuated completely in a short time. And the frozen planet battlefield might not be able to hold out for that long. At that very moment, another message from the distant battlefield arrived at the Jinling headquarters, before the elderly leader, through the frozen planet's teleportation portal. It was a message from Captain Suji of the Survey-class strategic cruiser, currently engaged in battle with the 8-3 dwarf planet Legion. We scanned the enemy's 3,000-meter class warships and made a startling discovery. Their main guns are currently undergoing a round of energy gathering for a planet-destroying weapon, expected to fire within a minute, and their target is our Blue Star. This message appeared only on the leader's personal terminal. Looking at it, his heart sank. He suddenly realized that the life forms of the 8-3 dwarf planets were more ambitious than they had anticipated. They not only wanted to take the frozen planet and eliminate the Ice Energy Clan and the main human forces in one fell swoop, but also intended to take Blue Star as well. A two-pronged attack, wiping out all their opponents in the 8th orbit in one fell swoop, and their fighting pace was extremely fast and ruthless, leaving no room for maneuver. While attacking the frozen planet, drawing away human power and blocking human lifelines, they were simultaneously launching planet-destroying weapons at Blue Star, both to quickly eliminate Blue Star and to prevent humanity from having any chance to surrender or evacuate. At this point, the leader's mind was completely clear about the fleet's objectives from the civilization of dwarf planet 8-3. While fighting on the frozen planet, they were also preparing to destroy the entire Earth with planet-destroying weapons. With an enormous appetite. They wouldn't act rashly, but when they did, they aimed to eliminate both opponents in the shortest possible time. cunning and ruthless. Destroying humanity's main force and top-tier powerhouses was one aspect, but their core objective was to contribute resources. If the civilization of Dwarf Planet 8-3 hadn't misjudged that Earth still possessed source energy level units, their fleet and source energy level units might have arrived on Earth from the start. However, this was unavoidable. The leader had anticipated this situation because humanity was the weakest and had no choice. They had to attack the frozen planet. Waiting for the enemy to attack would have put them in a more passive position, making the situation even worse. However, the strength of the civilization on Dwarf Planet 8-3 exceeded their expectations. Therefore, even at this moment, the old leader's expression remained unchanged. He calmly asked, "Still can't contact Mr. Lin? How many troops are still on the frozen planet?" "Your Excellency, Mr. Lin is currently caught in a vortex of energy from 4 source-level sources. We cannot contact him. Your Excellency, thanks to our teleportation portal, we have evacuated most of the soldiers from the frozen planet. There are still approximately 50,000 troops remaining, including the forward base command. The evacuation is expected to take at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes, too late, too late." Time ticked by. Lin Qun couldn't hold out for that long, and Blue Star itself was powerless to intercept the planet-destroying weapon launched from the A3 dwarf planet. The leader knew very well that they had to act now. He raised his head, as if his gaze towards the starry sky could pierce through infinite distance and space, seeing the enemy in immense threat rushing towards them from beyond the stars. Horizontal ellipsis. At the same moment. Frozen planet. The war continued. The land and sky of the southern hemisphere were being torn apart. The terrifying auras of source energy level experts intertwined here, as the 4 source energy level experts clashed fiercely. The dark energy in the space distorted and shifted, and their confrontation seemed different from the conventional combat methods Lin Qun had encountered before. Their attacks shone with power, seemingly without obvious techniques, yet the confrontation seemed omnipresent, filling every corner of the sky. Every location was their battlefield. The clash of auras and power existed in every corner of the battlefield space, so the entire southern hemisphere's sky had now almost transformed into a sea of light. These lights intertwined and shifted, constantly entangled and intersecting, sometimes emitting explosive roars and deafening sounds, sometimes silently engulfing each other in waves of power. But the situation was not optimistic. The Eastern Heavenly King Dhritarashtra and the Western Heavenly King Virupaksha were currently being suppressed. They were merely avatars, their strength inferior to their true forms, falling between source energy level 1 and 2. Such combat power was sufficient to contend with the Ice Lord of the Ice Energy Clan, who wasn't particularly powerful at source energy level 2. However, the 2 source energy level beings from the A3 dwarf planet were both stronger than the Ice Lord, and even surpassed the 2 Heavenly King avatars. Under this absolute power suppression, the area controlled by the Heavenly King of Holding the Nation and the Heavenly King of Wide Vision was rapidly shrinking. Lin Qun, located at the very bottom of the battlefield, in a corner protected by the 2 Heavenly Kings, was temporarily safe and could clearly feel the shifting balance of power in the war. They were trying their best to minimize the difference in strength through tacit understanding. But the enemy's offensive was extremely fierce. The 2 source energy level beings from the A3 dwarf planet, their true forms concealed, clashed solely with their aura and power, already firmly gaining the upper hand. Perhaps in less than 3 minutes, the Heavenly King of Holding the Nation and the Heavenly King of Wide Vision would be defeated. Because of the clash at the source energy level, all information was blocked, and Lin Qun's perception couldn't extend beyond that range. His perception was limited to the area influenced by the power of the 2 Heavenly Kings on his side. Anything beyond that would be shattered by the opponent's power. He said to the Heavenly King Guangmu, "Your Majesty, can you find their true forms? They want to confine the battle to the planetary battlefield, so their true forms must be here." Lin Qun's gaze shifted. He wanted to help. At this moment, the only variable in the battle was him. And he still had cards to play. Actually, what Lin Qun really wanted to use was Yuji Muto's card draw, as a cheat card. Once activated, Yuji Muto's card draw allowed him to draw any card he wanted within the current level's card pool. Although the cards drawn this way only lasted for 2 hours. But 2 hours, if he could draw a powerful card, what wouldn't that be enough? He wanted to draw the other part of the Immortal Slaughtering Sword. That way, he could combine it with the Immortal Slaughtering Sword. He already had to activate the true Immortal Slaughtering Sword formation. Even if it wasn't unstoppable, it should still be able to fight against source energy level opponents. As for the other cards, Lin Qun had actually thought of many powerful ones, but he didn't know if those cards were in the current level 4 card pool. If not, it would be a mistake and might waste the card draw from Yuji Muto. According to the card's description, if the drawn card didn't exist in the current pool, drawing it twice in a row would waste the card. Therefore, choosing the safest and most effective option, the Jade Sword Remnant Synthesis set, was undoubtedly the best choice. However, the problem was that Lin Qun didn't have enough contribution points. He only had a little over 30,000. The cost of cheating was huge. Activating this card required a full 50,000 contribution points, leaving him nearly 20,000 short. Now, trapped in this battlefield, he couldn't possibly collect contribution points now. The only possibility was waiting for his civilization, human civilization, to allocate contribution points to him. He was waiting for the power of his civilization. And that would require destroying the entire frozen planet. Although human civilization has been on the expedition to the frozen planet for a long time and has achieved considerable success, these contribution points are scattered and not numerous. After all, the conflict has been a constant struggle against the military power of the Ice Energy Clan. Even if these points were gathered, their quantity would be limited, and after being distributed layer by layer, they would still fall short of the number Lin Qun desired. However, seeing the changing situation, Lin Qun realized that he could no longer wait. He had to act now. Otherwise, if the two venerable Heavenly King avatars were destroyed, he would have no chance. At this moment, along with Lin Qun's voice, the crimson body of the Western Virupaksha Heavenly King suddenly swelled up. Like the previous Dhritarashtra Heavenly King, he displayed a terrifying, towering figure, and at the same time, his power began to gather frantically. Lin Qun, standing on the collapsing and shaking earth below, looked up and saw layers of flashes of light illuminating under the power of the Virupaksha Heavenly King. Behind his crimson body, countless eyes lit up. Those eyes seemed to appear out of thin air, growing in the sky. Some resembled human eyes, others those of wild beasts or insects. In an instant, they sprouted densely, yet they were not terrifying, for each eye carried a sacred compassion, like the observing eyes of a god showing mercy to the world. They filled the entire radiant world, each eye wide open, radiating divine light as it looked towards the sky. In that instant, his power illuminated the battlefield and the starry sky, surveying the entire battlefield. Almost simultaneously, he shared part of his vision with Lin Qun, pointing out the locations of the two opposing source energy levels. They were extremely cunning. Their power seemed to intertwine in the central region of the southern hemisphere, but their true forms were both on the edge of the battlefield. One source energy level, exuding a cold aura, was hidden beneath a collapsed strata, not in the sky at all. The other, exuding a domineering aura, was in the sky, but also very far away. Each was more than 10 kilometers away from their current core combat location. Lin Qun's gaze sharpened. With the help of the power of the vast-eyed Heavenly King, he finally saw the appearance of these two A3 dwarf planet source energy level life forms. However, their specific life form remained unclear. It could only be confirmed that they were very different from humans, spherical in shape, yet possessing tentacles. Their bodies, including the tentacles, were entirely encased in a thick, advanced metal suit, obscuring the complete form of their life form within. The instant he saw these two voices, Lin Qun didn't hesitate, leaping from his position and rushing towards the location of the chilling energy source hidden underground. They're here. Wait, what's that? Guangmu Xiangwang warned, his voice suddenly halting halfway through. His gaze also included the fleet of the A3 dwarf planet civilization, located 150,000 kilometers outside the frozen planet. Therefore, in his sight, he saw the main cannon of the 3,000-meter class warship flashing light and spewing a deathly roar. Crimson rays shot from its main cannon, coldly piercing the sky. This time, it wasn't the energy beam weapon that had just been tested, but a truly terrifying laser beam traveling at the speed of light, relentlessly charging into the deepest reaches of the boundless starry sky. The target was none other than Blue Star. However, at that very moment, in the sky, a domineering source energy level expert coldly snorted, "You're courting death." With these words, the countless eyes of the Heavenly King of Wide Vision, which had spread across the sky like a curtain, all exploded. Like a fountain, they erupted from within, blood splattering, instantly turning into nothingness. The Heavenly King of Wide Vision's power suddenly plummeted, and the two source energy level experts from 8 to 3 dwarf planets seized the opportunity to suppress him. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The Heavenly King of Holding the Nation's power immediately met the attack, merging with the Heavenly King of Wide Vision's power to withstand the overwhelming pressure of the domineering source energy level expert. But the two source energy level experts from 8 to 3 dwarf planets had already made further moves, intending to annihilate both Heavenly Kings. The domineering source energy class sneered, its voice booming like thunder, echoing across the entire southern hemisphere. "You still want to find our main body? Ridiculous. Do you want to kill us? A weak civilization, so what if you have two source energy class beings? Your source energy class beings are as insignificant as your fleet. Today I will show you what it means that there are differences even between source energy class beings." With these words, the domineering source energy level directly unleashed its full power. A terrifying aura descended like a curtain from the sky, and with the assistance of the chilling source energy level, it directly suppressed the power of the two Heavenly Kings, instantly increasing its power by an unknown amount. This was because their 3,000-meter class warship's main cannon, the planet-destroying weapon, had already been fired. Naturally, they had to go all out to keep these two human source energy level beings firmly tied down here, ensuring they were powerless to intercept the planet-destroying weapon, and ensuring that their planet-destroying weapon could completely blast humanity's home planet into the sky. In that way, they would be one step closer to complete victory, and countless contribution points would become their spoils of war. The Heavenly King of Holding the Nation and the Heavenly King of Wide Vision were completely suppressed, struggling to hold on, and it seemed that their annihilation was only a matter of seconds. At this moment, Lin Qun had already fought his way out, traveling at high speed close to the ground. At this moment, the land of the southern hemisphere of the frozen planet was already a mess. In the battle between the four source energy level beings, some parts of the ground even rose up due to weightlessness, forming a bizarre and grotesque scene. Lin Qun was incredibly fast. He donned his Mark 50 nanometer battlesuit, breaking the speed of sound by 18 times. He covered a distance of over 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. However, this place was no longer within the protective range of the auras of the Heavenly Kings of the Nation and the Heavenly Kings of the Wide Eyes. Lin Qun was rushing into the area, enveloped by the power of the yin-yang aura source energy level. The instant he crossed the boundary between the two, Lin Qun felt a significant resistance, and his speed decreased rapidly. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. With a broken immortal execution sword in one hand, its sword energy vibrating, he forcefully cleaved a path, instantly closing the distance. With his other hand, he pulled a rice cooker directly from his storage bag. The yin-yang source energy level of the 8-3 dwarf planet sneered, "Interesting. No wonder you could kill the trashy source energy of the Ice Energy clan. But I'm not his type. What? You want to kill me with the cooking tools of your human civilization? Since you're courting death, I'll send you on your way." As a source energy level being, the fact that it could recognize a human rice cooker shows that it had conducted a thorough investigation of humanity before the battle. And although its words were contemptuous, it didn't actually underestimate them. At this moment, its aura surged, ready to annihilate Lin Qun. Lin Qun's eyes were bloodshot as he closed in. A rice cooker? Let's see what a rice cooker can do. Power began to surge within his body. His roar pierced the battlefield. Demonic Sealing Wave. Chapter 497 Fire Now. In the past minute, spanning approximately 0.4 astronomical units and encompassing the positions of two planets, a great deal has changed. Every battlefield, every location, and every individual holding a crucial opportunity to influence the course of the battle is fighting with all their might, hoping to turn the tide from their position. Humanity is doing this, and so is the life on the 8-3 dwarf planet. As soon as humanity's energy-based units made their move on the frozen planet, the 8-3 dwarf planet fleet in space began preparing to attack Blue Star. Firing across vast cosmic distances is no easy feat, especially since they had just bombarded an ice energy planet. Fortunately, they had planned to attack Blue Star in advance. Therefore, after their previous main cannon firing, they had acquired planet-destroying weapon permissions and began charging their main cannons. This allowed them to complete a new round of main cannon firing within 1 minute and 15 seconds of the Blue Star energy-based units appearing on the frozen planet. While on the frozen planet battlefield, Guangmu Xiangwang opened countless eyes to locate the two enemy source-level entities, 15 kilometers away in space, The human fleet was launching wave after wave of attacks on the 3,000-meter class flagship of the 8th dwarf planet. Everyone on every warship knew that Blue Star was powerless to withstand the attack of planet-destroying weapons. Even if the enemy used conventional high-powered laser cannons, with a strike range of nearly 0.4 units and a strike time exceeding 3 minutes, it wouldn't be enough for humanity to alter its planetary orbit to evade. Once the firing began, Blue Star would be finished. And humanity only had this one planet. The only solution was to destroy it before it fired, but it was located at the very back of the 8th dwarf planet fleet, the safest place within layers of defense, making destruction extremely difficult. Therefore, in the past minute, the human fleet had almost gone mad. The Zhenhao warship was destroyed, and the Survey-class strategic cruiser was engulfed in flames. Chu Yaowei fought her way out alone but was almost blasted to death in space. The enemy fleet formed an unshakable iron wall, desperately intercepting humanity's efforts before their flagship. Therefore, at this moment, they could only watch helplessly as the 3,000-meter flagship launched a dazzling attack into the dark starry sky. Inside the Survey-class strategic cruiser, people instinctively held their breath, some even rising from their seats. Watching this scene, the atmosphere was almost frozen. Chu Yaowei, adrift in the starry sky, struggled to raise her eyes, her pupils reflecting the intense flash. It hurtled at the speed of light, brilliantly entering the starry sky, flying into the depths beyond human sight. But everyone knew its destination, their home. Inside the Survey-class strategic cruiser, someone asked blankly and dejectedly, "Will we never be able to go home again?" No one could answer this question, not even Suji. But she still held hope. Because from launch to impact on Blue Star, it would take 3 minutes. Perhaps, in those 3 minutes. But what the people on the frozen planet battlefield didn't know was that 11 seconds before the 3,000-meter flagship's main gun on 8-3 dwarf planet fired, a similarly dazzling flash illuminated the ground of Blue Star. 1 minute and 6 seconds ago, the Supreme Commander made a difficult yet inevitable decision. In his capacity as commander, he exchanged the civilization battlefield for the Blue Star's only right to launch a planet-destroying weapon as a participant. Standing in the command center, he walked to the forefront under the gaze of countless people and issued the final order to the planet-destroying weapon launch center. Planet-destroying weapon, full power output, bombard the frozen planet, fire immediately, no room for error. The elderly Supreme Commander spoke each word clearly. He stood beneath the enormous screen, his body illuminated by the firelight of the chaotic battlefield, his silver hair gleaming. On one side, someone exclaimed in terror, "But we still have at least 50,000 men on the frozen battlefield. We can't evacuate in 3 minutes. If they open fire like this, at least 40,000 of our soldiers will die under our weapons. Our planet-destroying weapons can't truly destroy a planet, they still have time." But there's Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin is also on the frozen planet. This is an order. The elderly Supreme Commander couldn't explain to them, nor did he have time to. The battlefield was changing rapidly, and they were countless kilometers away. They had to make a decision quickly, otherwise, it would be too late. Moreover, the enemy's planet-destroying weapons could open fire at any moment. Once the enemy's planet-destroying weapons destroyed Blue Star, their planet-destroying weapons would be meaningless, with no chance of use. Blue Star destroyed, humanity wiped out, that was the end. Therefore, the elderly Supreme Commander didn't consult with anyone, nor did he have time to explain the current situation. After hesitating for less than 10 seconds, he decisively and firmly made his decision. Only he knew the reason behind this. It was the best choice in the worst-case scenario. First, it's certain that Earth is powerless to withstand the enemy's planet-destroying weapons. Once the firing begins, Earth will inevitably be destroyed. With this premise, making decisions becomes much easier. The contribution points harvested using weapons of mass destruction will be entirely allocated to the civilization's account. The Supreme Commander, the old man, wants to launch the planet-destroying weapons faster than the 8th dwarf planet, destroying the frozen planet and killing the tens of thousands of ice energy beings on it. This way, he can collect a large number of contribution points before Earth's destruction. If fast enough, he might be able to redistribute the contribution points to Lin Qun before Earth's destruction. Perhaps then, Lin Qun can reverse the tide of battle on the frozen planet. Even if Earth is destroyed, even if all humanity on the frozen planet dies, humanity won't be wiped out, because at least there will still be Mr. Lin and the human fleet in outer space. For humanity, even if 100 million ordinary people survive, it's not as meaningful as the survival of the strong and the fleet. In this kind of space, only those with technology and military strength can survive. That is the power that can be called hope. This is the choice made by the Supreme Commander, the old man. What good would it do for the 40,000 people on the frozen planet to return to Earth? Earth was going to be destroyed anyway, death was inevitable, no matter where they were. It was better than all of them dying. Since death was inevitable, they should try to save as many people as possible and leave as much wealth as possible for the rest, such as the contribution points from destroying the frozen planet. Now that humanity was a participating civilization, even if everyone died, according to the rules, as long as there were still humans alive, a certain percentage of the contribution points that once belonged to humanity would eventually return to humankind. He had to secure those 5 or 6 million contribution points from the frozen planet for future generations. He had to snatch them from the A3 dwarf planet civilization. This was the last and most selfless help he, and Earth, could offer to humanity, to the humans fighting in the distant stars. Moreover, humanity's planet-destroying weapons had limited power. They could only destroy the core area of the Ice Energy Clan on the frozen planet instantly. The others still had a chance. He only hoped that Lin Qun could hold out until that moment. He only hoped that his decision was quick enough, and that their launch speed was faster than the Ice Energy Clans. At this moment, although there were dissenting voices within the Jinling Command Center, Li Zheng, being a soldier, launched the planet-destroying weapon without hesitation the instant he received the order. Meanwhile, in the Jinling Command Center, facing the dissenting voices, the Supreme Commander simply turned his head and said, "Gentlemen, the war is over. The A3 dwarf planet civilization has launched a planet-destroying weapon and is attacking us. It will destroy Blue Star, and we will all die. All of this will happen in 3 minutes at the earliest, and no more than 5 minutes at the latest. We have done all the necessary efforts. Now, transmit this information to the people of the world, and to our compatriots on the frozen planet. Tell them that we can face our final moments the way we want. The same applies to you. There is no need for further efforts." The elderly Supreme Commander became the focus of everyone's attention, but upon hearing his words, almost no one could react immediately. Some were bewildered, some suddenly terrified, some incredulous, and some still frantically working. Others were carrying out the Supreme Commander's orders to transmit the information, and still others were contacting their families. Someone ran to the elderly Supreme Commander, hoping to cover his evacuation from Blue Star. However, all the warp-capable ships on Blue Star were on 8 and 2. For other spacecraft, takeoff meant certain death, and most shelters would be destroyed by the planet-destroying weapons. No one could escape, which was why the Supreme Commander urged everyone to seize the last moment. Any effort now was truly meaningless. The elderly Supreme Commander waved his hand, offering no further answers, and returned to his seat, silently lighting a cigarette. Actually, he still harbored a sliver of hope, or rather, a fantasy. But he didn't voice it. If there was still time, perhaps, just maybe, Mr. Lin had a way to resolve Blue Star's crisis? Only Mr. Lin might have a solution. On the frozen planet, the 2 energy level systems Mr. Lin summoned were the only ones capable of ignoring distance and the only ones capable of intercepting planet-destroying weapons. If they could intervene, perhaps Blue Star's destruction could be averted. But at this moment, they were being bogged down on the frozen planet battlefield by the energy level systems of the A3 dwarf planet, their situation precarious and their resources stretched thin. To free them up, the battle situation on the frozen battlefield needed a dramatic shift. Lin Qun had said he needed contribution points to reverse the situation. The old Supreme Commander stared intently at his access interface, waiting and hoping that a large sum of contribution points would arrive before his own demise. Then he could directly distribute these points to Mr. Lin. If everything happened in time, if these contribution points were of great help, Mr. Lin might be able to turn the tide. The source energy he summoned might be able to intercept the planet-destroying weapon hurtling towards Blue Star, saving it from destruction. But, was it too late? He had done everything he could, everything he should have done. Given the vast distance and the information lag, he didn't know if his order to fire was earlier or later than that of the A3 dwarf planet. If it was earlier, there was still a chance. If it was later, there was no chance. If he died, even if the contribution points and access points continued to circulate proportionally among the remaining participants of human civilization, that would still take time. by then, it would be too late. However, all he could do now was to reveal the truth and wait here, hoping for the last chance and opportunity. He didn't know if that opportunity would ever come. But he would wait. Even if he couldn't reverse the destruction of Blue Star, Mr. Lin and the human fleet fighting on the frozen planet needed these contribution points. If he could distribute them before he died, perhaps they could help Mr. Lin and the others overcome their difficulties. The old Supreme Commander had seen too many storms, but at this moment, his heart was still filled with turmoil, unable to truly calm the impending events. Meanwhile, on the surface of Blue Star, the planet-destroying weapons were firing. Supermatter shone brilliantly, and terrifying rays rose from the ground of Blue Star. At that moment, if someone stood on the horizon and looked out, they would see an endless wave of light rising from the ground, moving at incredible speed, connecting with the sky in the blink of an eye, endlessly piercing the horizon and atmosphere, rushing into outer space. That blazing white light, brief yet bright, illuminated the entire world. What the Supreme Commander, the old man, didn't know was that the Blue Star's planet-destroying weapon fired a full 11 seconds earlier than the main guns of the 3,000-meter class warships of the A3 dwarf planet civilization. Humanity's attack would hit the frozen planet first. Meanwhile, on the frozen planet 8-2, Lin Qun was completing his demon sealing wave. With a shout of the move's name, dazzling light shone from Lin Qun's hands. It surged forward, piercing through the cold, aura-filled energy-level defense with unstoppable force, directly enveloping its body, instantly shrinking it, pulling it back with all its might, dragging it towards the rice cooker. At that moment, Lin Qun's energy level also burned at an alarming rate, plummeting wildly. Where had that cold, aura-filled energy-level creature ever seen such a move? It was directly locked and pulled up by Lin Qun's demon sealing wave, seemingly about to be sealed. Its aura weakened instantly, even startling the domineering source energy level expert in the main attack position high in the sky. What kind of technique is this? It immediately wanted to support its companion, but how could the Heavenly King of Holding the Nation and the Heavenly King of Wide Vision give it the chance? They immediately intervened and firmly blocked its power. At that moment, Lin Qun's demon sealing wave was completed. The cold and sinister source energy level expert's body was directly locked by Lin Qun's demon sealing wave and pulled into the rice cooker. With a bang, the rice cooker was shut off by Lin Qun, vibrating violently and cracking instantly. Lin Qun pressed all his strength down, almost collapsing onto the rice cooker, but he managed to firmly press it down. He was panting heavily, his energy completely depleted. Sealing a source energy level expert had drained his energy, but he didn't die immediately. Instead, he said heavily, looking down on a rice cooker, "Source energy level, is that so great? Source energy level, so great?" Sealed into a rice cooker just like that. As the source energy level emanating from this chilling ore was sealed, its power and energy were completely suppressed. The 2-on-1 battle on the battlefield instantly changed, becoming a 2-on-1 duel between the Heavenly King of the Nation and the Heavenly King of Wide Vision. 2 against 1, now there's a chance, right? Lin Qun raised his head, his blood-red eyes looking at the sky, while his life was rapidly ebbing away. This demon sealing wave had directly exhausted his life force. Yet, the source energy level emanating from within could still transmit a voice, angrily saying, "Damn it, you damned human, how long do you think you can seal me with this method? You've exhausted your energy and died for it, how utterly foolish. Without anyone watching over or supporting you, I can break through this seal in seconds." It also sensed Lin Qun's death. However, for Lin Qun, this was not true death. Hercules' 12 trials activated. Less than 2 seconds later, Lin Qun, as if taking a deep breath, jerked his head back up and inhaled sharply. "Who said I'm dead?" With one more life lost, Lin Qun still had 8. The source energy level being shrouded in cold energy was astonished. "How is this possible? My perception can't be wrong. You were definitely dead just now, how could you be resurrected?" Lin Qun slammed down on the rice cooker, frantically pouring dark energy into it to strengthen the seal, suppressing the opponent inside. The violent vibrations of the rice cooker quickly subsided, and soon, the voice of the source energy level being shrouded in cold energy could no longer escape, temporarily suppressed by Lin Qun. On the battlefield, with the source energy level being sealed, the situation instantly became 2 against 1. It seemed the scales of war had tipped in humanity's favor again, but the effects of the 2 Heavenly King assist cards had less than a minute left. Chapter 498. I'll stay here. The rice cooker sealed by the demon sealing wave trembled violently, its source energy level desperately resisting, threatening to break free at any moment. Its power was too immense, the demon sealing wave could only seal it temporarily, not permanently. However, the battle in the sky was no less intense. Both heavenly kings were fighting with all their might, but the domineering source energy level remained extremely powerful, holding its own against two opponents and even subtly gaining the upper hand. The combined attack of the two source energy levels had already injured the avatars of the Heavenly King of Holding the Nation and the Heavenly King of Wide Vision, leaving them no longer at their peak. This domineering source energy level from the 8th dwarf planet civilization, on the other hand, remained at its peak, now unleashing its full power. It didn't even care that one of its companions was sealed by Lin Qun, because it knew very well that such a thing couldn't influence the battle. All techniques would crumble before absolute power. A mere death throes, you will all perish. Its voice shook the battlefield. At that moment, the Heavenly King Guangmu rose upwards, one hand holding a tower that materialized into an infinitely gigantic form, soaring into the sky. In the other hand, a dragon coiled around the tower, also increasing in size hundreds of times overnight. It was truly a peerless murderer, roaring and shaking the heavens, unleashing its fury upon the domineering source energy level. It was a source energy level above them. However, their auras were already unstable, and their duration had entered its final minute countdown. If they couldn't defeat these two source energy levels within this minute, then Lin Qun would be facing two source energy levels alone. At that point, no matter how many lives he had left, they wouldn't be enough to kill. Looking at the situation, Lin Qun was also very anxious. He didn't know how the evacuation from the frozen planet was going, or whether the planet-destroying weapons on Blue Star had been launched. Lin Qun suppressed the vibrations emanating from the rice cooker beneath him, gritting his teeth. Although the chilling energy source was suppressed and sealed by the demon sealing wave, it was now struggling and thrashing about inside the rice cooker, seemingly mocking humanity for merely delaying its inevitable demise. At this moment, the venerable king of the nation suddenly looked down. He gazed at Lin Qun, and a voice suddenly resounded in Lin Qun's mind. They have launched a terrifying attack from their extraterrestrial airships towards humanity's planet. I must intercept it, or millions of people on Blue Star will perish. Simultaneously, the venerable king of Wide Vision directly presented the scene he had witnessed to Lin Qun. It was the very scene he had just seen by opening countless eyes and surveying the surrounding world. The main guns of the 3,000-meter class warships in the 8th dwarf planet civilization's fleet fired, launching a planet-destroying weapon-level attack towards distant Blue Star. Lin Qun, upon seeing this, also gasped in shock. At this moment, he finally understood the true plan of the 8th dwarf planet. Their terrifying appetite meant they intended to devour both humanity and the Ice Energy Clan in one fell swoop, not only wiping out their forces but also harvesting all participants from both civilizations as contribution points. They wouldn't act unless they were absolutely certain, and once they did, they would end the battle in the shortest possible time. And they certainly had the capability. The 8th dwarf planet civilization was clearly stronger than both Blue Star and the Ice Energy Clan. They possessed two powerful source energy classes, and their fleet's raw strength surpassed that of both humanity and the Ice Energy Clan. They didn't even belong to the 8th orbit. Their choice to land there was purely for aggression. They were specifically there to bully civilizations on the 8th orbit, to harvest the contribution points of these weaker beings. Cunning and shameless. Lin Qun, deeply engulfed in the battle, was completely shielded from external information. He didn't even know that the 8th dwarf planet's 3,000-meter class warships were already on their way to Blue Star. If it weren't for Guangmu Xianwang's astronomical observation, they might not even have known Blue Star had been destroyed. Although Blue Star possesses an iron curtain, its defensive time and area are extremely limited, making it utterly incapable of intercepting such a planet-destroying weapon. Please, King Dhritarashtra, protect Blue Star. Lin Qun gritted his teeth and spoke without hesitation. The voice of King Dhritarashtra echoed in his mind, if I leave, Guangmu will be no match for it, and you and the people here will likely be in grave danger. Lin Qun took a deep breath, please, King Dhritarashtra, protect Blue Star. Blue Star cannot be destroyed. If Blue Star is destroyed, he will never receive contribution points again. He and the person here on the frozen planet battlefield will have no chance of turning the tide. Facing two source energy level beings and their advanced fleet, he cannot fight back, nor can he escape. He can only await death. He must protect Blue Star no matter what. The situation here is already decided. Even if King Dhritarashtra remained, defeat is only a matter of time. It's better to do something more meaningful. This planet-destroying weapon is traveling at the speed of light. Only source energy level beings capable of arriving at speeds exceeding light can intercept it. Even disregarding these perspectives, Li Zheng, the Supreme Commander, the Old Man, and so many others Lin Qun knew were all on Blue Star. How could Lin Qun sit idly by and watch them perish? And those who had followed Lin Qun since the Battle of Blue Star's Level 3 civilization, fighting alongside him and unhesitatingly offering their precious contribution points to support him. How could he sit idly by and watch them perish? As a human, no matter how cold-blooded and cruel, how could he watch 200 million people die before his very eyes? Having received Lin Qun's affirmation, the heavenly king of the nation let out a loud shout. He was positioned low in the sky, his massive body rapidly shrinking, sitting cross-legged in midair, his countenance solemn and radiant with dazzling light. Whether it was an illusion or not, at this moment, he seemed to conjure countless arms, all frantically forming some kind of hand seal, so fast they were almost invisible, their numbers immense, rising one by one, encircling his body. Behind him, the pipa automatically flew up and swirled, each node transforming into Sanskrit hand seals, swirling in all directions. Such methods were unprecedented even for the domineering aura of the 8th dwarf planet in the sky, which was quite startled. However, being a source energy level being no exception, it immediately realized what the heavenly king of the nation was trying to do and launched a full-scale attack downwards. The tower supported by the heavenly king of wide vision collapsed under the terrifying power, countless fragments scattered, and the auspicious dragon followed suit with a mournful cry as it fell. In the sky, the domineering aura of the source energy level converged into a stream of light spear, instantly piercing through the sky, clearly disregarding the power of the heavenly king of wide vision and intending to leave him on the battlefield of the frozen planet. But the heavenly king of wide vision was no pushover. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, and a deity in human mythology, although his incarnation here was only at the source energy level 1 or 2, the divinity and power of the deity were inviolable. The power of the heavenly king of wide vision surged forth, striking directly at the domineering energy source in the deepest part of the heavens. It forced the creature out of its hiding place, its armor shattering to reveal its hideous body. But at this moment, it seemed to disregard its injuries, striking downwards with absolute force. The domineering dark energy spear, as if tangible, tore through space, piercing directly through the heavenly king of wide vision's body. Crimson blood splattered, the heavenly king of wide vision's armor shattered, the terrifying spear piercing its body, about to carry it through the heavenly king of holding the nation below. However, the heavenly king of wide vision's eyes widened in fury, its beard and hair whipping wildly. It fiercely stretched out its arms, actually using its hands to forcefully block the terrifying energy spear, dragging it in midair, causing a momentary delay. In that brief moment, he bought precious time for Dhritarashtra. Below, the radiant light emanating from Dhritarashtra's avatar reached its peak, his entire body almost enveloped in countless magical seals. The next second, he vanished from his spot. Then, in an unbelievable manner, he appeared directly in the depths of distant space. At that moment, his body expanded infinitely. Before him, a planet-destroying weapon from a 3,000-meter class warship on the 8th dwarf planet struck at the speed of light. By the time he saw it, it had already hit him. Virupaksha pointed Dhritarashtra in the right direction, allowing him to appear precisely before the attack. Using source-level techniques, he achieved an instantaneous change of position through some kind of supernatural power, traversing a distance of 90 million kilometers to appear directly in front of the attack. At that moment, he faced the infinite light, his arms outstretched in reverence. Every inch of his skin glowed. At this moment, his body was infinitely tall, as large as the moon, with countless hand seals swirling around him. His hands reached towards the sky, and the projection of the 9-bent glazed staff appeared in his hands, accompanied by divine light. With a swing, it crashed down upon the attacking force. Then, everything was engulfed in the flash of the attack. The avatar of the heavenly king Dhritarashtra exhausted its last strength in the flash, completely disintegrating and vanishing into light. This planet-destroying weapon was thus completely blocked from its path to the human world of Blue Star. A massive, terrifying explosion occurred in the interstellar space between Blue Star and the frozen planet. But at this moment, no one could observe this explosion in time, because the light carrying the information of this explosion had just departed from here, rushing towards Blue Star and the frozen planet. Even the fleet of the 8-3 dwarf planet could not deploy equipment around the planet for real-time monitoring, let alone know that their attack had been intercepted. But they knew that Blue Star had launched a planet-destroying weapon. Both sides' planet-destroying weapons employed similar attack methods, extremely powerful energy beams capable of striking at near light speed. There were few ways to detect such attacks, aside from observations like those of the legendary Vaishravana that ignored normal distances. The only other method was to detect them at launch. The civilization of 8-3 dwarf planet had long been preparing to attack humanity. Their technology was superior to ours, and they had naturally deployed observation devices on Earth long ago, undetected by the humans. When Earth's planet-destroying weapons roared into action, it meant that Earth's possession of such weapons was exposed, and the target was revealed. These were detected by the 8-3 dwarf planet civilization's spies on Earth and promptly relayed back to their fleet via quantum communication devices. They were extremely surprised. Human civilization actually possesses planet-destroying weapons. How is that possible? With the technology they've demonstrated, even if there are some overstandards and abnormalities, they couldn't possibly have real planet-destroying weapons. Their target is the frozen planet. What does this mean? Do they want to use planet-destroying weapons to kill our source energy level beings? Could it be that there are other civilizations on Earth helping them? We can't intercept them in time, the distance is too close, the attack speed is too fast. Remind the source energy level beings to intervene. Their messages were rapidly transmitted to the frozen planet battlefield, to the location of the domineering source energy level beings. Meanwhile, on the Earth battlefield, with the annihilation of the incarnation of the Heavenly King of the nation, Lin Qun found a golden card that automatically returned to his hand. That was the Heavenly King of the nation assistance card, with only one use left. If Lin Qun wanted to synthesize the Southern Heavenly Gate in the future, he couldn't use this card anymore. Had he succeeded? Lin Qun didn't know. He simply raised his head and looked towards the high heavens. The earth rumbled, the ground rose, and massive rocks, mixed with magma and layers of ice that hadn't fully melted, formed a colossal pillar pointing upwards. Upon it, the domineering aura-based energy levels attack pierced through the vast-eyed Heavenly King, pinning his crimson body to the rocky platform. Blood flowed freely, the vast-eyed Heavenly King's eyes widened in fury, his power surging, struggling desperately, still trying to retaliate. At that moment, the domineering aura-based energy level, having received the news, turned back with lightning speed. Cunning humans, weak and despicable, trying to steal our contribution points. It wanted to intercept humanity's planet-destroying weapon. But the Heavenly King Guangmu refused, his voice reaching the heavens. Come and go as you please, kill and leave as you please? Do you really think I, a mere avatar, am powerless against you? Where is the dignity of all the gods and Buddhas in the heavens? If we weren't just a single avatar here, we would have already annihilated you. Leave us here. The Eastern Heavenly King Dhritarashtra, the Western Heavenly King Guangmu. They were all gods and Buddhas, worshipped by people. Now, if they weren't just single avatars here, how could these two source energy level beings be allowed to act so arrogantly? Yet, despite this, he would still uphold the dignity of the gods and Buddhas. At this moment, the Heavenly King Guangmu's body radiated light from within, and a huge, flowing light shield projected from the sky. That was one of the Heavenly King Guangmu's magical treasures, the fire-repelling shield. And at this moment, this descent was also a projection, but that was enough. The gods and Buddhas in the heavens, their own strength was one aspect, but the magical treasures they possessed were another. This fire-repelling shield, one of the signature magical artifacts of the Western Heavenly King Guangmu, is a defensive magic weapon. However, at this moment, it is no longer used for defense. Instead, it descends from the sky, enveloping the domineering energy level being and Guangmu himself, trapping them within the planet. The domineering energy level being, initially dismissive, soars into the sky, intending to smash it apart. But a divine artifact, personally blessed by Guangmu, cannot be so easily torn apart, even if it is just a projection. It crashes into it with a deafening roar, then is swept back. In this way, the domineering energy level being is firmly held back by Guangmu, while the cold, sinister energy level being is temporarily sealed inside the rice cooker by Lin Qun. They are no longer able to stop humanity's planet-destroying weapon. At this moment, the situation seems to have reversed. They originally wanted to hold back the human energy level being and destroy Blue Star, but now, they themselves are being held back by the human energy level being. In space, a planet-destroying weapon, launched with humanity's unwavering resolve to die, hurtled from Earth, hurtling towards the frozen planet at nearer and nearer. On the frozen planet, a fire-resistant shield covered the heavens and Earth, locking down all directions. The domineering aura emanating from the source of energy was filled with extreme rage, roaring deafeningly, "Damn it, damn humans, you asked for it. I will wipe your planet off the map, and I will annihilate all your competitors." Chapter 499 Yuji Muto's Card Draw. Frozen Planet. Northern Hemisphere, Human Advance Base. Commander, the Blue Star Command has confirmed that Blue Star has become the target of the 8-3 dwarf planet fleet and is about to be destroyed by the planet-destroying weapon. The Supreme Commander has just issued the launch order for our planet-destroying weapon. The strike will hit here soon, As the message arrived, Chen Weiying and the command center had already begun moving towards the teleportation portal. Chen Weiying's vehicle was moving forward. From this position, he could already see the enormous, seemingly heaven-reaching teleportation portal in the frozen valley. The distant battle had almost no effect here, only a slight tremor could be felt. The soldier reporting to Chen Weiying's voice lowered towards the end, because he couldn't continue. Both Blue Star and the frozen planet had now become targets of the planet-destroying weapon. Whether they were here or on Blue Star, they would die. This is the right choice. We don't have many people left, but the Ice Energy Clan still has a large number of lives. Sacrificing us to reap a large number of contribution points is worthwhile. And our fleet is still in space. With Mr. Lin's strength, he shouldn't die from the planet-destroying weapon. In this way, these contribution points will become their wealth, far more valuable than the remaining people of us. Chen Weiying's thoughts turned, and he realized the reason why the Supreme Commander had made this decision. As a commander himself, he strongly agreed and understood it. But the soldier looked back. From here, he couldn't see the human fleet fighting in space, nor could he see the Lin clan fighting in the distant southern hemisphere. He could only see the endless convoys and army rushing to evacuate. Don't spread the news. Evacuate normally. Chen Weiying gave the order. He said, in the final moments, let everyone carry the hope of returning home. Those who can return can die standing in their hometown, and those who can't return can at least have hope in their hearts. This was the last thing he, as the commander, could do for everyone. Of course, at this moment, they were unaware that the planet-destroying weapon strike aimed at Blue Star had been intercepted by the Heavenly King of the nation. In fact, even Blue Star itself was unaware of this. The light carrying the information that the planet-destroying weapon strike had been intercepted was still traveling through space, unreceived by humans. However, the humans on the frozen planet, under Chen Weiying's order, continued their evacuation according to the original rhythm and plan. Chen Weiying's decision would help many survive. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the southern hemisphere, heaven and earth seemed to tremble. The sealed, chilling energy source within the rice cooker seemed to sense something, vibrating even more violently, causing more cracks to appear on the rice cooker. The energy source seemed to possess some kind of conceptual, rule-based ability. Therefore, they could use these abilities to directly shake the foundation of the demon sealing wave seal, even breaking through it. However, this time, the Heavenly King Guangmu exerted all his strength and his suppression, locking both the domineering source energy level being and himself within the fire-repelling shield. The domineering source energy level being was furious, struggling left and right, but unable to break free. Its disgusting spherical tentacle body flew through the air, its aura crisscrossing, roaring repeatedly. It couldn't accept this outcome. Although it hadn't personally confirmed it, the fact that the Heavenly King Dhritarashtra had successfully escaped the battlefield meant that their planet-destroying weapon strike against Blue Star was unlikely to be effective. Both planets should have been their spoils, but now, not only had the plan to destroy Blue Star failed, but now they were even letting the humans of Blue Star reap the rewards of the frozen planet. To it, this was a defeat. It was like having something snatched from its mouth. Two pieces of meat that should have been eaten in one bite had now both gone to waste. How could it tolerate this? Naturally, it was extremely angry and anxious, hoping to stop the human planet-destroying weapon strike so that the frozen planet would still be theirs. It seemed to have completely forgotten that it was they who had suddenly appeared, intending to reap the benefits of humanity's conquest of the frozen planet. Seeing the frozen planet on the verge of destruction, It naturally grew anxious and frantic, roaring, "What's the use? Even if your planet isn't destroyed now, even if you take the frozen planet, you're no match for us. We'll still land on your planet and slaughter your entire race. This is nothing but a death throes." Finally, in its rage, the domineering aura of the source energy level poured down, its overwhelming power sweeping across the entire interior of the fire-repelling shield. The avatar of the vast-eyed heavenly king was torn apart like a leaf in the wind, but his power remained, his aura remained. Even though his physical form was shattered, his power still lingered in this world. The fire-repelling shield remained stable, firmly confining the domineering aura within the planet. The power of the domineering aura, however, continued its downward trajectory, crashing into the already collapsed ground like a comet colliding with Earth. Under its terrifying power, the entire glacier began to collapse completely, and the ground over 1,000 kilometers in area suddenly sank, crashing downwards in the face of destructive force. The domineering aura energy level attempted to carve a passage underground, to escape from a location beyond the reach of the fire shield. It wanted to stop humanity's planet-destroying weapon. This time, Guangmu Xianwang did not stop it, because he was powerless to stop it, nor was there any need to. Because the attack was imminent. Before completely dissipating, his voice resounded in Lin Qun's mind. "Lin Qun, looking forward to seeing you again next time. We'll be waiting for you at the South Heavenly Gate." Before Lin Qun could reply, the fire shield covering the battlefield and Guangmu Xianwang's aura disappeared together. At this moment, the ground trembled violently, and the ocean below was torn apart by the terrifying force, rising upwards, a breathtaking, world-destroying sight. Lin Qun could only rise from the ground with a rice cooker. His Mark 50nm combat suit was still on his body as he rapidly ascended into the sky. At this moment, the battlefield where source energy levels intertwined had briefly disappeared, and the sky was no longer dangerous. However, according to Guangmu Xianwang's words, the attack was imminent. Lin Qun had to get away from the ground and the planet as quickly as possible. He was a source energy level expert and could sense it, but Lin Qun was not. His abilities were all limited to the speed of light. The planet-destroying weapon was striking at near light speed, and by the time he saw the attack, it would be too late. Not only that, Lin Qun seized this brief window of opportunity to try to contact Chen Weiying and the others, urging them to evacuate the frozen planet as soon as possible and to see if he could inform them that the planet-destroying weapon heading towards Blue Star had been successfully intercepted. However, Lin Qun's signal was extremely poor. The massive arc energy disturbance completely disrupted the surrounding magnetic field and radio waves, generating a lot of noise, and Lin Qun was unable to contact the command center at all. At this moment, the attack from Blue Star was heading brilliantly towards the frozen planet. The space battlefield was the first to sense it 150,000 kilometers away. The human fleet was in dire straits, surrounded by the enemy fleet, with 3,000-meter class warships pressing down on the battlefield like gods. At that very moment, the humans on the warships looked up in horror, witnessing a dazzling, incandescent white flash disappear in an instant. It swept past the rear of the 8-3 dwarf planet fleet, instantly annihilating a large number of small and medium-sized warships in that location, silently and without a trace, like a pencil drawing on a piece of scrap paper being erased with a gentle eraser. That strike, in just half a second, traversed a distance of 150,000 kilometers, obliterating everything in its path, easily piercing the atmosphere, and striking the eastern hemisphere of the icy planet below. When people reacted, only the trace left by the flash remained in their pupils. By the time they realized what had happened, a clear, enormous fireball, visible even from space 150,000 kilometers away, had already erupted on the distant icy planet. Lin Qun's pupils were also illuminated by the flash in the sky at that moment. But he didn't know the location of the Blue Star attack. He thought it was at his own location, not that it was in the eastern hemisphere. At that time, he had ascended to an altitude of nearly 70,000 meters above the frozen planet, thus witnessing the scene and knowing it had landed in the eastern hemisphere. Yes, that was the previously estimated important gathering area of the Ice Energy Clan. However, when the attack struck, Lin Qun, located in the southern hemisphere, was unaware of the impact. He felt nothing at all. All he saw was a dazzling flash tearing through the sky and atmosphere, disappearing into the far reaches of his vision. At that moment, he felt nothing, not even as much as the commotion caused by the domineering energy source below. Soon, Lin Qun saw a massive burst of fire erupt, as if 10,000 nuclear bombs had exploded in that location. The fire rose uncontrollably, accompanied by a terrifying sonic wave. The sound wasn't even like an explosion, but rather a thunderous roar, deafening and relentless, rapidly spreading through space. And then came the wind. A terrifying storm swept everything away. A storm rose like a tidal wave from the side of the explosion, sweeping outwards and engulfing the entire planet. Wind speeds far exceeded the limits of this icy planet's environment, reaching 200 meters per second. Everything in its path was blown away. Lightweight materials such as rubble, ice, the uncollected corpses of humans and the ice race, and abandoned weaponry were whipped up and churned wildly across the ground. But destruction came last, and was the slowest. The ice at the explosion site melted and vaporized in the shortest possible time, followed by the planet's surface. The scene resembled a giant, crispy chocolate ice cream ball being forcefully punctured and scooped out by a child. The ground, like shattered chocolate shells, exploded and rose from the earth. Huge fragments of strata, lifted by the underground shock wave, were clearly visible even in the forest. Each fragment might have been thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers in size, but they didn't remain intact for long. They quickly and violently shattered again, breaking into even smaller pieces that scattered and boiled wildly in the air, becoming countless fireballs that rained down across the entire eastern hemisphere. At the epicenter of the attack, all life perished instantly. However, the output power of humanity's planet-destroying weapon was still less than that of the weapon from the Third Arm Overlord fleet that could shatter the entire moon with a single shot. It failed to tear the entire frozen planet apart in one strike. This destruction would continue for several hours until it completely engulfed the globe, leaving no life on the planet unscathed. However, a large number of Ice Energy Clan life forms who couldn't evacuate in time became the initial victims. Far away on Earth, the Supreme Commander, an old man, awaited whether death or opportunity would come first. He was unaware that the attack from the A-3 dwarf planet fleet had been intercepted, so for him, opportunity came first. A massive influx of contribution points instantly flooded into his civilization's contribution point account. The elderly Supreme Commander didn't know how much time he had left, but the moment he saw his civilization's contribution point account spinning wildly, he knew he had his chance. They had launched their planet-destroying weapon earlier than the civilization of dwarf planet 8-3, and it had already hit its target. He dared not delay, his eyes glued to the rapidly increasing contribution points. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 500,000. The instant it reached 500,000, the elderly Supreme Commander immediately chose to redistribute the contribution points, allocating 10% to Lin Qun, then deducting 50%, totaling 25,000 contribution points. Lin Qun had asked for 20,000 contribution points, and the elderly Supreme Commander, worried it wouldn't be enough, directly transferred 25,000. Of course, the elderly Supreme Commander actually wanted to give more. Knowing that Blue Star was about to perish, he wished he could give all the contribution points to Lin Qun to ensure their advantage and survival on the distant, frozen planet battlefield, but he worried it wouldn't be enough. He didn't know when the attack would arrive. Without sufficient strength, he would die the instant his attack struck the ground. At that point, it would be too late for anything. He might not be able to allocate a single contribution point, his authority would be suspended, and the Divine Kingdom would have to wait at least an hour for redistribution. The chaos of the Ice Energy Clan on the frozen planet served as a cautionary tale. Therefore, he immediately allocated his contribution points as soon as he had enough. The contribution points were quickly transferred. The Supreme Commander, an elderly man, took a deep breath. He leaned back in his seat, feeling utterly exhausted, yet a calm smile appeared on his face. Perhaps the fate of Blue Star was unavoidable, but he had done everything he could. They had done their best. The path of civilization was destined to be fraught with hardship. Such setbacks were nothing. As long as humanity had a breath left, the flame of civilization would not be extinguished. His only regret was, he might not live to see the day humanity rose again. Meanwhile, on the distant frozen planet, high in the sky, Lin Qun was almost in orbit when his contribution points surged, breaking the 50,000 mark in the blink of an eye. Lin Qun hadn't expected the Supreme Commander to be so fast. Meanwhile, deep within the churning earth below Lin Qun, a deafening roar echoed. The domineering source energy level being rapidly ascended, lunging directly at Lin Qun. Where are your source energy level beings? Did they all run away? Did they abandon you? Die? At that moment, Lin Qun tightly gripped the golden card in his hand. Yuji Muto's card draw. It was gleaming brightly. Lin Qun, clutching the vibrating rice cooker, watched this scene, his pupils contracting dangerously. This time, it's my turn. Chapter 500 A Divine Sword Bestowed by Heaven, the Immortal Slaughtering Sword Formation. The rice cooker containing the demon sealing wave trembled violently. It was unclear what method the chilling energy source had used, but a cold aura began to seep from every crack in the rice cooker, penetrating to the bone. Moreover, the edges of the rice cooker seemed to be rapidly thinning, as if it were about to be reduced to nothingness from the inside. Below, a terrifying aura surged like a tidal wave. The domineering energy source was rising from the depths of the frozen planet, moving with incredible speed and carrying the force of thunder and lightning. The massive explosions caused by the planet-destroying weapons on the frozen planet seemed to have no effect on it. At the same time, Lin Qun was drawing cards. Yuji Muto's card draw was activated. 50,000 contribution points were deducted. The golden card vanished in golden light. Card printing began. The opportunity to cheat had arrived. Any card he wanted that was currently in the card pool could be drawn instantly. Yuji Muto's gacha system offers one more chance to fail, so for Lin Qun's first attempt, the card that came to mind wasn't the Immortal Executioner's sword he had already planned for, but rather Noble Phantasm, Gate of Babylon. That's Gilgamesh's Noble Phantasm from the Fate system, capable of summoning everything in the Gate of Babylon to fight for him. And it has almost no side effects. However, this attempt failed. There was no reaction. Clearly, this Gate of Babylon card wasn't within Lin Qun's current gacha pool. Seeing this, Lin Qun didn't have time to think further. One failed attempt, and he immediately returned to the original plan, drawing the card he had previously planned for. Time was running out. The chilling aura emanating from the rice cooker could break through its energy level at any moment, while below, the domineering aura was furiously rising, eager to kill him instantly. In this situation, Lin Qun had to come up with the most effective countermeasure in the shortest amount of time, otherwise, all his previous efforts would be in vain, and he would be killed before he even succeeded. In high-level battles, no one gives you a chance to use a backup plan, you have to fight for it yourself. At this moment, Lin Qun was rapidly increasing his altitude and distance while simultaneously selecting in his mind the other half of the Immortal Slaying Sword. The portion of the Immortal Slaying Sword Lin Qun currently possessed was drawn from the current card pool, the other half was guaranteed to be drawn. Sure enough, as Lin Qun used this card, the golden card before him transformed into a stream of light, rapidly and strangely reconverged, transforming into the remaining portion of the Immortal Slaying Sword card. Most of the attributes of this card were similar to the portion Lin Qun already possessed, except that this portion of the Immortal Slaying Sword was the blade, resulting in some differences in detail. Its use was slightly more complex than the portion Lin Qun had initially drawn, but these were no longer important, because with a second Immortal Slaying Sword card drawn, Lin Qun immediately synthesized a true Immortal Slaying Sword card. Light flashed, golden cards intertwined, and a brand new card appeared before Lin Qun. Name: Zeuxin Sword, complete and fully activated version. Type: Item card rank, SS description. This item is a divine artifact that fell to earth after Pantengu created the world and exhausted his energy. The Zeuxin Sword possesses immense power and defies the heavens. Users are prone to developing ambitions to rule the world, but are then consumed by its malevolent energy, gradually losing their reason and becoming insane without realizing it. This Zeuxin Sword is intact and fully activated. It can display astonishing power without the support of the Kingayan Mountain Formation. It requires over 500 points of stamina to use. Equipping this Zeuxin Sword increases dark energy cap by 600 and reduces stamina cap by 50. Users will automatically acquire the sword manual for using this Zeuxin Sword. Deactivating this Zeuxin Sword will restore all attributes changed due to equipping this fragmented sword to their normal values. Activating this Zeuxin Sword according to the usage manual will activate this Zeuxin Sword key. Within this Zeuxin Sword, activating the Immortal Slaughtering Sword key unleashes a sword aura of unparalleled power. This sword aura is devastating, its power earth-shattering, and unmatched. However, activating this sword aura will further expose the user to the backlash of the Immortal Slaughtering Sword. Each activation deducts 5 points from the user's maximum stamina, consuming 100 stamina and 50 dark energy per second. Maintaining each sword aura for 15 seconds further deducts an additional 5 points from the user's maximum stamina. Each additional sword aura doubles the combined power and stamina consumption. Special Note 1, the Immortal Slaughtering Sword formation, when activated according to the proper method, allows the user to wield this sword and activate the 7-colored sword aura, dominating the battlefield and killing without fear. Activating this formation will fully unleash the ferocious energy within this divinely bestowed sword, the Immortal Slaughtering Sword Key. The overwhelming killing intent will continuously lower the user's maximum stamina. Prolonged use may even cause the wielder to lose their senses and descend into madness, becoming wielded by the sword. The power of the Immortal Slaughtering Sword formation is linked to the user's cultivation level. Special Note 2, Ultimate Sword Key. When the Immortal Slaughtering Sword formation is activated, this Immortal Slaughtering Sword can unleash its Ultimate Sword Key. The 7-colored sword key merges into one, possessing the power to split the heavens and earth. However, activating the Ultimate Sword Key will place a huge burden on the user and create astonishing phenomena. Special Note 3, prolonged use of the Immortal Slaughtering Sword, even without activating its sword key, will cause the user's mind to suffer a backlash from the ferocious key, and their maximum energy will continuously decrease. When the wielder's maximum energy drops below 300 points due to wielding the sword, the wielder's spirit will be irreversibly affected. Special Note 4, the Immortal Slaughtering Sword is specifically designed to counter the immortal body. Wounds inflicted by the Immortal Slaughtering Sword cannot be healed. Special Note 5, if the user of the sword reaches the same level as the Immortal Slaughtering Sword, all side effects of using the Immortal Slaughtering Sword will be eliminated. Conditionalize. SS grade item. Above S grade, there are even double S grade items. Lin Qun's eyes gleamed. The description on this Huxin Swords panel was the most comprehensive of all the items Lin Qun had acquired so far. He didn't have time to examine it closely, only glancing at it briefly. He found that, as described on the broken Huxin sword, the consumption of sword energy had indeed decreased after synthesizing this Huxin sword. But that wasn't the key point. The most important thing was the Huxin sword formation. In the original novel, Dao Zhuan Zhenren needed to rely on the earth vein formation of Qingyuan Mountain and the accumulated malevolent energy over countless years to unleash the power of this Huxin sword. However, later, when the protagonist used it, he didn't rely on these, yet it still killed everything. He borrowed the power of this Huxin sword itself. This Huxin sword was a divinely bestowed sword, containing extremely terrifying power. If the user could activate its power, they could unleash this Huxin sword formation without external support. The power of this Huxin sword formation all came from this Huxin sword itself, and the user only needed to use the correct method. The only price to pay was to endure the backlash from the malevolent energy of using this Huxin sword, a fierce and malevolent divine sword. At this moment, the Immortal Execution Sword in Lin Qun's hand was clearly the fully activated version. Without being on Qingyuan Mountain, this sword alone could activate the Immortal Execution Sword formation. Of course, even so, according to the description, its power was still limited by the user's own strength. But even so, this sword and this sword formation would possess limitless power. On the frozen planet, above and below, nothing would be spared, nothing would escape its slashing and killing. Lin Qun materialized it without hesitation. Time was running out. The rice cooker in Lin Qun's hand was cracking inch by inch, each crack emitting boundless waves of light. Below, the domineering aura, a source energy level power, seemed tangible, rising from the frozen planet at an incredible speed, spreading endlessly, almost filling the surrounding dark cosmic space, like a terrifying maw, about to devour Lin Qun in its fury. Your avatars are destroyed, and your 2 source energy level cultivators are likely severely injured. What good is preserving your home planet? What good is destroying your frozen planet? Your source energy level cultivators, like your civilization, are naive and foolish, completely ignorant of what war in a world of powerful beings is like. Without top-tier experts, you are nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Here, who can guarantee your survival? I will kill you first, then march on your planet, slaughter your source energy level cultivators, and kill every single participant from your civilization. You will eventually understand how foolish your struggles were, how your struggles were a provocation against us. You instinctively died peacefully, but now, you and your civilization will perish in boundless agony. Unfortunately, you will probably only understand this after you die. In its eyes, these humans had stolen the contribution points that should have belonged to them, enraging it to the extreme. It would first target this human, then march on their planet and take over their entire civilization. And Lin Qun, standing before it, was already a dead man. Without source energy level cultivators, who could protect him? Not only that, the rice cooker in Lin Qun's hand was also exploding. The chilling energy within could no longer be suppressed and was about to burst forth, its terrifying aura already boiling and vibrating outwards. Seeing this, Lin Qun continued to retreat rapidly. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing, throwing the rice cooker towards the domineering energy source while simultaneously raising the immortal execution sword high in his hand. A terrifying sword light erupted instantly, illuminating the starry sky. A regular sword aura was rising fiercely, and before the rice cooker could shatter, Lin Qun had already cleaved it in two with a single strike. A flash of light appeared, and the chilling energy source surged forth fiercely, but the sword aura on the battlefield had instantly multiplied into 3. With his energy consumption halved, Lin Qun unleashed 3 astonishing sword auras with only 15 points of his maximum energy limit. Normally, this amount of energy would only be enough to unleash 1 sword aura. The 3 sword energies could easily kill evolved beings, but against source energy level beings, they could only buy some time. The 2 source energy level beings from 8 to 3 dwarf planets looked arrogant, but in reality, they were very cautious. They had both seen how Lin Qun killed the Ice Energy Clan's source energy level Ice Venerable. This cold-blooded source energy level being had just been sealed by Lin Qun. Although it had surged out of the demon sealing wave's rice cooker, it actually retreated rapidly the moment it emerged. Facing the 3 sword energies, it also quickly increased the distance, relying only on its aura to move forward. It exclaimed in surprise, "There's something wrong with this person's sword. This isn't his power. That sword is at least a divine weapon of source energy level 5 or higher, kill him and take it." But the source energy level being behind it surged forward with overwhelming power. Its strength far surpassed that of the Ice Venerable. In fact, it could be said that even 2 Ice Venerables wouldn't be its match. The advancement of the source energy level was not a small change. Therefore, it did not retreat at all when these 3 sword energies pressed down. Its unique and domineering power moved forward and shattered all 3 sword energies in an instant. At this moment, they were all located at the edge of the atmosphere of the frozen planet. The regular sword energy of the immortal execution sword was also 100 meters long and had an astonishing momentum. Previously, it had always been invincible. But now, it was shattered by the opponent. In front of the power of the domineering source energy level being, they were like 3 real swords. Under the sweeping of the terrifying and domineering aura, they broke in the middle and then shattered piece by piece. The flowing ferocity and power were all forcefully submerged by the domineering aura. It continued its accelerated advance, intent on engulfing Lin Qun. "It seems you truly enjoy death throes, even with your fate sealed. You fight to the death?" Its voice resounded directly in Lin Qun's mind, carrying a chilling mockery and contempt, looking down upon him as if he were a man destined to die. At that very moment, Lin Qun raised his head. His retreating body stopped, his hands gripping his sword, his eyes bloodshot, seemingly radiating a boundless crimson light. The aura emanating from the immortal execution sword was already powerful, but at this moment, it expanded infinitely. He had only just obtained the immortal execution sword, he hadn't yet fully grasped its techniques and needed a little more time. This time wouldn't take too long, because he had obtained the immortal execution sword through a cheat-like method. The moment he acquired it, he had already fully grasped its techniques. However, he still needed to mentally review how to use it. The method of normally unleashing sword energy was something Lin Qun had already mastered when he acquired the broken immortal execution sword. Just now, he directly unleashed sword energy to buy himself some time to fully master the use of the immortal execution sword formation. After all, this formation was a capability only the complete immortal execution sword possessed. And that short time was more than enough. Lin Qun fully met the conditions for activating the immortal execution sword. Facing the 283 source energy level beings charging and provoking him, boundless rage surged within Lin Qun. "You want to kill us? Are we not allowed to resist being killed?" Lin Qun had heard enough of this robber's logic. The arrogant civilization, the invincible powerhouses, today, he would shatter them all with a single sword strike. "Those who destroy my civilization, I will kill them today." And the sword in his hand hummed. It seemed to be responding to the anger in the heart of the swordsman. Or rather, it was connecting with the anger in Lin Qun's heart, amplifying it infinitely. Thus, at this moment, the boundless aura of this Huxin sword in Lin Qun's hand surged, and terrifying sword energy soared into the sky. 1, 2, 3, 7. This time, it wasn't ordinary sword energy, but a vast and soaring multicolored sword energy, 7 sword energies, 7 colors, 7 flashes of light, each stretching for thousands of miles. The atmosphere of the frozen planet, turbulent under the attack of the planet-destroying weapon, was illuminated by the dazzling sword light. A chilling aura, mixed with righteous energy, swept across all directions, the surrounding thin atmosphere rippling and spreading outwards like waves, creating an endless expanse of clear sky. The divinely bestowed sword, the Zhuxin sword formation, was activated with overwhelming force. Nearby, the domineering aura source energy level was greatly surprised and abruptly stopped. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.